1-2, 1-2. Cricket due to get underway at Edgbaston in 15 minutes. very good morning and welcome to Edgbaston on the opening day of this County Championship match, Division 1 between Warwickshire and Somerset. It's a very muggy, warm Sunday morning, bit of breeze from right to left. Some cloud cover first thing this morning, which I suspect is going to burn off as the day goes on. And the Somerset batters and the umpires are first out. They're waiting for the Warwickshire team, who are in a huddle down in front of us, because the news is that Somerset have won the toss and they have decided to bat. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. Alongside me from BBC Somerset, and a man whose voice will be very familiar to Somerset fans around the world, it's Anthony Gibson. Morning to you.
Good morning, Richard. And yeah, well, Somerset's unlikeliest opening pair of batsmen are out there. Josh Davey and Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
Yes, the experiment continues, which is interesting.
Yeah, well, I mean, Josh Davey hasn't done too badly. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, he opened the innings here last year, if you remember, and I think he made a four-ball duck. Tried to hit. He was dropped at second slip off the first ball he received from Oliver Hannon-Dalby. And on the second ball, he played an identical shot, and this time nicked it through to the wicketkeeper. So, anyway, he's been in decent form in the blast, and he's always entertaining.
Just the news of the Warwickshire team is that Corey Rocchiccioli, the Australian off-spinner, comes in to make his debut, and Jacob Bethel is available for this fixture as well. He'll come into the middle order. The team in full: Yates, Davis, Latham, Hayne, Bethel, Barnard, Smith, Bamber, Simmons, Rocchiccioli and Hannon-Dalby. As I'll have a report to do at 4 minutes past, but you might as well have a crack at the first over, Anthony, and talk about the Somerset team.
I will, and it's Ethan Bamber who's going to open up from this pavilion end, bowling to Tom Kohler-Cadmore. He's in bowls, and Kohler-Cadmore gets in behind a defensive shot. Yes, for Somerset, of the 13 that they named overnight, Finn Hill and Casey Aldridge do not make the final 11, so Somerset will bat Kohler-Cadmore and Davey to open, Tom Lammonby, James Rue, Tom Abel, Tom Banton, Archie Vaughan, Craig Overton, who captains in place of Lewis Gregory, who's on paternity leave as his partner is about to produce their second child, as Bamber is in and bowls, and again defensive shot from Kohler-Cadmore. Yes, Overton at 8, captaining the side, then Miguel Pretorius, Matt Henry and Jack Leach, and today I can reveal it's Jack Leach's 34th birthday, so happy birthday to Jack.
Happy birthday indeed. Horrendous performer for the county, and a little bit unlucky that he's not on England duty this week, but he'll fight his way back.
Here comes Bamber again in bowls, and that's played up to mid-on. The pitch is straw coloured. Doesn't appear to be much grass on it. I think it's been used for a blast game, Richard.
It was used for the double header on Friday, which wasn't the highest scoring one, although anybody who saw it would put a lot of that down to rather indifferent batting, Anthony, more than anything else. But I do think it's been designed with the Kookaburra ball in use for this batch of 4 games now. I think it's designed to give the spinners a bit of help as it goes.
Bamber bowls, takes him on the pad and maybe doing just a little bit too much. Big appeal, and that one did nip back from outside the off stump into Tom Kohler-Cadmore's pads. Richard's got the
yeah, I think there are 2 issues there looking at the feed. One is I think it was probably angling down the leg side, and the second I think it would have been very hard to give it out on height as well.
Yeah. Yes, Kohler-Cadmore survives. Bamber's in bowls. This time he plays a solid-looking defensive shot. Good opening over this from Ethan Bamber, making the batsman play every delivery so far.
Well, he's well rested, Ethan. Hasn't been considered for the T20 blast. Had a bit of a bowl in the second 11 game against Durham last week, which was something of a thriller. Durham winning by 1 wicket on the final morning. Yes, he's got 23 wickets in the championship at 32.4. He's in and bowls to Kohler-Cadmore, who gets one a little bit short and a little bit wide, doesn't time it particularly well. It'll be pulled in
by Jacob Bethel, who is in the Warwickshire side, which is interesting in itself. End of the first over, 2 to Cola Cadmore, Somerset underway with 2 without loss.
So an update will be coming up in the next half a minute or so as Ollie Hannon-Dolby restored to the side. Was left out of the game at New Road when Chris Rushworth was involved, and Chris Wokes was also involved. But he will take his usual position at the Birmingham end and will steam in from there.
He's got a good record against Somerset. 56 wickets in 16 games against Somerset.
This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Somerset have chosen to bat first on a day that's a bit overcast, but on a surface it looks fairly true. They're 2 without loss after the first over. 1 LBW appeal from Ethan Bamber, a ball that came back a little bit into the pads of Tom Cola Cadmore, but it probably wouldn't have hit leg stump. England's Jacob Bethel in the Warwickshire side for this one, and so too a debut for the Australian off-spinner Corey Rocky-Coley. So it's 2 without loss Somerset, and we're about to start the second over. In my excitement there, I mispronounced his name.
I was just going to say, I thought you said it was Rocky
Choli. Yeah, Corey Rocky Choli. Yeah, no, I did. It takes a little bit of getting used to. They did some good social media work of the players trying to say his name. As Hannon-Dolby comes in to bowl to Davis, a good-looking drive, but well fielded at mid-off. And there'll be no run. Fielding done by Alex Davis, because it's Kai Smith who's got the gloves back today. They've at times even alternated within a game, but Kai Smith is keeping wicket this morning. Alex Davis, who took the most remarkable catch to dismiss Gareth Roderick in the T20 match on Friday. I will try and describe it in a minute. As Hannon-Dolby approaches once more down the leg side, Davey tries to get something on it, but he can't. So the ball was angled into the pad. So it was, I think it was Danny Briggs who was bowling, slow left arm. And Gareth Roderick goes down to paddle the ball. Alex Davis anticipates it and gets down the leg side behind the stumps. And Roderick has met it on the full, flicks it, Davis jumps it, hits him in the nethers, pops up and he catches it as he lands and holds the ball aloft. And I think he was probably trying to block the ball more than anything else. Gareth Roderick didn't know quite what to make of it. It's a better looking delivery from Hannon-Dolby that's tucked up towards mid-on by Davey. And there's no run. 3 slips in an orthodox fashion, then a gap, and then Ed Barnard where a 5th slip would be. Latham, Yates and Hayne the first 3. Bethel is at point, Alex Davis at mid-off, Bamber at mid-on, Rocky Choli is at mid-wicket, and Shay Simmons down at long leg. Yeah, it's good to see Shay Simmons getting another game. One of the young up-and-coming players. So there is some youth in this side. As Hannon-Dolby bowls shorter and outside off-stump, it angles a bit further away, but from an innocuous width to start off with, and it's through to Kai Smith. It remains 2 without loss.
Yeah, Josh Davey, he opened the innings in the second innings up at the Oval earlier on in the season because Sean Dixon had his finger broken and did pretty well. So for the game against Sussex, after Dixon and Umeed had failed again in the previous game, he was drafted in and has done not too badly.
He faces Hannon-Dolby here, and that's an edge that will go down towards third. Bethel is giving chase. The ball isn't slowing down particularly, and he won't quite be able to get there. It does absolutely tantalise him until the final pace, but I don't think a dive would have done it. It was a false shot, and there's some encouraging applause for Ollie Hannon-Dolby, but Davey off the mark with a boundary. 6 without loss.
28 is his best score since he became a regular opening bat. He has been opening with skipper Lewis Gregory, but Gregory not in the team today because he's back at home on paternity leave.
It's one of those quirks that when you're looking around the scorecards elsewhere, it's been quite entertaining seeing those two coming out the bat. You know, as the experiment goes, cricket is a game that allows that element of nuance. Hannon-Dolby's final ball of the over, and that one it just stands up to nicely, Davey, and pushes it out towards mid-off, and Alex Davis.
Well, the ball isn't snaking around from Oliver Hannon-Dolby in the way it often does on the first morning here at Edgbaston. Looks a pretty good pitch. And even though this latest iteration of the Kookaburra ball has got a bigger seam on it, still doesn't do as much as the Duke's ball.
Yeah, I think I'll give it 6 or 7 overs to see what happens as the lacquer comes off.
Yeah.
Whether that, certainly with the Duke ball, you kind of, it starts doing a bit more 8-10 overs in, doesn't it? Whether that's true with the Kookaburra, we will live and learn.
We will see. 3 slips for Ethan Bamber, formerly, of course, of Middlesex, in bowls and driven nicely by Cola Cadmore, but only as far as Alex Davis, the Warwickshire captain, who is the only fielder wearing a short-sleeved sweater. Everyone else in their shirt sleeves. 3 slips, Jacob Bethel at backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. As Bamber is bowls, and there's a big swing from Cola Cadmore, and a big appeal, which I think probably lacked conviction, because I'm fairly sure that would have bounced over the stumps.
Yeah, I mean, height was clearly going to be an issue, and I'm not sure it even hit him quite. And actually, no, it's hit him above off stump, and it was definitely going to clear it, but a mistimed shot, but Graham Lloyd wouldn't have had to consider that for too long. He's standing at the pavilion end. Michael Goff, who's been around Edgbaston a few times in the last couple of weeks, is at square leg.
Bamber. This is punched into the offside. There will be just this. Well, they might come back for a second. If it T20, they would have come back for a second run. The ball is still not in the hands of any fielder. It's eventually retrieved. It's Rocky Choli and Bamber out there in the covers, who between them made quite a mess of fielding that.
Yeah, I think it's Bethel in the end recovered the ball. I'm not saying that Rocky Choli's piece of fielding was cumbersome, but he managed to take 2 divots, one with each knee, which he has replaced, and he has also exchanged a compliment. Yeah, he's looking at the ground staff again, who were giving him an old-fashioned glance or two there, but he has done his best to replace the divots, which is a sort of damp bit just off the square there.
Batsmen have changed ends for the first time. 7 without loss. Bamber in and bowls to Davy, and they'll pick up a single here as Barnard has to move to his right at mid-on, but they're safely home for the single. 8 without loss.
Amidst the balmy hot weather of the last few days, and it was particularly hot yesterday, we did also have some quite sharp showers in this on the south side of Birmingham. So I only live a few miles from the ground.
Down in Somerset, we just had a few spots of rain, no more than that. It was very, very hot yesterday. Bamber then to Cola Cadmore. Oh, and beats him as Cola Cadmore advances with aggressive intent, trying to get out to the pitch of that delivery from Ethan Bamber, failing, and the ball beating his outside edge.
Yeah, he's really walked through the shot there. The ball hasn't done anything. It's angled in towards him, but not as much as he thought, and it just goes past the outside edge. But there wasn't any sort of swing, no seam. Just a good delivery from Bamber and not great footwork from Cola Cadmore on that occasion.
Well, he does like to get on with it. As Bamber bowls, and this time he plays a textbook forward defensive shot. End of the 3rd over, 8 without loss. 3 to Cola Cadmore, 5 to Josh Davies. Rather a small crowd. I mean, I know what you're going to say, Richard. There are a lot of people that we can't see down in the seats down below us, but on the far side of the ground there's a meagre smattering of spectators.
Been a lot of cricket on the ground in recent weeks. They've already had more than half their home games in the T20 Blast. There's been the one-day international against the West Indies as well. There was a big crowd in on Friday for the local derby, the Bears and the Pears. I'd say that was probably in 5 figures on Friday night. So actually, I tell you what, there's a really nice crowd in on Wednesday morning for the Bears women's game as well. Just a standalone fixture against Essex. As Hannah Dolby begins a new over, chopping down on it is Davy. Around from that wide 4th slip is Barnard to field, and there's no run. They put that fixture on at 11:30 against Essex women, and the wisdom behind it is that you can get a lot of school parties in. And the Holly stand was absolutely heaving. They reckon they had about 1,000 school kids in.
Yeah, it's good.
And it was really good because what they've got to watch now, particularly there are a lot of girls amongst them, is they've now got professional role models to look at. So the sport has changed so much in a decade for women. As Hannah Dolby approaches once more, cut into the offside, one bounce into the hands of Bethel, and no run there. And on the Bears Pod Blast, which is back this year on BBC Radio WM every Thursday from 6, but then you can find it anytime on BBC Sounds if you just search for Pod Blast. We've had Georgia Davis, Laura Harris have both been in, Abby Freeborn, and just the feeling is even they are surprised how good the quality of the cricket has been in Division 1 of the Women's Blast this year, in that it's been up there with the sort of standard of the 100, which is amazing. I think there were enough professional women cricketers who were ready for it, let's put it that way. Hannah Dolby down the leg side, wraps Davey on the pad. Michael Goff has already got his arm out to indicate it's going to be given as a leg bye, and indeed it is.
Yeah, the Somerset women are having rather a thin time of it at the moment. They've lost all of their games except the one against the Blaze, which was rained off.
Yeah.
So that's the 2 points is all that they have mustered. But they're a young side, and they're missing Heather Knight, obviously.
Yeah, they're a young side who, with Heather Knight being injured, they're struggling to get runs.
They are.
The bowling attack is pretty decent. The fielding, also they suffered an injury here as well. One of the top four got injured here. Got a bad knee injury fielding in the first half of the innings. But they weren't far short. So this is driven very nicely by Kohler Cadmore. Lovely clunk off the bat, but he picked out Alex Davis at mid-off.
Driving that one on the up as well, which indicates that he's got a fair amount of confidence that the ball isn't going to deviate too much off the pitch.
I feel that Kohler Cadmore is an unfulfilled talent in red ball cricket. His white ball achievements are there, the fact that he's very desirable to franchises around the world, the fact that he can keep wicket as well in that format. But I think a little bit more desire, I think he'd be a very good red ball batter as well. You've seen more than enough of that to make your own mind up, but he's beaten here by a ball that does look to shape a little bit here from Ollie Hannah Dolby. Yeah, it's just seamed a little bit and through to the wicket-keeper above waist height. Yeah,
desire and application, I think. He's a happy-go-lucky cricketer, is Tom Kohler Cadmore. And, you know, if he gets out going for a big shot, he'll walk back in and you ask him, why on earth did you play that shot? And he'll just say, well, that's the way I play.
Yeah, it's I call it the Peterson clause. It doesn't wash with me some of the time, I have to say. but his talents, his natural ability is great. This is onto his pads, and they've just put mid-wicket back out deep, and Simmons will come in from the boundary to his left and do the fielding, and they'll come through for another single. End of the fourth over. Fairly quiet, just a couple of balls that have beaten the bat, but nothing that would scare Somerset too much, and they're 10 without loss.
Yes, his first-class career record, this is his 101st game of first-class cricket over 12 seasons. He averages just under 33 with 11 centuries and 23 50s. But for Somerset, this is his 18th game, and he's scored 968 runs at 34.6 with a century and 5 50s, which is... it's not as good a return as it ought to be, let's put it like that. Here's Bamber into Kohler Cadmore, who drives this handsomely away through the offside for 4 runs. Didn't move his feet at all, just swung the bat at the ball, which was over-pitched and outside off stump, and deserved to be hit for 4.
And that's all about the hand-eye coordination that he's got, which is top draw, isn't it?
Yeah,
and that, but I mean, it wasn't a half volley length, it's on the up again, as you've been describing. That's the way that he likes to drive. It's a beautiful cricket shot nonetheless. Technically not perfect, but it's but very easy on the eye.
Yeah, he's been hitting some enormous shots in the blast. This is outside the off stump, and he thinks about playing a similar off drive, and at the last moment decides he's going to lift his bat out of the way. Down at Taunton, he hit one over the Ian Botham stand into the river. and he hit a couple at Hove. Was still rising as they crossed the boundary, and it ended up miles out of the ground. And there was one at Chelmsford as well, which was retrieved 2 days later by someone who went searching for it in the neighbouring houses. This is edged down to third man, wide third man, for 4 runs, thick edge all along the ground, wasn't a chance. But Kohler Cadmore again going for his shots, moves on to 12, 18 without loss. The clouds are looking a little bit threatening, drifting across the ground from the west, which is the direction that the bad weather tends to come from here at Edgbaston.
Yeah, the flags have changed direction a little bit. Yeah, you're absolutely right that usually Taunton and Worcester send the weather up to us when it's bad. You're bang on with that.
Bamber to Kohler Cadmore. There'll be a single this time to deep mid wicket. 19 without loss.
It's just trying to judge whether this ball is going to do anything, isn't it?
It hasn't done much so far. And Alex Davis deep in conversation with his bowler, and Kohler Cadmore has signalled to the dressing room for a new pair of gloves, I think is what he wants. All is now set. 3 slips go down. Bamber to Davy. Gets his nose over the pitch of that one. The 3 slips are Tom Latham, Sam Hain, and who's that? Oh, Rob Yates, isn't it?
Yeah. Great slip fielder, Rob Yates.
Is that the right order? Is Hain at second and Yates at third?
Haynes at third.
Haynes at third.
Haynes at third.
Haynes in his Hain is in his sun hat.
Yeah.
Sam Hain, as Bamber is in and bowls. Good length delivery, defended by Josh Davey. End of the 5th over. Somerset, who won the toss here this morning in the person of Craig Overton, who's captaining Somerset in the absence of Lewis Gregory, and I don't think he would have had too much hesitation in deciding to have a bat. 19 without loss.
I couldn't. I haven't got the data in front of me, and I'm not going to go to the trouble of looking it up. Right? Lewis Gregory has a habit of missing games against Warwickshire. I'm convinced of it. He certainly didn't play the game at Taunton last year with that massive run chase on the the hybrid wicket that would have lasted 15 days. It would, wouldn't it? It would have lasted forever, that surface. Yeah. There was nothing in it on the final day at all. Here's Hannon Dolby to begin a new over, and that's a good leave by Kohler Cadmore on the length of the ball as much as anything.
That was the win that really got Somerset going last season.
Yeah,
with Tom Abel making 151 not out, tremendous innings on the last day.
Yeah. It was an outstanding knock, and you're always going to have somebody play an outstanding knock to chase down a score in the 400s. But the frustration of the bowlers as they tried to find something, anything that the ball would do on that surface was palpable. They did say they didn't regret setting the target even after losing, because they felt that you've got to do that. You've got to give yourself a chance of winning games. And
well, it didn't seem an outlandish declaration.
No.
I mean, Alex Davis declared overnight, didn't he?
Yeah.
And set Somerset 410, I think it was.
And Dolby in to bowl to Kohler Cadmore, pushed up towards mid-off, and there's no run. What I will say is they were conscious of the fact they hadn't batted Somerset out of contention by deciding to declare when they did. And they were down to the tail because they clearly were trying to get a wriggle on in the final session on day 3. It was a really compelling game of cricket. It was just a really, really interesting sight to see the bowlers perplexed as to what they were going to be able to find. But Abel's innings, his footwork in that knock was...
Yeah, he's not, I'm afraid, in that sort of form at the moment. It's been a bit of a struggle in the blast.
And Dolby into Kohler Cadmore again. Tries to turn it a little bit squarer than he did. In the end, it's up to a very straight mid-on and Bamber. And no run. Just a little bit of pace off, I think, from Hannon Dolby there.
These two sides very close to each other in the Championship table. Warwickshire in 4th with 93 points. Somerset in 5th with 92. So it's a mid-table clash. Warwickshire got aspirations to win the county championship.
I think anybody's got aspirations at the moment. I think it's quite tight, isn't it? And then it's great to see teams like Notts making a good start. Hannah Dolby into Cola Cadmore, who defends, bounces high up. It's actually taken at shoulder height by Hannah Dolby, which tells you how high it bounced. I think that the problem Warwickshire have got is they can't win here. And they've got 2 very good victories at Headingley on what was a sporting surface, but in a week that they had Root and Brook playing for them, the Bears went up there and won in a relatively low-scoring game. And then they chased well over 300 to win at Durham, won by 1 wicket. That was fairly dramatic. They would have won at Worcester last time out, but for the rain. But equally, they've got away with 1, so that's evened itself out. There was a game against Notts earlier in the year that they would have lost here if it wasn't for the rain. Colin Cadmore on 13, just pushes forward and nudges the ball up towards mid-off and Davis.
Somerset have won their last 3 county championship games. In fact, they've won 10 out of their last 11 games of cricket. 7 out of 8 in the Blast and the 3 county championship games. So confidence is high.
If nothing else as well, it demonstrates that the experiment they had in terms of opening batters and everything, because they've got to find a way, it's worked. I mean, the balance of the bowling attack is tremendous for Somerset. So many options for a captain as Ollie Hannon-Dolby pulls out of his run up there. I don't think it was Cola Cadmore adjusting. I think whether it was the breeze, and there is a slightly gusty spell of breeze at the moment.
There is
and some quite dark cloud coming from our left.
Yeah. I'd say it's looking ominous, but looks like we might get a bit of rain.
Yeah, if not ominous, it does look a little bit possible. As this stands up a little bit. Again, just back of a length from Hannon-Dolby. He settled quite nicely into that over. And bowls a maiden. 6 overs gone. Somerset having chosen to bat on 19 without loss.
And Somerset 12th man, Finn Hill, coming on with a new pair of gloves for Tom Cola Cadmore. And I'm indebted to my personal statistician, Steve Pittard, the retired joint landlord of the Rose and Crown at Hewisham Episcopi, better known as Eli's, for the information that Josh Davey has now gone 60 innings without being dismissed for a duck, which is the longest ongoing sequence by any current cricketer. In modern times, only one Somerset batsman has surpassed Davies' sequence, and that was Mike Burns, now of course the umpire, who went 64 innings between 1990 and 2000. And the great Viv Richards' longest duckless sequence was only 52 innings. So on that basis, Josh Davies a better bat than Viv Richards. Bamber in and bowls, and this is an inside edge from Davey, and that was nearly the end of Josh Davey, but instead it brings him 4 streaky runs down to fine leg. Moves on to 9-23 without loss. He's got a good technique, has Josh Davey. In fact, he started his professional cricketing life with Middlesex as an opening bat. And in his first game against Cambridge University, he made 50 in both innings, opening the innings. So it's not completely out of the blue selection. Bamber bowls, and this time he's forward. Defensively, his problem has always been shot selection, in that he'll go for a big shot off the wrong ball and either hole out or nick off.
It's technically fairly correct, isn't it?
Yeah, he is, yeah. He gets a good stride in when he's playing the forward defensive shot. And he certainly hasn't let Somerset down as an opening bat. He just pulls his bat inside the line of that at the very, well, maybe it was a bit posthumous, the withdrawal. But all is well.
A little bit of shape to that. Just quite late, bit of late swing after it had bounced.
Well, you'd expect a little bit of swing under these atmospheric conditions. You were saying earlier on, Rich, it's very sort of muggy and breezy. Bamber to Davy, and that comes up. I think it was off the pad, probably just bouncing down into the slips, fielded by Sam Hain.
Sounded like pad, didn't it?
Yeah, third slip.
Early wicket down for England at Headingley this morning. Ollie Pope's gone for 106. England 238 for 4, trailed by 233.
Yeah, and of course, Ollie Pope's rival for that number 3 berth in the England batting lineup is here playing today. Glad to say, Jacob Bethel. I'm looking forward to seeing him. As Bamber is in, bowls a long way outside off stump, and Davy has nothing to do with it. I have seen Jacob Bethel play here in the One Day Cup. The season before last, I think it was. He didn't do anything very spectacular. He had his hair bleach blonde at that stage.
Yeah, he's gone out the bleached blonde phase. It was funny because you got both him and Izzy Wong, two very talented cricketers who've played for England, were both the same in terms of their hair last year. Not so much this year. It's getting a bit dark, isn't it? At the moment?
It is. It's a bit gloomy. Bamber to Davy, and he might have played a more aggressive shot at that. It's slightly over pitched on leg stump, but contents himself just with turning it into the onside. End of that over, the 7th over of the innings, and Somerset won the toss here this morning and decided to bat. 23 without loss, 13 to Tom Kohler-Cadmore and 9 to Josh Davy. And that I can reveal, or this I can reveal, is the best opening partnership that these two Somerset batsmen have put together.
What, and the sample size?
1.
Oh, okay. At the end of this over, I'll bring Phil Britt in for a bit for me if he's in the mood. He's given me the thumbs up. He's in a very thoughtful mood this morning, enjoying his cricket basically. He started, I don't know, it might not have been his first game of the football season yesterday, but he was out photographing Bishop's Cleeve or somewhere like that, was it, yesterday? Yeah.
Bishop's Cleeve, down near Cheltenham.
Yeah, so I like to keep an eye on him. I've done that follow his iPhone thing, so I know where he is. Hannon Dolby coming into bowl to Kohler-Cadmore, who drives nicely, but not powerfully enough to get a boundary. Alex Davis will have to sprint after it, and he does keep on going. And I'll come back for 2 as he gathers it about 5 or 10 yards in from the straight boundary at the Birmingham end. The many cranes have got quite a bit of cloud above them at the moment. I'll save the crane count for this afternoon.
Yes, the crane population certainly. Well, I think there may be 2 or 3 fewer than this time last year.
Yeah, these usually, if you try hard enough, you can normally find 15. They're sort of 5 away to our right to start off with, which is a good start. This is Fuller on an off-stump line, defended by Kohler-Cadmore. Straight back down into the ground. He looked a tiny bit rushed by that one. I think just the angle of the ball, as much as anything.
I think we can describe this pitch as easy paced, can't we?
Looks that way at the moment.
I wouldn't say it was slow. It's coming onto the bat, but it's not really nipping off the surface.
So I've lulled myself into counting the cranes now. I'm making it 14. I'll check again later. And Dolby in, driving again very nicely, but this time not quite getting the angle to avoid Alex Davis is Kohler-Cadmore, but he's certainly striking the ball nicely.
Yeah, he's playing mostly with a straight bat as well, which is good to see. We just had that one attempted pickup shot over square leg or mid-wicket, which he missed to a ball from Ethan Bamber. Other than that, he's been looking to hit the ball through the offside with a straight bat, which is good to see.
3 balls left in the over for Hannon Dolby. This is forced off the back foot. Oh, and a one-handed grab there might have led to a really tight run. Ed Barnard could only deflect it into the turf, and they come through for a single. You'd had to have switched hands, but Josh Davy looked ostensibly relieved when the ball landed on the deck there. 26 without loss.
Where did Warwickshire find Corey Rocchiccioli? How come that he's here? Western Australian off-spinner.
It's a good question. I don't know whether he's already in the country. I suspect he may not have been. He's been around for a few days. I think it was just planning for the Kookaburra season. Having lost Bo Webster, they've got contacts down in Australia. Rocky Choley is considered a player who has potential to be a test spinner when Nathan Lyon's long career ends. Short ball pulled round the corner and into the gap very nicely indeed by Davey. Alan Dolby deciding to test the middle of the wicket. He hasn't necessarily got the express pace that will carry that off, and with fielders at deep square leg and a very wide long leg, he's picked the gap beautifully there, Davey. He's to 13, 30 without loss.
Yeah, nice controlled shot, wasn't it? Didn't try and hit it too hard, and he hit it down.
Yeah. He resisted what the T20 player would do, trying to hit it into the upper deck.
Exactly.
He played it sensibly and pretty effortlessly, actually. That was the shot of a genuine opening bat, and he just dragged his bat out of the way of a much better delivery from Alan Dolby that went by probably above off stump and through to the wicket-keeper. 30 without loss then Somerset, and Phil Britt from Warwickshire County Cricket Club will come in a moment to join Anthony Gibson.
Yeah, Ollie Hannon-Dolby, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 12. No great excitement so far. One big appeal against Tom Kohler-Cadmore in Ethan Bamber's second over, I think that was. But Bamber gone for 17 in his 4 overs. Good morning, Phil.
Morning, Anthony. Good morning, everybody. Good steady start here. They've not looked in too much trouble. The odd one gone past the bat.
Yeah.
As you say, not a great deal of pace in the wicket, but it's giving a little bit for the bowler.
And of course, as we keep saying, they are using the Kookaburra ball that doesn't move around as much as the Dukes does early on. And when you've got a bowler like Ollie Hannon-Dolby, that is a bit of a handicap, isn't it? Because,
I think so, yeah.
You know, he's not high pace, but he is accurate, and he'll move it both ways with the Duke's ball.
Yeah.
But without that movement, he's not the force that he normally is.
Be interesting to see with these conditions whether Somerset would have chosen to bat first if it had been the Duke's ball.
And this is Bamber to Kohler-Cadmore. Well, putting the opposition in is becoming very fashionable, as we've seen in the Test match, for example. And one of the reasons for that is that pitches these days seem to get easier as the game goes on, rather than more difficult. So that batting fourth can actually be an advantage rather than a liability. As Bamber is into Kohler-Cadmore, who plays a defensive shot from the crease. I thought the World Test Championship was a case in point.
Yes, indeed.
Where South Africa got the highest score of the game in the fourth innings and won quite comfortably in the end.
Absolutely. Floodlights are on here now. They're just beginning to kick in, but definitely need them this morning. It really is quite dull. Seems strange after the weather we've had for the last couple of weeks that we're saying.
Blazing sunshine.
Yeah, floodlights needed.
Bamber bowls. Kohler-Cadmore just lets that slide off the face of his bat out into the offside.
I was having a look at the weather forecast while Steve and Richard were on for the first half hour, and there's no rain actually forecast for Birmingham on the one I was looking at, but it is forecast to be quite breezy. That the wind will pick up as the day goes on. You can see it with the trees just behind the ground that there's quite a bit of movement in the tops of those trees.
And the flags.
And the flags definitely blowing.
Bamber bowls, and this is turned into the onside, and there'll be a comfortable single with Che Simmons a little bit back on his heels at mid-on. Will Che Simmons come on as first change?
You would think so, yes. Yeah. They've got the Ed Barnard as another option with Seam, but with the new spinner from Australia and Rocky Choley, I'm going to get real problems with that throughout the day, but never mind. But we'll start wrong and keep going wrong.
Davey plays defensive shot, picked up by Simmons at at mid-on.
Why couldn't they have found a spinner called Smith? It would have been so much easier for
Well, I
everyone.
have to confess, I have never heard of Corey Rocciccioli.
It's,
What? And Jordan Thompson, he's been signed as well
he's signed
from
for next
Yorkshire.
season from Yorkshire, yeah.
That's for next season.
That's
is
for
it?
next season,
Right.
yeah. That's an interesting one, I think.
Well, he's got a good record.
Yes, he has some useful cricketer.
Yeah, useful white ball cricketer as well as red ball.
Yeah.
Bamber in and bowls, and Davey defends. 31 without loss. We have had 9 overs, 17 to Dakota Cadmore and 13 to Josh Davey.
Warwickshire have had a couple from Yorkshire over the years which have been very successful, so we hope that Oliver Hannon-Dolby, who's playing in this game clearly, and Will Rhodes, who came down
Rhodes,
and
yes, of course.
captained Warwickshire to the championship in 2020.
Will Rhodes, has he retired?
No, he's gone to Durham. He
Oh.
went to Durham at the end of the season, I think largely because he was hoping to get much more white ball cricket as much as anything. His opportunities have been limited here at Edgbaston. He's struggled a bit there in the red ball cricket
Yes,
so
he,
far.
he wasn't in the Durham side that played
No.
Somerset at the end of May.
But, good cricketer, and I always thought he was the better as an opener, but when he became captain, he dropped down the order. Hannon-Dolby in from the Birmingham end and bowls. This one is punched up to a deepish.
He had a tremendous record in terms of consecutive appearances, didn't he, Will Rhodes?
Yes.
He
Yeah.
he hardly missed a game as captain.
I thought he did a really good job for. He's in the Durham side for the current match against Sussex, but he did definitely out. No, he was a very good pickup for Warwickshire, and he did them proud. Useful bowler as well, good all-round cricketer. 31 for no wicket. Hannon-Dolby in his 5th over of the morning is in and bowls, and this is whipped away beautifully by Cola Cadmore, square through the offside, bounces off the rope and down to the Holly's stand, which is at the moment probably got no more in it than about a dozen people scattered around the stand.
Quite a contrast the last time I was here.
Yeah, well, a contrast to Friday night. Where are we? Yeah, Friday night when the Bears played the Rapids, Worcestershire Rapids, in the local derby, and it was not the biggest crowd I've seen for that game, but it was certainly well over into 5 figures, and the Hollies was in really good form. Hannon-Dolby in again to Cola Cadmore, and this one is off the outside edge, running away into the gully. Bethel Fields.
We've been getting good crowds for the Blast then.
Not as good as we've had in previous years.
That seems to be the pattern. I was at Sapphire Gardens on Friday evening, and very disappointing crowd there.
Yeah, well, I've looked on television, and the TV tries not to show the crowds too much, and the angles trying to show where the crowds are, where they can.
We still get terrific crowds at Taunton.
Oh yes, yep, I see that.
that-
Yep. Where was it the other day that there was a match I saw from Taunton? Just break off as Hannon-Dolby in, bowls that, wraps him on the pad, and Cola Cadmore looking to force it away through mid-wicket, but no appeal from the bowler, which says a lot.
Well, it would have been either Kent, I suspect.
I think it was Kent.
Yeah.
Oh no, that was Canterbury, wasn't it? When they
No,
played? Was it?
No, it was at Taunton.
Okay.
Yeah, and Kent made 228, and
Yeah.
Somerset replied with 223.
That's the game. That was the game I saw. Yeah, and there was a really good crowd in for that one.
Yeah,
wasn't there?
terrific
Yeah,
crowd.
that was the
Yeah.
match. That was where Bell Drummond got 100.
He did.
Yeah, that was the game.
Yeah.
I watched that one.
Batted beautifully.
Yes, he did. Yep. I thought they were quite impressive at the start of that innings, the way they put back to ball. This one is glanced off the pad, I think, just down fine. Kai Smith, who's keeping today again for Warwickshire, goes and does the retrieving, and it is signalled by Michael Goff as a leg by. 36 for no wicket. So Davey on to strike. He's on 13. 21 to Cola Cadmore. And it's a solid start here from Somerset, who chose to bat, having won the toss this morning.
Yeah, I don't think Craig Overton had to think too hard about that.
No. Craig Overton skippering the side today. With Gregory away. This next one from Alan Dobby gets up on Davy, who drops it down into the gully. End of the over. The
Helmet's coming on.
Coming out, which is a bit of a sign that we might be seeing a bit of spin very early on.
Let's see, Mr. Rocchiccioli, I suspect. How's the...
it might be Bethel.
It could be. Oh, it is Bethel.
Yeah, I just wonder how... Bethel's been sent from the England game to get some cricketing, because he hasn't played any red ball cricket since England played New Zealand back in... Was that January time? It was very...
It was.
Seems to be a long time ago. He's played no red ball cricket. Played some white ball cricket, but only a handful. Really, only the internationals. Had a couple of appearances in the IPL, but not a great deal. So he's in desperate need of playing some cricket.
Well, he has taken 10 wickets in his first-class career, and they've cost 75 runs apiece.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how he goes.
It's an interesting move early on. I just wonder, I'm not being cynical here, but I just wonder how much instruction there's been to Warwickshire to get him as much into the game, both with bat and ball, as they can. He certainly would not have been coming on as first change at this time last season.
And where's Dan Mosley? He's not in the side. I mean,
Dan played most of the games. He played right the way through until the match. I'm just having a look in my book here. The last game he missed was against Surrey. They left him out of Surrey, and he scored 155 runs in the opening 5 games.
Bethel into Kohler Cadmore down the leg side, and he gets a top edge, but there's no one down at fine leg. It's not going to reach the boundary. It'll be pulled in by, I think that's Tom Latham running from slip, and they come back for 3 runs in the end. And well, it wasn't a very good ball, and it wasn't a very good shot. It could have accounted for Tom Kohler Cadmore, but he gets away with it. Moves on to 24, 39 with that loss.
It was a pretty... It was certainly a loosener, wasn't it? Yeah, it was pitching about 2 foot outside leg stump, and in the end it should really have been fetching it from the back of the Hollis stand.
Bethel to Davy. He plays this up to Ed Barnard at mid-on, and there'll be no run.
Yeah, so just going back to Dan Mosley, he'd got, about 155 runs this season, just the 1 wicket as well in the red ball, and they left him out for the last 3 games.
Bethel in the bowls, and this is lofted down the ground by Josh Davy for 6. It came a bit out of the blue.
I can tell you that was 6 because you could hear the clunk of the ball hitting the advertising hoardings down below us.
First 6 of the game, and we're only 3/4 of an hour into it.
Oh,
moves on to 19. Partnership now 45.
Welcome back from Leeds here. Jay.
He didn't try and hit it too hard, Josh Davy.
Used his feet well,
yeah,
didn't
he did.
Came down, played it straight back over the bowl's head.
Nice straight bat. From the Somerset perspective, let's hope he doesn't get a bit carried away, because that is his weakness. Bethel tries again. He's down the pitch again and turns this. That'll be 4 more, I think, down to fine leg again. Bethel saw him coming, I think, and tried to fire it down the leg side in the hope of effecting a stumping, or giving Kai Smith a stumping chance. But Josh Davy managing to get bat onto it and picks up 4 runs. And moves on to 23, 49 with that loss.
Well, that was another really loose ball down the leg side, and
I think he might have been bowling it deliberately down the leg side, but
trying to bring that leg slip into play.
No, trying to get the stumping, because Davy again, took a couple of steps down the pitch. Bethel in bowls. This time Davy comes forward and then stays back, as that's pushed through by Jacob Bethel. Ends up in the covers, and there's no run.
having looked at the replay, he'd have had to have, Kai Smith would have had to have extension arms to have always got that and get it back to the stumps, I have to say.
Well, I'm just being generous.
I think you are being extremely generous on that one.
That's played into the offside end of a, well, curate's egg of an over. Let's curate's egg. Good in parts.
Yeah, well,
good in parts, but best not to talk too much about the other bits.
The bit in the middle, the ball's 1 to 6. He had a couple which brought the batsman forward, but there were too many there which really were a bit loose. And anyway,
49 without loss. 24 to Kola Capmore, 23 to Davey.
It's come up fairly quickly. It's been accelerated along with that over. Anyway, Hannah Dolby will continue. He's had the 5 overs so far. The one maiden's 0 for 16. And it's still grey. There's a black cloud which has come over. It's overcast, but there's a couple of really quite black clouds, which one of them is just going behind the ground, which might have some rain in it. It's Hannah Dolby's in and bowls. And this is punched away through extra cover by Kola Cadmore. It's running away from Alex Davis, who chases it.
Quick outfield, isn't it?
Absolutely. It almost seemed to accelerate away from Davis. I thought for a moment he was going to get that through, but that's brought up Somerset's 50, 53 for no wicket in the 11th over, and sorry, the 12th over, and it's come along at a rate of knots. Kola Cadmore has moved on to 28 with that shot.
Well, I'd like to be able to say that Somerset have at last found the answer to their opening partnership dilemma, but I think the fact that it's a Kookaburra ball and the fact that this is a pretty good pitch means that I don't think we should draw too many conclusions from what's happened so far.
Here's Hannah Dolby in and bowls, and this one is solidly played back down to the bowler. A little bit of extra lift. Just watching the replay there, and as Alex Davis's legs were going there like little pistons, that ball was never going to catch him. In fairness to him, he chased that extra cover drive from Kola Cadmore. He chased it every way to the boundary, but never quite in possibility of catching it. 53 for no wicket. Kola Cadmore waits crouched over as Hannah Dolby in. He turns this one to mid wicket. There's no run. Haynes does the fielding.
How's the museum going?
It's going very well. Yes, thank you. We've got getting quite a lot of visitors in there this year, and had quite a lot of new stuff in there. Some quite interesting stuff. One of the things which happened, we had to move our stalls, which is in part of the ground which is all going to be knocked down in September for the hotel development, and it unearthed a few things which we'd forgotten we'd got. This one is punch back, and Hannah Dolby fields up his own bowling, and we were allowed during the winter. We worked on certain things. We had a huge metal framed tablecloth which we'd been given, which was a beautiful thing. It was from off the SS Orontes from the Bodyline tour.
Oh, right.
And the players had autographed it. All the England players from the Bodyline had autographed it, and it had been embroidered. But the thing weighed an absolute ton and took up an enormous amount of space, and we just don't have that sort for one item like that. And this next one is punched into the onside, and there's no run. And you could say, well, what's that got to do with Warwickshire? Well, the only loose part of it is that R.E.S. Wyatt was the vice captain on that tour. Yeah. So there is you can create a link through that. Anyway, it goes with stumps and bats and stuff, which we've got from the Bodyline tour, which he brought back. So I'm just seeing a few people begin to move there, Anthony, and I wonder whether it's starting to rain, and also the ground stuff are moving closer to the hover cover. Anyway, we had that, cut it all down and put it up, and that's getting a lot of attention. Hannah Dolby comes in and bowls, and this is played away nicely. They're not going to go for the single in the end, because it looked initially as though there'd be a fairly easy single out into the covers, but it was Barnard getting across to do the fielding and preventing the run. It stays on 53 for no wicket, 28 to Coda Cadmore and 23 to Josh Davey.
Yeah, we're having a good year with the Somerset Cricket Museum as well.
Good, that's going well still.
It is, and we've put together a feature on the history of Somerset's women's cricket.
Yeah, because
which has been very well received.
Yeah. You've got quite a... Because Taunton is the base, or is it still the base for the women's English?
I'm not sure. It used to be.
It was certainly, wasn't it?
It was called. They called itself the home of English women's cricket.
Yeah. It was certainly based there for quite a while. Until fairly recently, wasn't it?
Yeah, and Somerset, the history of Somerset women's cricket goes back a long time. Bethel bowls. This is swept by Davey just for a single down to backward square leg where Ollie Hannon-Dalby fields. The activity in the crowd seems to have ceased, so maybe just a few spots of rain.
Did you get a lot of new stuff given to you, or had you got a lot of stuff available?
Some and some.
Yeah, we haven't had a huge... There's been a lot of cricket played in this area, but not as such as a Warwickshire team. And the history does go back, but it's not. We don't have a lot of memorabilia. We've tried to celebrate, and we've got a cabinet for women's cricket, but it tends to be made up rather than being able to do on a specific theme.
Is Bethel in and bowls, and this is cracked on the bounce, but only as far as short extra cover. That was short Rob Yates fielding.
Glad to say, I think that rain has just been a very brief shower. Nobody else has scurried. It's amazing, and he needs one drop, and how people move so quick.
Bethel in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside. They think about a single, but it's not there.
I don't get the feeling that the communication between the two is
they won't.
Probably not batted much together.
They may not have batted at all together. I suppose they might have done when Tom Coda Cadmore got his 130 against Northants a couple of years ago. This is short and pulled, and that'll be 4 runs. He didn't need any second invitation there, did Tom Coda Cadmore. His eyes lit up as that was dragged down by Jacob Bethel. And that, I can reveal, Phil Britt, is Tom Coda Cadmore's 1000th run in first-class cricket for Somerset.
Oh, well done to him. Well done.
So well batted.
Yep.
Pepsi, as he's known.
He's certainly doing a little better than when he was last here.
Yes, that was a rather inglorious episode.
I don't think Short Leg was particularly enamoured with that delivery.
Bethel bowls, and this is cut and not timed again. It rather doesn't come off the bat with any pace at all out into the offside. He's looking to attack is Coda Cadmore, as is his wont. But he's been, for the most part, playing pretty straight here this morning, taking his role as an opening bat seriously. Bethel bowls. This is a big hit, and that will go for 4 runs, bouncing over the mid-wicket boundary. It was a slog sweep there from Coda Cadmore, so 2 4s in the over.
I think
62 without loss.
I think Alex Davis has a little bit of a problem here. He's clearly been...
He's been told by the
he's got to bowl Jacob Bethel. And I've got a feeling he really can't afford to leave him on too long, because particularly while Coda Cadmore's here at the wicket, I think the problem is with the Somerset side, it doesn't get easier as you get down the order. There's some
if you're looking for the Achilles heel of the Somerset batting lineup, this is it.
Got a long way to look. We're going to see a bowling change at the Birmingham end. Oliver Hannon-Dalby out of the attack after 6 overs, and Chase Simmons coming in to bowl. He'll be bowling to Josh Davey, who's on 24. So 62 without loss in the first hour, and that's a really strong start for the visitors, who I think Anthony said earlier on are just a point behind the Warwickshire in the county championship table. Simmons comes in to bowl his first delivery to Davey, who is behind it and defends it back down. Simmons fields up his own bowling. Warwickshire got some tough games coming up in this second half of the championship. We're just going into.
They're all pretty tough in the championship, in
yeah,
Division 1.
Well, some more tough than others, I would say. It's a bit like
you mean you're playing Surrey?
We're playing Surrey, yeah, away. Got Essex home and away. Simmons in, bowls. This is driven up to mid-on. Nottinghamshire away, Sussex away, and then we've got here at Edgbaston matches after today. We've got two more, one against Worcestershire and one against Yorkshire, I think it is. We've only played Hampshire once this season.
They're not the force they were, Hampshire.
No. Simmons in, bowls, and adds to the offside. There's no run. No, their bowling attack this year has not looked to be as, and without James Vince there as well.
No James Vince, no Mo Bass.
No,
and
no Keith Barker.
No Keith Barker. Although I think
he's back in July.
July, yeah.
Yeah. Now he always comes here and does well, and people say, why did we let him go? But yeah, it's not easy. Simmons in. This one is run away into the gully, or to backward point rather, and there's no run. Well fielded by Ed Barnard there. Both hands out to his left, and makes a nice clean pick up. 62 without loss. Side screen, which is a big set of sheeting which goes behind the normal side screen, billowing away behind Simmons as he comes in and bowls, and it's punched away into the offside by Davey.
I'm going to make way for Richard Wilford.
Okay, fine. And Anthony will be back with us in half an hour. Thanks very much. We can take a well-earned break. 62 without loss. George Davey on 24. And this is Chase Simmons. One ball to go in his opening over as he comes in, arms going 10 to the dozen. Ian Davey leaves. Good delivery outside the off stump. So a nice tidy start from Chase Simmons. So opens up with a maiden. Now, will we see another over from Jacob Bethel? His first two overs have gone for 22. Morning, Richard.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if we did, but I think it would be more likely to be a change, but he's stepping forward as if he might be continuing. Whilst the England selectors, I'm sure, would want Jacob Bethel to bowl. I'm sure they didn't say he had to bowl in the first hour. I think it's more a question of they wanted to see whether there was going to be any turn. And they've gone with Bethel, who knows the ground, rather than Rockacholi on debut, which is an interesting choice. But he is going to get a third over. So, I will have to break off a report at a fixed point here, because I've got a clock start for two stations, but
Davis has just had another chat with him before he starts this over.
Got boundary riders in different positions now as Kohler Cadmore pushes it off the back foot. Around to his left in the covers is Yates. Picks it up on the second bounce and there's no run. He's got Ed Barnard 3/4 of the way back at long on. Ollie Hannon Dolby now is at deep mid-wicket rather than deep square leg. There is a fielder behind square a bit closer in, Sam Hain. So the field is rather more set for preservation. Attempted flick round the corner, an appeal for LBW is not given by the umpire. It's not a ridiculous shout, I have to say. And that did grip a little bit as well. There is some turn there. Not a lot, but a little bit.
Yes. That's 3 shouts we've had so far by Lloyd.
This one's cutted to the offside, and there's another boundary fielder out in the covers, Ethan Bamber, who comes in to do the fielding. So a single to Kohler Cadmore takes him to 37, and the score to 63 without loss.
Yeah, just watching the replay on that one, that LBW shot. He was a long way down trying to to play it, but I think it was definitely worth a shout.
Would have pitched outside off, I think, perhaps, but this reverse sweep from Davey is straight along the deck to Shea Simmons, who's at backward point. So Davey, when he's on strike against Bethel, seems to be wanting to play a shot a ball at the moment. 63 without loss. Ground staff still sitting on the covers. There is a bit of a forecast that suggests there may be some showers in the next couple of hours. The turf would breathe a sigh of relief if it happens. This one does turn a little bit, but it's slow turn. Fielded diving to his right and is followed through by Bethel, as Davey tried to push it up to long on. Rockacioli in the field is a tall man. About to do an update for Radio WMV CWR, so I have to keep an eye on my phone to tell me what time to start speaking. This is fun. As Bethel comes in again, and this is defended by Davey. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Somerset have got through the first hour intact, having chosen to bat. They're 63 without loss. Some really extravagant shots from Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who's timing the ball well on 37. Josh Davey on 24, including a straight 6 off the returning England star Jacob Bethel, who's had an early spell with his slow left armers. Olehan Dolby a little bit unlucky with a couple of balls that have passed the bat, but Somerset with a solid start. They're 63 without loss.
A much better over from Jacob Bethel, getting it on the spot, and
it's
getting a little bit of grip, as Richard said.
I think we're going to have an interruption soon. You can see the type of movement in the stand right now, and I think there's a distinct drizzle in the air, and umpires Lloyd and Goff are going to have a decision to make. Kohler-Cadmore is halfway down the track at the moment doing his shoelace up. But yeah, there are more people on the move now.
Yeah, they're all heading in opposite into the David Heath, getting out of the one or two spots of rain, but it definitely has darkened up as Chase Simmons will try to start this over. Kohler-Cadmore just holding him up at the moment while he does some gardening. He's ready, and Chase Simmons is on his way in and bowls. This one driven back to Simmons, who fields cleanly on his follow through. Chase Simmons wasn't in the side in the last county championship game. Chris Rushworth had taken his place. He played in the previous one in against Hampshire.
Yeah, of course, Chris Wokes played as well in the game against Worcestershire,
yes.
which the Bears would have won if they hadn't been for persistent rain for the final 4 hours.
In comes Simmons and bowls, and this is whipped away to backward point where Ed Barnard does the fielding. It's a nice clean strike from Kohler-Cadmore into the ground, but sorry, it's Bethel who's there. Normally Ed Barnard's in that position, but it was Bethel who did the fielding.
Yeah, he finds himself in the rather unusual position of being down at third.
It's usually very close in and feels very well there, but it was Bethel who did the fielding that time. In comes Simmons, and this one is pulled away with some power through backward square leg for 4. Just a little bit shorter from Simmons. No pace in this wicket, and real pace, and Kohler-Cadmore was able to get easily into position and pull it away through deep backward square leg down to the fence, just past the hover, to the side of the hover cover, and taking Somerset on to 67 without loss. I
think the pleasing thing for the Somerset members about that is again that he didn't try and overdo it, he didn't try and lift it into the stand, he's hit over it. Alex Davis taking some time over drying the ball at the moment, which suggests he wouldn't mind a brief interruption.
Kohler-Cadmore moves to 41 with that shot, nicely picked up as Simmons into him again, and he drives up to Davis, who's a wide-ish mid-on. Does his best to try and get taken caught by the ball, which sort of just bounced a little at him as he went down to field it. Ends up scrambling, but takes both hands and stops it.
His post-cricket career as a circus tumbler is still plausible on the evidence of that.
Here comes Simmons again, in, and bowls, and Kohler-Cadmore drives up. No ball, I think it's called. Yep. The arm is out from Michael Goff, driven up to Hannah Dolby.
good potential, Shay Simmons, and the reason that they will choose him in this attack, with Michael Booth out injured at the moment, but you would go Simmons over Rushworth, assuming Rushworth is fit, based on the fact that he's got that bit of extra pace and a bit of fire, and at times he's been able to, as Michael Booth can, he's been able to create wickets on pretty benign surfaces.
Of course, Booth wouldn't have been able to play if we'd have played Tom Latham and Rocchio. This next one is played out into the offside to extra cover. Hayne does the fielding.
No, that's true. That would have been part of the equation. Hassan Ali, I think, is only going to play white ball.
White ball by the look of it, yeah.
So he's certainly been entertaining during the T20 so far with ball and also with bat, but his hat-trick against Derbyshire and a six-for in that match will live long in the memory.
Yeah, it's a little unpredictable at times of what you're going to get from him. The match against Nottinghamshire was an interesting one. This one is, he looks into, not quite sure what shot he was trying there, Kohler Cadmore. It was a ball which was wide outside the off stump. In the end, he sort of has a swat at it, gets it off the inside sort of part of the bat, and it has no power in it. Goes back, Simmons fields, end of another over. Nice, good tidy over from Simmons. Just that one boundary and the no ball. So 6 coming from his opening 2 overs, but again, it kept a reasonably good line. He goes trudging off down towards deep backward point, and Bethel will continue bowling from this pavilion end.
Yeah, and there's an element of bravery to that, but these days, look at the way that England play their cricket, where they'll sacrifice some boundaries if it means they take some wickets. That's really what they're asking Bethel to do here. I'm a little surprised he's getting 4 overs and Rocchio hasn't been seen yet, but he comes in round the wicket. It's down the leg side. He's probing that line a little bit against Josh Davey. Anthony identified it as potentially Davey could be a candidate for a leg side stumping, and that did look like that might be what they were bowling for there. I don't think it was a loose ball. I think it was a deliberate leg side ball. This one is a similar angle. He's just going to get a nudge on that little inside edge that will create a chase for Sam Hayne. I think everybody accepts there are going to be 2 there, and they'll be signalled as leg byes in the end. Umpire Lloyd is braced to tell the score as that. 71 without loss in the 17th over. It is a bit murky. And in these conditions, you do wonder whether, and I know it's a Kookaburra ball, and it isn't doing a heck of a lot, but you do wonder whether Ed Barnard at his pace might just get a little bit of nibble.
I wonder how long Alex Davis will leave Jacob Bethel on at this end.
Well, he's already done the brave thing by keeping him on for a 4th over, as this next ball is dabbed into the leg side, and the tall, leggy figure of Corey Rocchio, long-haired as well, comes in to do the fielding. Not quite shoulder length hair, but sticking out at the sides.
Saying to Anthony, there's no real let up with this Somerset batting though, in terms of people who are not going to hit it.
Forward defensively is Davey. Yeah, but he's as a spinner, he's got to deal with that.
Yeah.
He's got to take wickets. It's not that not like he's a bad bowler. But this is very, very early in the piece to come into the attack.
Yeah. Other than throwing it to him to start with, he couldn't have done anything else, could he?
They're preparing the covers. You can see rain in the air now as this is pushed towards the covers and Rob Yates. The umpires look at each other. There is 1 ball left in the over. I think they'll try and get that through.
It's scurrying off the terraces as well.
Yeah, and it's noticeable they're not just standing by the covers. One of them's holding a hose pipe, which is usually a sign. At least I think that's what it is. 71 without lost the score.
Holding up, the umpires having a chat there.
No, they're coming off.
Off they come.
They're coming off. The hover cover will roar, and Somerset will be delighted with the first 70-75 minutes of play here in this. I'm not going to call it a makeshift opening pairing. It's a calculation that they've done to try and come up with some solutions to what has been the weakest link of their batting order. And Tom Kohler-Cadmore has batted resourcefully, but I actually think really sensibly as well. Hasn't taken too many risks. He's taken himself to 41. Josh Davey on 24 has had a couple of moments along the way, but a lovely straight 6 off the bowling of Bethel. And the Bears will want to regroup. We will be back when play resumes here on the BBC Cricket homepage, but I noted they've been off at Bristol for a while. I think it was inevitable that the weather was going to fly up the M5 and the A38 and impact us as well. So we will take a break here with 1 ball left in the 17th over, with Somerset on 71 without loss. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where after all the nice weather of the last few days, we've been off for nearly an hour because of the rain. Play will resume at around 20 past 1, with Somerset in a good position, having chosen to bat. They're 71 without loss on a blameless surface with a ball that has done nothing really for the bowlers in the air. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, in hard-hitting fashion, has reached 41 or 59 balls, getting good support from the all-rounder Josh Davey with 24. Tough day in the field beckons, you fancy, for the Bears. Somerset 71 without loss.
Well, welcome back to Edgbaston, where the umpires are just coming out after an extended lunch because of a couple of quite heavy showers. We went off at around about 12:15. They were due to resume at 1:20, but then the rain came in again. So we have lost a total of 18 overs, I think it is, of which 10 have been lost today. So, which means that we've got 69.1 overs remaining in the day's play. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset, and delighted to welcome to the commentary box Dermot Reeve.
Thanks, Anthony. Oh, thanks, Anthony. And I'm delighted to be here.
With
bit of a surprise though when I turned up and it was raining.
And you've had a foot in both camps during your career.
I have, absolutely. I mean, I played my last game when I was director of cricket at Somerset in 1998.
I was there.
All right. I think it was at the Oval, my last match. But yeah, no, I had 9 years here as a player at Warwickshire,
Yeah.
and then.
And when you first came over from Hong Kong, did you go to Somerset initially? Did you have a trial at Somerset?
I did. Peter Roebuck got me down there for a trial, so I had a bit of pre-season bowling with the Somerset boys.
And then you ended up at Sussex.
Yeah, I ended up on the ground staff at Lord's, and then after a couple of years there, I was bowling at Ian Gould in the nets, and he recommended me for a game for the second 11, and then Sussex signed me.
There we are. Well, Somerset missed out. Right, Jacob Bethel's going to bowl the first over after lunch. He bowls to Josh Davey, who, well, it's not the first over after lunch, it's the first ball after lunch, because Bethel was just concluding that over. So we've now had 17 overs, 71 without loss. Tom Curler-Cadmore on 41 and Josh Davey on 24. It's a bit of a left field opening partnership, this, is it not? With Curler-Cadmore as a white ball specialist and Josh Davey, who normally bats number 9.
Yeah, he's enjoying this opportunity that he's had. I saw he opened with Lewis Gregory.
He did.
Well,
it started at the Oval when Sean Dixon, who was the regular opener, had his finger broken for him by Gus Atkinson in the first innings, and Josh Davey came out to open the batting in the second innings and did pretty well. And then when the Umeed Vaughan partnership didn't work out, I think it was the Sussex game, I think, down at Taunton, they experimented with Josh Davey and Lewis Gregory, and it worked pretty well. Right, we've got Chase Simmons from the City end. He's in and bowls, and this is nicked quite deliberately, wide of slips, down to the third man boundary for 4 runs by Curler-Cadmore, who moves on to 45, 75 without loss. You seen much of Tom Curler-Cadmore?
Yeah, over the years, and quite a lot in franchise cricket. Yeah, a very talented young man, hits the ball hard. And here facing Chase Simmons, he's just, there's no third man in place, and Simmons has got pace on the ball. There's just 2 slips in the deep gully, but it's vacant down to third man.
Here's Simmons in and bowls to Kohler Cadmore, who plays that on the bounce to Bethel at backward point. Yes, he's a sort of devil-may-care batsman, is Tom Kohler Cadmore, although he's certainly applied himself here this morning. We haven't seen too many cross-batted shots. He's been playing with a straight bat for most of the time.
On average, he makes, every 5 innings, he'll make a score of 50 or above.
Yes, he's not a model of
his record today.
He's not a model of consistency. Here's Simmons in bowls. This is on leg stump. He tucks it off his hip out through mid-wicket, where there is a boundary rider. They take the single, 76 without loss. Kohler Cadmore on to 46. What have you made of Warwickshire this season?
Up and down. Yeah, not very consistent. They've got some good players. I think that for this match they've got a very strong batting lineup. And I actually really like Barnard as a cricketer.
I'm surprised we haven't seen him bowling.
Yeah.
Yet. But it's Simmons continuing to Davey, who... There's a misunderstanding. If he hits, he's gone. He misses, and he's not gone. And I think that was...
Bethel. Bethel at backward point. The ball went out to his right hand. He throws left-handed, so there was just about enough time for Davey to go halfway down and get all the way back.
Never a run there. It was quite right for Kohler Cadmore to send him back. So nothing done after that bit of excitement as Simmons is in and bowls a very high bouncer. Now, why isn't that a wide? How is the batsman supposed to get a bat on that?
Yeah, well, you get some umpires that are far more lenient than others. And I guess once you set your stall out and go, well, I'm not going to call that, then you got to keep that for the rest of the match. But yeah, that was a good foot above his head.
It's Connors in bowls, and Davey just drops this down to the third man, Ed Barnard, who is now at third man, so it's just a single. It's the end of the first full over after the resumption. 6 runs from it, 77 without loss, 46 to Kohler Cadmore and 25 to Josh Davey. What are your thoughts about using the Kookaburra ball for these 2 county championship games?
Well, I feel for the bowlers, for the fast bowlers. The Duke definitely has a more prominent seam. You get more movement off the pitch, off the seam. They tend to swing a bit more. We just saw Duke used in the Test match down at Lords. The South Africa against Australia.
Yeah.
That was a Duke, and that was an excellent short Test match. With the ball probably dominating, but the Kookaburra, the seam on the ball, just to explain it's lower, but then it doesn't stay prominent for long at all. After 10 overs, it's just pretty flat.
Here's Bamber in and bowls to Kohler Cadmore, who drives nicely up to Alex Davis at mid-off. To Josh Davey, rather, who drives up to mid-off. This latest Kookaburra, though, it does have a slightly bigger seam, hasn't it? Or a slightly more prominent seam. But it doesn't seem to be doing very much today, either in the air or off the pitch. It's been pretty much straight up and down. Bamber in and bowls, and again they think about a single and wisely decide against it as Ed Barnard closes in quickly from
I mean, one of the positives about using a ball that doesn't do much is it'll end up having to teach bowlers the value of having, for example, just a good Yorker, setting fields, putting men back square of the wicket, and setting a batsman up, say with a few slower balls, and then go for the Yorker.
Bamber in and bowls, and Davey defends. Yeah, I think that's very much the ECB's logic in
it'll make the bowlers better
them
down the line by making it tougher for them. But what you'll probably find is it'd be interesting to see what the scores are like round the counties with the Kookaburra getting used. I mean, the bowlers can obviously practice with the Kookaburra, practice in the nets. But I much preferred bowling with the Duke.
Here's Bamber in and bowls, and defensive shot.
Yeah, Davey looks nice and solid in defence.
He's got a good technique, which I think is one of the reasons why he's been installed as, well, I was going to say a temporary opener, but I think it's his third game in which he's opened the batting, so he's a bit more than a stopgap. 3 slips for Ethan Bamber to Josh Davey down the leg side, clipped away nicely through the onside, but there is a sweeper in forgotten.
Cool.
I wrote it down as well. Rocky Choli. Rocky Choli, the Western Australian off spinner, who's just doing 1 or 2 loosening exercises, so maybe he'll come on to bowl. 78 without loss. Davey on to 26. Yeah, I mean, it's great to make the bowlers be more imaginative and work harder for their wickets, but it can produce some unexciting cricket as Kohler Cadmore gets back behind this. And that's the end of the over. 78 without loss, 46 to Kohler Cadmore and 26 to Josh Davey. I don't know about you, Dermot, but this game already has the look of a draw about it to me.
Yeah, well, I'd like to say it's a bit too early on in the piece
Well,
for that,
is.
but Somerset did, we had that match against Worcester where
Tom Banton got 371.
371, and Worcester ended up 9 down, didn't they, in the second innings?
Yeah.
And 200 overs of trying to get them out.
Yeah, and couldn't, including 110 on the last day. It's Chase Simmons coming bustling in from the city end. Yes, that's turned into the onside by Davey for another single. 79 without loss. Do we still call it the city end? Or is it?
It's actually now called the Birmingham end.
That's right. I knew there was a change.
It's called the Birmingham end.
Yeah. My apologies to.
But
Warwickshire
Davies loving this opportunity he's got up the top of the order, and to Chase Simmons, there's only a mid-on the leg side saving 1. So anything just a little bit straight, he can just work to mid-wicket or square leg for the most easy single.
Simmons to Kohler Cadmore, who drives and misses. Ball didn't do anything very much. It was just rather a crooked swish at a good length delivery, trying to drive it on the up through the offside.
We would describe that as a millionaire shot.
Yeah. Cavalier. Good line and length. Jeff Boycott would say it was that corridor of uncertainty. Yeah.
And
well, just needs to calm down a little bit, does Kohler Cadmore. Simmons is in and bowls to him, and this time he does indeed calm down and gets in behind a good length ball on his off stump and plays it defensively. Chase Simmons is 20 years old, comes from Barbados originally, and he's a sort of bustling fast medium bowler, isn't he? He's not outright pace bowler.
No, he's not express, but he's probably the quickest that Warwickshire have.
This is and Coda Cadmore nearly pulls that onto his stumps, which I have seen him do this season in the blast. Can't remember exactly where it was, but nearly he was too early through the shot, really. Just the 2 slips. Tom Latham at first slip, Rob Yates at second. We've got backward point, extra cover, third man, mid off, mid on, and 2 out on the boundary at deep backward square leg and long leg on the leg side. Simmons bowls, and this is driven down the ground by Coda Cadmore for 4 handsome runs. Over pitch from Simmons on Midland leg, and that is Tom Coda Cadmore's 50 from 67 deliveries with 9 fours. And it is his 6th 50 for Somerset and the 24th of his career.
It was a lovely straight drive.
It was, wasn't it? He's been timing the ball nicely in the blast as Simmons bowls to him, and he's not. I thought for a moment he'd been caught. It was, in fact, it was a bump ball out to Sam Hain. Extra cover. Yeah, he's been timing the ball nicely in the blast and hitting it a very long way from time to time.
Yeah, Somerset are doing splendidly, isn't it? 7 out of 8.
7 out of 8, yeah.
Wins.
Yep. And they've won their last 3 county championship matches as well. Simmons to Coda Cadmore. No run there as it runs out into the offside. Their problem is batting points. They've been winning their games in the championship in the second innings.
Yeah.
And they got 5 batting points in the first game against Worcestershire and have only added 3 in the 6 subsequent games. And which means that although they've won 3, they're still a long way adrift of Nottinghamshire, who are top of the first division. And it does mean that if Somerset are going to have any hope of challenging for their first ever county championship in their 150th anniversary year, they're probably going to have to win, well, at least 4 of the last 7 games, which is a big ask given how strong the first division is.
And a few of those games with the Kookaburra.
Yep. Yeah. Well, the next one we've got Nottinghamshire at Taunton starting next Sunday, and I dare say Hasib Hamid will be a major roadblock for Somerset's hopes of a win there on a pretty flat Taunton pitch against this Kookaburra. Bamber in and bowls, and this is a run down to third man. I think he did that deliberately.
Yeah, absolutely. Just opened the face of the bat. Bamber bowling with 2 slips and a gully and a ring of 3 on the offside. But this pitch is slow enough that and the batsmen are confident enough that I'll just play that. It's like a little one-day shot that you'd run down a third man for a single in a one-day game, but you get the full benefit of 4 runs, and it's very safe. You play it late, you play it under your eyes, and you just angle the bat.
That's the voice of Dermot Reeve, who's summarising for us over the next 3 days, as that's defended by Josh Davey up to mid-off.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why Bamber's, unless he's deliberately going to set the batsman up for a pull shot or a hook shot from Davey out to deep square leg. He's better off having the deep square leg at gully and just bowling dots, bowling good line and length.
He's in again at bowls, and good length ball on middle and leg stump. I don't think he may have tried. He dug maybe 1 in, but yeah, no more than that.
I wouldn't see it as a plan to go to at this stage, and with Bamber and how he bowls, he's someone who just nibbles it around, swings it a little bit. But the good ball went for 4 runs to third man.
He's in again, bowls, and this is just tucked around the corner down to long leg, where Ollie Hannon-Dalby will field. It's just a single 90 without loss. Davey on to 32. Ethan Bamber comes from an acting family. Both his mother and father are actors. Played for Middlesex before coming to Warwickshire. Is it this year he's come to Warwickshire? I think it is, isn't it? From Middlesex. So he's playing first division cricket as opposed to second division. Comes eagerly in, and this is on leg stump. But, Colin Cadmore just turned it up to Barnard at mid-on. Not much of a crowd, is it?
No, I mean, it's not a... It's a little bit sticky. It's a little bit sticky, and obviously we've had that little bit of rain. It's not very pleasant watching weather. The lights are on, which is helping the batsman see the ball.
Bamber in and bowls is driven nicely. Not at full power, out through the offside, out to Chase Simmons, who's sweeping on the boundary. They take a single. Kohler Cadmore keeps the strike. Score moves on to 91 without loss. Kohler Cadmore on 51 and Josh Davey on 32.
Yeah, Bamber's, from what I've seen at Warwickshire, he does seem to be the, Alex Davis's choice that he goes to with the ball. He bowled the first over of the match, and from what I've seen, it hasn't been that much cricket in the last few years of Warwickshire, but as I keep saying, I'm a big fan of Ed Barnard. I think he can swing it. He probably, I think he's a little bit quicker than Bamber as well, but he's a very intelligent bowler.
Here's Simmons to Kohler Cadmore, who goes for a pull shot, which he doesn't get hold of properly at all. Comes off the bottom of the bat and runs out through the onside. Brings him a single. Yeah, I honestly don't understand why they haven't bowled Ed Barnard so far. He would have been the obvious choice for first change, instead of which they gave the ball to Jacob Bethel, which may or may not have been under the instructions of the ECB to give the boys some bowling. This is on middle and leg, turned up to mid-on. I was chatting to Harry Everett, who's doing the live text service for the BBC during the break for rain, and he said perhaps the ECB have asked Warwickshire to give him some bowling because they fancy him as a potential replacement for Shoaib Bashir, which would be I think, slightly far-fetched theory, but not beyond the bounds of possibility. Simmons bowls, and Davey plays a dead bat defensive shot, because if his slow left arm bowling does develop and England decide to go for basically an all-seam attack certainly on certain pitches, well, it might be an option.
Yeah.
Because they're obviously very keen to get Bethel back in the side, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And the way he's been batting, he's unlucky to miss out.
Simmons to Davey, gets up on his toes and plays that back to the bowler.
Crawley's the one for me, right at the top of the order, that I think, I think he only averages 32 in first-class cricket, and I think he only averages 32 for England. So, I feel if you gave Bethel the amount of innings that Crawley's had, I think you'll find Bethel will be averaging 40 plus.
Here's Simmons to Davey. Well, Bethel will have no run there. Bethel will have a good chance to score his first-class century in this game, one would have thought, although the Somerset attack needs to be taken seriously with Matt Henry and Craig Overton and Miguel Pretorius. It's a useful seam attack. even with a kookaburra ball, on a pretty flat pitch.
And Jack
which this
Leach.
is. Jack Leach,
dropping
indeed.
it on the spot.
Yeah.
Dropping it on the spot, ball after ball.
Yeah, and certainly in the second innings he should have some bowlers' footmarks to work with. This is it's not picked up cleanly. That Davey was gone for all money there, as Alex Davis, the Warwickshire captain, was, I think he took his eye off the ball, probably lining up the stumps, and failed to pick it up. He would have had most of the stumps to aim at, and Davey was stranded halfway down the pitch. So the two batsmen just have a little discussion, no doubt, about running between the wickets. End of the over, 92 without loss.
Well, had he picked it up cleanly, he would have been able to throw it on the bounce to the wicket-keeper, and Davey would have been, still yards short. But lost a little bit of footing as he went to pick it up one-handed. I mean, he normally does have the gloves on.
Yeah. Still, best chance that Warwickshire have had so far of taking a wicket. This is just short of Bethel diving at backward point, and they come back for 2 runs. It was in the air for quite a long time off the edge of Kola Cadmore's bat, but he gets away with it.
Yeah, and it might have gone to an orthodox gully or just a slightly wide gully. So
you don't see gully these days, though, do you?
But on slow pitches, if you're going to bowl an attacking length where you want the batsman driving, I'm fine giving him the offside sweeper, but you'll find edges will go wider on slower pitches. So
Bamber in and bowls, and this time
to
the offside.
I personally think that first slip a lot of the time is wasted. The wicket-keeper will get a cross in front of him. You could have your second slip go to sort of 1.5, and then you could put that extra slip, take out first slip and put him at like a 5th slip, because it's also a run saver. When they want to run it down to third man, they're not going to get 4 runs for doing that.
Is Bamber in bowls, and another good ball defended by Kola Cadmore. In your day when you were playing back in the 80s and 90s, was gully a regular field position then?
Yeah, very, very much so.
Because you see a 5th slip sometimes, but a gully is a slightly different animal, isn't it?
Yeah, gully is it's a very prominent field position out in Australia.
Yeah.
On pitches that have got a bit more bounce, and batsmen look to cut.
Bamber in bowls. This is driven, not entirely convincingly, but it's going to go for 4 runs. Nonetheless, drove that with an open face, did Kola Cadmore, and Chase Simmons sprinting around the offside boundary couldn't quite stop it going over the ropes for 4 runs. Takes the score on to 98 without loss. Kola Cadmore on to 58. This makeshift opening partnership on the verge of clocking up a century. Almost bonus runs for Somerset. Here's Bamber in and bowls, and not timed this time by Kola Cadmore.
He does have a very positive intent, it has to be said. I mean, he's 58 off 77 balls, but there are a lot of balls there that are a decent line and length, and he's not showing them, say, the respect of going, I'll just late block that. He's driving it on the up and hitting it to mid-off or back to the bowler. So there is a chance that you'll get out in front of himself and hit the ball in the air.
Bamber bowls, and this time he punches that up to mid-off end of the over. You're listening to cricket on the BBC Sport website and app, and on your smart speaker from myself, Anthony Gibson, BBC Radio Somerset. With me, Dermot Reeve, County Championship winning captain for Warwickshire. Which year was that?
94 and 95.
Yeah. Was that are those the what you would regard as your 2 greatest cricketing achievements?
In 95, I did I felt like I played a big part in the championship win, not just with, say, the captaincy, but I got 38 wickets at 17. So,
yes, Simmons in and bowls, and defensive shot, no run.
but I think that year, I mean, those were in the days when you had 17 four-day games, but that year in '95, I think it's the record amount of wins by a
Which was how many?
team. I can't remember.
Right. No, I haven't got my
Might
wisdom
have
here,
been-
so I
might
can't
have
look
been
it up.
14 or 14 of the 17.
Yeah,
but
well, tremendous, tremendous. Here's Simmons in and bowls, and this is whipped away through the onside, but there's a sweeper out there. So it's just the single to Josh Davey, 99 without loss.
and it's looking, it has to be said, and I was talking about Colin Cadmore's positive, strokes that he's even just hitting to the fielders for dots. It has to be said that it's looking very flat,
I agree.
isn't it? I haven't seen a ball move in the air or off the wicket.
There was a little bit of swing this morning. Simmons in and bowls, and this is again driven firmly up to mid-off. But it's not the sort of wicket you'd want to bowl on, is it?
Well, Ed Barnard is the swing bowler. He does swing it out. He also has a good in-swinger.
He's got a fantastic record against Somerset as well. But I just wonder if he's injured. It just seems bizarre that how many overs have we had? We're in the 24th over, and he hasn't been given the ball.
It's not that many overs, though, is it?
Well,
but yeah, if I was playing as the all-rounder and as a swing bowler, and my first captain, John Barkley, generally I'd get the ball sort of after 12 overs, sometimes after 8 overs, because he'd want to see if it was a swinging day.
Yeah. Simmons in bowls, and this comes off the inside half of Kohler Cadmore's bat, slightly loose shot, but it brings up the century opening partnership for Somerset, 100 for none. You could have probably got good money against that happening first thing this morning, given the unlikely nature of the opening partnership, but they've batted very sensibly, the pair of them, albeit on a pitch that is offering the bowlers virtually nothing.
Well, that last shot was the first time I saw Kohler Cadmore back away and give himself room before the ball was bowled.
Simmons in and bowls to Davey, who turns this into the onside to Davies, and there'll be no run.
And what that shows to me with Kohler Cadmore is he's now feeling so good, and the wicket, he's feeling so flat, he's if you like, going slightly into one-day mode. He's facing a bowler here, decent pace on a flat pitch, and he decides, right, I'm going to open up the offside. I'm just going to step to leg before the ball's bowled.
Simmons in, bowls to Davey. He won't get a run here. Picked up by Sam Hain from extra cover. End of that over. 24 overs have gone. 100 without loss on the board. So Somerset going along at just over 4 runs and over, which is a decent rate of progress. And two batsmen having a chat in the middle. Keep on keeping on, I think, would be the message.
Yeah, I think we're going to see if Kohler Cadmore continues in the vein that he's just sort of itching towards the last few deliveries. I think we're either going to see him start to score very quickly and hit the ball through and over the top, or he'll just decide, no, I've got plenty of time. We're only 24 overs into the match. I'll just rein myself in, and I'll score safe runs. I mean, it's actually Josh Davey who's looking more like your orthodox 4-day opener. He's 33 or 66 balls, so he's only going at the strike rate of 50, but he's looking very very comfortable in.
It's just his running between the wickets is a bit dodgy.
Yeah.
But Bamber is to continue. He's bowling his 9th over, none for 31 so far. He's in and bowls. This is a half volley which is driven away square of the wicket, well, just backward of square in fact, but an open face by Tom Kohler Cadmore for 4 dismissive runs. Moves on to 63. Just wasn't a very good delivery, that.
Well, it was a wide half volley, and I think that they're trying to have a little bit of a plan here, because he has taken out his first slip, which I slightly recommended.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who the fielder is, but he's gone into.
It's Rob Yates, I think.
Rob Yates at a square catcher.
Bamber in and bowls, and this is down the ground for 6. A meaty blow from Tom Kohler Cadmore. 69, he moves on to 110 without loss.
Yep, 10 off the first 2 balls of the over.
That's a fine blow.
Just did it from the crease. Didn't have to skip down to Bamber. Just it was of that full length again, and just stroked with imperious confidence over the top.
There's Bamber in again. This time he turns it up to Barnard at mid-on. Yeah, he plays a lot of golf, does Tom Kohler Cadmore.
Right.
And there was an element of a golf shot in there, wasn't there, with that
yeah,
hitting it just over a sort of straight mid-on.
A bit of Tommy Fleetwood, straight over the. Who's currently.
He's winning, isn't he?
Yes, he's
I watched
leading.
a bit of it last night.
Yeah, he's leading, and
Travellers Championship.
Might win his first PGA Tour event
let's
later
hope he does.
today.
Bamber in bowls, and it's a good ball, which is respectfully played by Tom Kohler Cadmore.
So Kohler Cadmore gets plenty of time off, does he, at Somerset, and heads up to the golf course?
Well, he would normally have this week and next week off, because he's predominantly a white ball player. He was in the Pakistan Super League in April and May, so he hasn't. This is the first red ball cricket he's played this season. So yeah, he does get the opportunity to hone his golf swing. Bamber in and bowls, and another good ball, which is just dropped down.
It was something I quite enjoyed in my time down at Somerset.
Where did you play?
We had the odd day off. I can't think of what the.
Burnham and Barrow's the best course. We got, that's where I remember. We got the Open Qualifier there next Tuesday.
I used to play
Final
one
qualifier.
that was a bit closer to
Probably
Taunton,
Oak Manor, I should think.
But Mike Burns, Keith Parsons and Marcus Trescothick would beat me every time. They were fantastic golfers.
Bamber in and bowls, and this is driven by Tom Kohler Cadmore. End of that over. It's 110 without loss, 69 to Tom Kohler Cadmore, 33 to Josh Davey. And after some words from Dermot Reeve, it will be Richard Wilford.
Well, it has to be said that it's all Somerset at the moment. 25 overs gone, 110 without loss. And I think we're going to see our first bit of spin for the day from the city end.
Yeah, Corey Rocchiccioli on his debut.
Well said.
He's going to come on. I've been practicing that upstairs.
Have you?
I thought maybe Anthony will get the glory, but no. So we saw 4 overs of spin from Jacob Bethel earlier, and they made a rather short shrift of that. Nicola Cadmore and Davey, but the spinners are going to have to play a part, because there is very little in this surface or in this atmosphere for the pace bowlers. And the history of Edgbaston and Kookaburra balls suggests that that's not going to change in a hurry, Dermot, either. That it's not going to get any easier to take wickets. And the only thing, even at this stage of the game, for there to be a result at some point on Wednesday, I think it's going to need to break up a bit and offer something for the spinners. So we will see. Tall man Rocchiccioli.
Good bowler, very good, very good. Has a sort of bit what I call like a praying mantis action. You know,
Okay.
His arms and legs and a lot of height, a lot of energy at the crease.
He's just waiting for Sam Hain to put his shin pads on at leg slip. There's a slip in as well, Latham. There's a deep backward point. Extra cover, mid-off. Ollie Hannon Dolby is warming up as if he might be getting a bowl soon. Alex Davis is quite deep at mid-on. And he wants his backward point to come in a bit, and Ed Barnard's noticed now. Mid-wicket, and it's also a man on the mid-wicket boundary. And then the other fielder's at 45 for the sweep. Davey on 33, Rockacioli in for the first time. It is a very high release, and he's driven up to Hannon Dolby at mid-off, and there's no run.
And he'll look to bowl an attacking line, and by that I mean actually outside off stump.
Yeah. Kai Smith, the wicket-keeper, helmeted. Hayne in the end has gone to short leg. Down the wicket comes Davey, but he has to check his shot because he was in danger of yorking himself. A tumble from Bethel. He didn't actually field it because it rolled harmlessly through to Hannon Dolby, but maybe slightly adjusted his length there, Rockacioli. His name looks rather bizarre on the scoreboard. There are a lot of C's in that. So he comes in again, and that does offer to turn slowly from outside off stump, that very line that you mentioned, Dermot. But if I say offer to turn, I mean barely.
Yeah, a nice start though for the man from Western Australia.
He marches the first few steps, then he sort of lopes in. There's an appeal for LBW on the sweep. Michael Goff, the umpire, his hands were active for a moment. You wonder whether he was going to show some interest, but I wonder whether there was a double contact there.
I wondered how long it would take before a reverse sweep came out from a Somerset batsman. There is a man back there at deep backward point, so he's not going to get a boundary.
We're not seeing a replay of that one, unfortunately, as Rockacioli is in and pushing forward in defence of a ball that dropped slightly shorter. Is Davey. It remains 110 without loss, but it's already a very interesting over from Rockacioli. I'm not saying there's particular devilment in it, but he stepped nicely into a groove, wearing a sweatband around his head to hold his long hair back. And that forward in defence is Davey, and a little bit of control for Alex Davis, the Bears skipper there. Rockacioli starts his life as a Warwickshire player with a maiden. Somerset remain 110 without loss.
Yeah, very, very good over from Rockacioli. Just dropped every ball on a nice line and length, just outside off. One was made into a Yorker by Davies' footwork, and after 3 balls he decided, right, I'm going to reverse sweep the 4th ball.
Yeah.
So he had the premeditated reverse, which I'm sure all Somerset players have in their repertoire these days.
Few men relish a reverse sweep quite as much as you do, Dermot, because it was in the 90s that you and this Warwickshire team seized the opportunity to mess the fielders around with that shot.
Well, I'd like to think I'm the first coach of Somerset that coached it.
Okay, yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
He taught
Yeah.
James Hildreth the reverse sweep and should never have done so.
Anthony is making the point that he regrets the fact that Dermot ever taught James Hildreth the
No,
reverse
I
sweep.
didn't. No, I never coached Hildreth. He wasn't in our squad. He wasn't in our squad then. I think he might have been on the academy.
Yeah, there was a time about when Michael Powell was getting towards the tail end of his time playing for the Bears that he became the official reverse sweep coach here.
Right.
And actually down at Lords he used to be taken down to do it as start of a new spell for Ollie Hannon Dolby, and he's going to take the pace off here. The wicket-keeper is standing up to the stumps, and there's no run, 110 without loss. Yeah, he was taken down to Lords because he was so good at the reverse sweep. And he wasn't a big hitter of the ball, Michael Powell, but what he learnt in the short form of game was that if you can hit the ball to awkward areas, then you can be just as effective. Rare to see Hannon Dolby bowling from this pavilion end. He's in again to Kohler Cadmore, just back of a length, and he stabs it out into the offside. Sam Hain does the fielding in the covers. Can understand here Hannon Dolby maybe trying to keep with that length, just back of a length, and with the ball a bit slower, make the batter do the work.
Well, you know, even at this stage, what you have to do is just try and bowl maidens.
Yeah.
You know, you got to try and bowl dots, and hopefully the batsman will do something rash and loose.
This one wraps him on the pad. There's an appeal from first slip from Rob Yates, but Hannon Dolby himself showed little interest in that because he knew it was angling down leg. Good to see Kai Smith standing up to the stumps to Hannon Dolby.
Yeah, I think he could still do without his deep square, and have him like in the offside, say on the drive, just in case Kohler Cadmore gets out in front slightly, and on a slow pitch you can get catches in that area.
This one tucks him up as well and hits him, I think, in an unprotected area of his thigh. Kohler Cadmore picks himself up slightly ruefully. So Hannah Dolby's got a slip, and then he's got 3 in a ring in the offside, plus the protection of Simmons on the cover boundary. He's got a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg. And that doesn't feel so much like a trap as much as it's there for a bad ball. Mid-on as well as the other fielder in position, Ed Barnard, who appears to be on assistant shining duty to Alex Davis. This is Fuller, driven, that's well picked up and is followed through by Hannon Dolby, who threatens to throw the stumps throughout the stumps if Davey is out of his ground, but David reacted quickly and got his bat down. Run out has looked the most likely mode of dismissal so far in this match.
Well, we have just gone 11 dot balls, so invariably what can happen is the batsman will just feel, I faced a few dots here, and they might do something rash, like go for a big slog.
Final ball of the over, and that is pushed into the offside, and that's a lovely save, diving to his left from Sam Hain, and that is back-to-back maidens, which is exactly what Dermot Reeve was calling for there. Like it when a plan comes off. 110 without loss, though. Terrific start for Somerset, going at 4 and over. It's a little bit overcast again at the moment, and play will continue through to the best part of 7 o'clock with the delays that we've had. There's still 59 overs remaining. We've lost 10 overs on today's play, 8 of which we can catch up with tomorrow.
So just to describe Corey Rocacholi to the listeners out there, he's probably, I'd say, 6'2", maybe 6'3". Sandy haired, has quite long hair and a headband to tie it back, and he's been like that for the last 10 years.
And he comes into bowl to Josh Davey, who makes room on the back foot and cuts him through the offside. There's a chase on here for Ed Barnard. He picks a good angle and will keep them down to 2. 112 without loss. He looks a bit like he ought to be a surfer dude, but
yeah.
I wonder whether those legs are a bit too long for a surfing.
Yeah.
Might be a bit wobbly, those legs. Into Davey again. This is Fuller. Davey prods it out the offside. Have you surfed?
Have I surfed? Hardly. But I body surfed and used what they call a boogie board.
Oh yeah.
But as opposed to
that's still fun, isn't it? That's still fun. Less risk of embarrassment. Rocacholi in, and Davey comes down the wicket, advances and launches him straight. It just carries all the way for 6. Davies' second straight 6 of his innings. He goes to 41. 118 without loss, and Corey Rocacholi now, having been observed for an over, is being dealt in this one.
Lovely footwork from Davey. Picked up the flight, and then he advanced down, and catcher caught the ball on the half volley, but absolutely deliberately lofted it straight, and it was very straight, clearing a decent-sized boundary.
Yeah, the rope is well back at the Birmingham end in front of the sight screen.
And Alex Davies himself now has pushed himself back to near enough long on.
Yeah, trying to take that shot out of Davies' armoury, and he just prods this one towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. In the test match, Harry Brook has had the fate that no batter wants.
Run out backing up?
No, out for 99.
Oh.
Yeah, a wicket for Krishna. England are 399 for 7, trailing by 72. Chris Woakes 9 not out. As Davey can't beat short mid-wicket there. It takes a bit of a bobble off the wicket end, but bounces off the knee of Rob Yates and is able to pick up. 3 wickets for Krishna now in that innings. Rocacholi, 8 runs off this over, 1 ball to come, and Davey just prods it into the leg side. And there's no run. 118 without loss. Somerset, it's been their day and then some so far.
Yeah, 2 scoring shots off that over. The first ball was a touch short and outside off, and Josh Davey cut it away to deep square on the offside for 2. And then there was a lovely straight 6. But I really like the idea that there's a guy now in his 30s who's predominantly been a bowler at, county level and for Scotland in Davy, but is now getting the opportunity and with the maturity now to go up. Well, I've always thought I could bat.
Yeah.
And give me the chance.
They had to find a solution to their opening problem, and he's proving a good solution. This is his highest score since he moved up to opener, as the first ball of Alan Dolby's new over is defended into the leg side. The Bears did something similar back in the 90s with Graham Welsh, in that he was a swing bowler who was batting down at 8 and 9, and then for a while found himself as the opening partner to Andy Moles in the championship.
Right.
So
I think that might have been after
just after your time.
Just after my time.
That might have been one innovation too many.
But we did have Neil Smith there in one-day cricket.
Yeah. Colin Cadmore awaits, defends up towards mid-on. There was a 50-over game where Ashley Giles batted at 3 against Derbyshire and made 100. There was a flexibility. It started in your era and then it carried on subsequently for a while longer.
But I mean, just because you bowl, it doesn't mean that you can't bat. And likewise, that we've got here with the young England prodigy of Jacob Bethel with his left arm orthodox. Just because he bats doesn't mean he can't end up being a very decent left arm spinner.
And Dolby in. Colin Cadmore stabs it into the offside. Sam Hain moves across in the covers. And there's no run. All rounders always such a valuable commodity. The Bears will have another one next season with the acquisition of Jordan Thompson from Yorkshire. Seam bowling all-rounder. I think he'll make more runs as he gets older, but he was in the wickets in the early part of the season before he had a side strain. But he's signed a 3-year deal to arrive next summer. Good pickup. Be a solid 8 in the championship in their batting order, that's for sure. Alan Dolby full, driven, won't beat Ed Barnard at mid-on. And he's just, given how little the surface is offering, the ball isn't doing much either. Alan Dolby here is just giving that bit of control, isn't he?
Yeah, well, he's got a quite deep mid-off and mid-on because his extra cover and mid-wicket are also straight. So he's just bringing the stumps into play, and he, in a way, he's tempting Colin Cadmore to, he's sort of saying, hit me over the top if you want a boundary. It's going to be hard to get through on the ground.
For sure, the wicketkeeper standing up to the stumps. Colin Cadmore can't really advance down the wicket, so he pushes forward rather deferentially and turns it towards mid-wicket, where Tom Latham is situated. Still very warm, but it's quite a breeze today. And that every now and then is sending some darker clouds across. One or two that are appearing now, but the ground staff's absence from the side of the cover is a good sign. So I wonder, I'm not sure how far beyond 6 o'clock we might get this evening because of the weather forecast. Alan Dolby full, driven backward of point, but again can't get it away from the field. Bethel does the honours. So 3 of the last 4 overs have been a maiden, 2 in a row from Ollie Alan Dolby, who gets a little hand clap from Alex Davis as he goes past.
Yeah, he bowled a very useful slower ball. His 5th delivery was pace off break. So he's thinking about it. He's varying his pace, and it might have just gripped ever so slightly. So
yeah. Well, that's a bowler of Ollie's experience can produce the odd cutter, off cutter, or leg cutter as well, which is, I think that's what he's looking for in this spell. You had those in your weaponry, didn't you? A little bit.
No, I didn't have really a great slower ball off break, but every now and again to left-handers I'd throw it out there. But a lot of the time it's not you that's actually deliberately getting the variation.
And first ball of a new over from Roccaccioli, unless I'm much mistaken, does turn a little bit. Again, it's not much. It looks more... We're looking with him bowling from the far end, and it looked more exaggerated than it does when I look at the screen, which is with the camera from behind him. So let's see what this next one does. As it's forward and defences, Dave. I think he's just getting a little bit of slow turn here.
Yeah, and well, he's getting a little bit of drift.
Yeah.
He's bowling from quite close to the stumps, but an off spinner will get the ball if he gets to see him in the right place. It will drift away from the right-hander.
Approaches again, and this one turns into the pads of Davey, so he can flick it round the corner. Bamber chases it down, and they'll come through for a single, 119 without loss. Interesting to see how Kohler Cadmore now reacts to Roccaccioli. I think maybe it's just perception. I don't know. Maybe I see it and it's not there, but I always get the feeling that left arm spinners get more drift than off spinners.
Drift in.
Yeah, drift into the right hander they get, but I just think that the action seems to more naturally get drift. Well, Ashley Giles certainly got a lot of drift in his time. Roccaccioli, and advancing down the wicket is Kohler Cadmore, and Corey Roccaccioli is going to do a better job of fielding off his own bowling than that, because he's let it go past his left foot and for 4 on the inside of Shea Simmons at mid-off. Kohler Cadmore into the 70s, 73 without loss, lovely looking shot, 123 without loss.
He has a lovely straight drive, but you're absolutely right. Very poor fielding from Roccaccioli, and to do it off your own bowling.
Yeah.
you normally find spinners are really good off their own bowling, but not great out in the field.
He bounces in again. There's a little hint of dressage about his approach, and he draws Kohler Cadmore forward, and there's no run. There's the 3 steps to start off with, and then it is the equestrian trot.
He flicks his heels up at the back.
So there's the steps, then it's the heels. And down the wicket comes Kohler Cadmore, and he's launching this over long off, and that's going to be 6 more, is it? It is. So he's dispatched again. Roccaccioli's first 3 overs have cost 19 runs, and he isn't giving the Bears the level of control that they're after. 129 without loss, Somerset after 30 overs, and this partnership goes from good to better.
There's a couple of very good shots there by Kohler Cadmore. One on the ground, back past the bowler for 4, and then advancing, giving himself a little bit of room and swinging the bat through like a long 3-iron over mid-off, and he's gone to 79 now off 101 balls. And he was patient facing, Hannon Dolby, who's bowling from the pavilion end, and bowled 2 maidens. I was quite surprised that Kohler Cadmore played out those 2 maidens and didn't decide, right, I'm gonna hit you as well. But definitely got the chance when he went to down to face the spinner. And I think we're having a change in the ball.
Yeah, it's been knocked out of shape. Only Hannon Dolby's having a look at it. It has been blasted a few times. Is it 4 6s we've seen now in this innings? And it has hit some pretty hard surfaces as a result. So the magic box of balls comes out, the briefcase of balls. A briefcase almost as famous as the one that the Chancellor takes out on budget day. Here it comes. It's silver. Somebody needs to know the code. And they need to pick out a ball that's exactly 30. In fact, harder still a Kookaburra that's 30 overs old, because I don't know how many used Kookaburras they have available to them.
You don't think the Warwickshire backroom staff have just slipped a Duke in there?
Yeah. I wouldn't blame them if they'd. I think it's Tazim Ali who's come out with this box of balls. The replacements all look quite shiny. They're considering this for a while.
Well, one thing you do get with the Kookaburra is if you look after it and know what you're doing, and I'm not condoning scratching the ball deliberately and getting reverse swing by having with your fingernails.
What you say, if you get shine on it through legal means, I'm giving you that.
Yeah,
but by legal means,
if you wet one side of the ball,
and
you leave the other side. If the other side, for example, if you got the bowler to come in if the pitch is dry enough and bowl 3 overs of cross seam.
Yeah.
So where you're landing the ball, and if it lands on that dry side and scuffs a little bit, you can get a wear and tear on one side of the ball. And if the other side you look after with a bit of spit and polish,
Yeah.
what you'll find is after, say, about 30 to 40 overs, the ball will start to reverse and you'll get that bit of tail in, which makes batting, a whole different ball game.
I once made a confession about something I used to do during my playing days at school.
Right.
In that I'm not innocent in terms of slight bits of ball tampering.
Right.
Because I had hay fever. I always had some Alba soil with me.
Oh.
And you could make the non-shiny side of the ball go non-shiny a bit quicker with some Alba soil. I discovered. I don't know how I discovered it. Hannon Dolby comes into bowl to Davey, who's forward in defence, pushes it back to him in his follow-through. I don't condone what I did. I apologise now
Right.
for what I did against the rules of cricket. It's only during hay fever season.
Well, I found out at Warwickshire that Asif Dim was our best shiner.
Okay.
And I wasn't sure if it was the material of his Duncan Fernley whites,
Probably.
or his hard work that he put on the ball. But then we found out he used to suck extra strong mints all day.
Hannon Dolby, that's straight onto the pads, and Davey will help himself with a very neat flick round the corner for 4. He's closing in on a half century here, Davey. He's up to 46, 133 without loss.
So just getting back to that, we worked out that Asif's saliva, which you're allowed to put on the ball,
Yes.
was probably a bit more sugary from extra strong mints. But he was
Wow.
our go-to man in the field to shine the ball. And it didn't take long before Roger Twos was stuffing half a packet of extra strongs in his mouth and trying to join in.
I don't know what the umpire's made of that. Hannon Dolby to Davey again, forward resolutely, stout in defence, pushing it up to Davis at mid-off.
Well, it became quite a known fact because then you found teams having boiled sweets.
Yeah.
They'd have sweets out there that they'd suck, and the idea was to get your saliva a bit more gooey that you put on the ball, and it'll help give a more, we're talking about orthodox swing, not reverse swing. But it's also putting the hard work in, getting some heat when you rub it on your trousers, get some heat into that shiny side.
Hannon Dolby to Davey again. That tucks him up. There's an appeal for LBW. It is not a Hannon Dolby epic appeal. He didn't even get his arms fully raised because he knew that wasn't going to be out, and I think there might have been a bit of bat on it, and it was certainly hitting him, I think, above the top of his pads.
And missing leg. So
Didn't have a lot going for it, Dermot, did it? No.
It didn't. It was lucky it didn't go for 4. Down to fine leg, because there isn't a fine leg. There's a deep backward and a deep mid-wicket.
He's already strayed down there for 4 earlier in the over. This one is outside off stumps. It taken edge. It's gone off the hand of the wicketkeeper, Kai Smith, who's standing up to Hannon Dolby, and it goes through for a bye. So nothing on it. Wasn't a chance. But Davey was beaten on the outside there.
Yeah, a little bit of bounce. That might have been one of those leg cutters you were talking about that Hannon Dolby possesses, but as a super delivery, wasn't the world's best bit of wicket keeping, but he is standing up to a lively medium pacer. Has to be said, Hannon Dolby's not charging in a bowling express at the moment. He's absolutely bowling within himself and just accurate.
So now to Cola Cadmore, who drives nicely, but Alex Davis moves to his right at mid-off and does the fielding. End of the over, 134 without loss. We will, in the next 5 minutes or so, do a bit of a double change, but because you're due a break in a moment, Dermot.
Right.
Anthony Gibson will get himself ready, and then Phil Britt's going to come back in as well. But, he's stretching nicely there. He's stretching nicely. Rockacholi is going to continue. Let's see if Phil comes down in the next over, and it would do double change if he does, and if not, we'll bring Anthony in for Dermot. Anthony is just going through his warm-ups now. He's just jiggling his right leg. Phil is here. So this is going to work very neatly at the end of this over. We just need to put some planning into it. Anthony then can be sat at his own computer if I make way for him. It's going to be Honestly, this is going to be good. Actually, this conversation is going on so long between fielders and bowler. Dermot, you say something of great cricketing wisdom, and I'll make way for somebody else of cricketing wisdom in Anthony Gibson.
Well, there was a long conversation between Rocchiccioli and the captain, Alex Davies, and Davies was going through some shots. And it's Rocchiccioli now to Davies, who goes forward and defends, and the ball rolls out to mid-wicket and is fielded by Sam Hain, and it's a dot ball.
Still no Ed Barnard. He must surely be injured, isn't he?
I don't think so.
Well, why isn't he bowled? Just don't get it. Rocchiccioli then to Josh Davey. Turns this away into the onside. There'll just be the single. So he moves on to 47 from 88 deliveries. This is best score opening the innings for Somerset, but not his best score opening the innings full stop, because in his very first game for Middlesex against Cambridge University back in about 2011, he got a 50 in both innings opening up. So he's got pedigree. Yeah, I think he went to Middlesex more of a batsman than a bowler originally. It's Rocchiccioli then to Kohler Cadmore, who will pick up a comfortable single, just turns that off his hip down to deep backward square leg. He moves on to 80, 136 without loss. I've been trying to find out on Twitter when was the last time that Somerset's opening partnership in the first innings was more than 111, which they made, which Dixon and Renshaw made against Notts at the start of early on in last season. But because I haven't got any stats on that with me as Davies stretches forward, but 136 for the first wicket, even on a flat pitch against a Kookaburra ball, is a good performance, is it not?
Absolutely. And from what I've seen, it's been chanceless.
Yeah, it has been chances. Yeah, the only chances have been run-outs, opportunities. Rocchiccioli bowls, and this is defended back up the pitch by Josh Davey.
And the way the batsman's played has forced short leg out. There's no short leg now, just a slip. It's the only fielder that's a catcher, and the leg side drive man.
Rocchiccioli bowls, and a little bit of turn there, maybe, just possibly. Thank you very much, Dermot Reeve. Dermot will be back with us later on. And while Phil Britt comes in alongside, I'll just bring you up to date with the situation in the other county championship games going on today. In the first division, Sussex 163 for 4 against Durham. Essex 163 for 5 against Hampshire. Notts going well, 156 for 2 against Yorkshire. And Worcestershire not going so well, 118 for 6 against the champions Surrey. In the second division, the Gloucesters 102 for 4 against Derbyshire. Kent 105 for 2 against Lancashire. Glamorgan going very well, 173 for 2. Runs there for Asa Tribe, very promising youngster. And Middlesex 197 for 6, as this is cut away just wide of Simmons at backward point by Kohler Cadmore, who takes a single, moves on to 81, 137 without loss. Good afternoon, Phil.
Afternoon, Anthony. Good afternoon, everybody.
Well, it's been an enjoyable day for a Somerset inclined spectator. Perhaps less so for the Warwickshire faithful.
Yeah, not been a lot to encourage them. Tiny bit of movement, but it's really slow. It's and in fairness, both these two have batted well, but very sensibly.
Hannah Dolby's in and bowls, and Davey, who's on 47.
What's Davis' top score in his new role as?
This is it for Somerset.
He got 250s, you say. For
yeah,
Middlesex.
250s on his debut for Middlesex against Cambridge.
And how long ago was that?
I think it was 2011, I think. Or it might have been 2012, but I stand to be corrected on that. I'm sure Steve Petard, if he's listening, will bring me up to speed. This is on leg stump and turned away. he missed out there, really did Josh Davey. He could have hit that almost anywhere, instead of which he picked out deep mid-wicket.
He certainly looked quite comfortable, doesn't he? There's absolutely no pace in this wicket, though.
No, but it's not a sort of sticky wicket, is
No,
it?
it's
Where
not.
the ball
No.
is holding up. I mean, it is coming on to the bat at a sort of consistent speed.
This was used on Friday. I just wonder whether this is a hybrid wicket or not. I think we're going to try and find out.
Hannon Dolby into Kohler Cadmore, who defends. Well, a hybrid wicket and a Kookaburra ball. I mean, you really are loading the dice in favour of the batsman, aren't you?
You're certainly not doing it in terms of things to describe as the commentator, right? 138 for no wicket. It's.
But they're going along at a good rate.
Yeah, they are moving along well. 'Cause, what did we lose?
4.22.
We lost about 40 minutes, something like that. 30,
We
40 minutes.
have lost 10 overs. So what's that? Yeah, 40. Yeah, about 40 minutes.
Yeah.
This is a good ball from Hannon Dolby that just nips back a little bit into Kohler Cadmore's pads, but he plays it well into short mid wicket.
I'm just looking down onto where the Test match wicket is going to be, and we'd be in the perfect position here, Anthony. Looking
That's the
down.
one protected with the.
Yeah, that would be
Hessian
absolutely perfect where we're sat. Just
Would,
looking down
wouldn't
to
it?
it.
Well, this is the TMS box.
This is, well, TMS use it, yes.
Yeah. Well, we've got great photographs
Yes, they put
all
those-
around us of
They
TMS stars.
they took ours down to put theirs on.
There's Hannon Dolby in and bowls, and this again is played into the onside. Tom Latham fields at mid wicket, 138 without loss, 81 to Kohler Cadmore, 48 to Josh Davey.
Yeah, Tom.
When is the Edgbaston Test match?
It starts here a week on Wednesday.
Oh, so yeah.
Yeah, we've got this game, then and down at Hove for the opening 3 days of that game, and then back here for the 5 days of the Test match. So we've got a lot of cricket over the next.
A lot of visitors to the museum as well.
Yeah, yep, we will do. We get about 1,000 plus a day
Yep.
come in. So, and if it rains, you can put another.
Do you
seven-
encourage your visitors to make donations?
Well, we have a box there. It doesn't always. We don't stand there saying with a hand pointing to the box. But you know, there's quite
People are. We abandoned. We used to charge.
Yes, I know you did. Yeah.
And abandoned that,
Yeah.
and we get far more income now.
Yeah.
Partly because we got a lot more visitors, but also because per visitor they give more now
Yep.
than they used to have to pay. Here's Rocky Choli bowls, and this is played to Sam Hain, and it ricochets off Sam Hain's fielding pads. He's fielding at short mid wicket.
I was going to do this over, but you can have it.
Oh,
'cause
sorry,
it,
Phil.
No, I am in no rush to do
Sorry.
Rocky sixes.
Is Rocky Choli in and bowls, and Josh Davey defends. No, sorry, it was because I was working with Dermot, who was summarising.
Oh,
So,
right.
So
No,
I got into the habit of doing the commentary on every.
Anthony, you can have that. I'll switch and take Hannon Dolby. I find that
it's
easier
ter-
to
it's
say.
terrible, usurping my fellow commentator.
Not at all.
Rocky Choli. He's in and bowls, and no. Josh Davies sets off for another highly optimistic single. He probably heard not only me saying no, but Tom Kohler Cadmore saying no.
Kohler Cadmore was going nowhere, was he? He wasn't going to make any sort of stride.
Rocky Choli to Davey, who needs 2 for his 50, and he won't get them here as he turns that into the onside. A well-staffed onside. We've got a short mid-wicket, a sort of straight mid-wicket, and a backward square leg, and a man out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Reverse sweep, which he doesn't get hold of. Just sort of chips it over slip. They're coming back for the second run. He'll have to look lively. He gets there. And that is Josh Davies' 50. 50 from 98 deliveries with 6 fours. His first 50 opening the batting for Somerset.
Well done. He's deserved that. 140 for no wicket, and it's been a very sensible and controlled innings.
It has indeed.
Whose idea was it for him to open? You can tell me perhaps.
I don't know. It's Rocky Choli in the bowls and turned into the onside. I presume it was Jason Kerrs, the Somerset head coach, although it could have been Shane Berger, who's the batting coach.
So
but it arose because he was drafted into open after Sean Dixon broke a finger at the Oval, and in the second innings Josh Davey opened and did a really good job.
Yep.
And then they went back. They reverted then to a sort of standard opening partnership. When that didn't work out, then he was brought back to open with Lewis Gregory against Sussex, I think it was originally, and then they repeated that against Durham. And again, he and Gregory did a good job, particularly at the start of the second Somerset innings up at Durham, when they were trying to chase down 265 against a strong Durham attack, and that decent start was crucial.
It's whoever came up with the plan, well done to them. Here's Hannon Dolby from the pavilion end on his way into Coler Cadmore. Bowls and Coler Cadmore draws this one out. Simmons at point. There's a short mid-wicket, short extra cover. Man out patrolling the deep cover boundary, having a good chat with the ground staff out there, and using the hover cover as a means for taking the weight off his feet between deliveries. Then we've got the man chatting to the 11th or 12th, the 12th or 13th man out at deep backward square. And a man out on the square leg boundary as Hannon Dolby is in and bowls. And this is driven straight and very powerfully past the bowler. Hannon Dolby goes down, poleaxed, and the ball goes past him and down to the fence here, right down below us. Lovely straight drive from Coler Cadmore. He goes on to 85 from 109 deliveries, and Somerset move on to 144. That was beautifully timed. And when Tom Coler Cadmore is in this sort of form, it's very difficult to bowl to him.
Yes, because from the bowler's point of view, he carries a threat, doesn't he?
Yeah.
The bowlers know that if they don't get it quite right, they're going to get smashed.
Yeah, and it's the power he gets into his shots. When it works, it looks really good. Here's Hannon Dolby in. Coler Cadmore will get more runs here, driving it past extra cover. Bethel was there but couldn't stop that, and it'll be a single this time as Hayne does the sweeping up. But ball keeping ticking over 145. We've just had in the 35th over, so going just over 4 and over here, 4.2 and over the current run rate.
Yeah, and they've been going at that rate without really taking any risks.
Yeah,
they've just been picking off the singles, the ones and the twos, and hitting the bad balls for 4.
And Dolby in onto the leg stump and clipped just to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. 145 it remains.
And 4 sixes as well, 2 to each of the batsmen.
Yeah, and we don't have a short boundary as such today. They're both...
yeah, it's good to see the pitch actually in the middle of the...
Yeah.
I remember a couple of years ago, towards the end of the season when we were playing here, the pitch was so far that on
right
the
over here,
Eric Holly's stand, it was almost in... it was less than 50 yards, I think.
Hannon Dolby is in and bowls again onto the sort of leg stump, played up to Barn, it's mid-on, there's no run. We've had a couple this season where they've been right over on the edge here and flicking it across into the Hollies stand has been a little bit of an issue. Although sometimes with that short boundary you don't get as many played as you think you would. You think it would be peppered, but it doesn't get.
Well, I suppose the bowlers will
they compensate against it.
Avoid bowling down that side of the pitch.
145 without loss. Hannon Dolby in his 11th over, 1 ball to go. He's in. It's short and it's top edge away and past wicket keeper, and he slips and down almost straight behind the wicket keeper, down from Davey down to the fence for 4 more. 149. And it's Davy moves on to. Was that Kohler Cadmore? Oh, no,
That was Davy, I think.
I think it may have been Byers. Do you know that? It's not gone. Because Davy got his 50, didn't he?
Yes, yeah, no, yeah.
It must have missed everything. I
Must
thought
have
he got a
missed
top
everything.
edge on it initially.
Lots of debate on Twitter as to when the previous best opening partnership was. Ian Shepherd says 137. Renshaw and Lammerby against Warwickshire at Taunton, April 2022. Well, they've gone past that. So anybody out there listening who's on Twitter, when was the last time that in the first innings Somerset openers put on more than 149? That's what we would like to know.
Perhaps
I suspect it's a long time.
Tim Walton, one of our listeners, he might come on and be able to tell us.
Rockachuely bowls, and that's driven down the ground to long on. Long on and long off. That's the 150 on the board for Somerset in one ball into the 36th over, so good rate of progress.
Just against Warwickshire we're talking, aren't we?
No, we're talking,
you're talking about
this is anyone.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
no,
I thought you were being selective.
No. Rockachuely bowls, Davies forward, because Somerset's opening partnership in recent years has been a chapter of accidents. I don't know what the average is, but I should think it's probably, certainly for the last 2 or 3 seasons, around about 25 average opening partnership. Rockachuely bowls, and Davy will again pick up a comfortable single, just runs it up to Alex Davies, which is a strange place for a captain to be fielding at long on. It's
Might have got his mom in the crowd. He wants to have a chat with.
Slight air of resignation about the Warwickshire out cricket at the moment.
Just at the moment, there is absolutely.
Rockachuely bowls. Kohler Cadmore pushes this into the offside. Jacob Bethel doesn't pick up cleanly. But 151 without loss. It's almost as if it was a dream. Rockachuely bowls. This is turned into the onside between the two fielders, but Ollie Hannon-Dalby is sweeping on the mid-wicket boundary, so it's just the single.
I've seen no distinct advantage of the experience Rockachuely has got with the Kookaburra ball coming to the fore at the moment. He seems to be struggling just the same as everybody else with it.
Well, he's bowling quite nicely.
Yeah,
but he's not really getting anything.
No.
You know, the ball's not really deviating.
That's my point, really. He's bowling as you'd expect, but doesn't look at a huge threat at this point in time. And the scoreboard would support that.
He's in and bowls to Davy, who's watchfully forward. End of that over. 152 without loss. 88 to Kohler Cadmore. 51 to Josh Davy.
Alex Davis returns from the deep and has a chat with his team, with Rockachuely, who's explaining to him. He's quite a tall man, Rockachuely, and you can see how tall he is by the side of Alex Davis, who is quite diminutive.
Yeah, Dermot Reeve was saying he's about 6'2", 6'3", something like that.
Yeah. And here's another tall man now, Oliver Hannon-Dalby, who's going to add another 4 or 5 inches of height to that. Alex Davis comes down to have a chat with him as he takes the position at mid-off. Still got his sweater on. Obviously still feels the cold, Alex Davis. As Hannon-Dalby in starts a new over, and it's driven straight into the stumps and saving 4 runs because that was beautifully hit by Kohler Cadmore. Lovely, another straight drive similar to the one in the previous over, this time just a bit too straight, and straight into the stumps at the non-striker's end. Hannon-Dalby no chance at all of getting a hand or anything on it to run out the backing up Josh Davy. He's perfectly safe. But another nice shot for nothing this time though. He stays on 88, Kohler Cadmore. As Hannon-Dalby starts his run up, but quite low. He did still putting the wickets back together again. So he has to abort his run up and Now umpire Lloyd is happy that the stumps are straight. Hannah Dolby on his way to deliver his next delivery. He's in and bowls and it's short, and it's helped down to a fine leg. Short ball just swiveled along by Kayla Cadmore and helped on its way down to the boundary.
That was a very intelligent pull shot, that.
Kept it down, didn't he?
Kept it down, and he knew where the fielder was as well.
Yeah, nicely controlled shot. Didn't try and overhit it, just helped it really on its way. And no chance at all of anybody. There's a man down at long leg, but he was never going to get round to that. The outfield is very quick, but he'd hit it well enough anyway. So Hannah Dolby in again and bowls, and this one Carla Cadmore defends back to Hannah Dolby, whose footwork is not perfect. So he tries to flick the ball up, but fails in the end. He leaves it and wanders back to the start of his run-up. That crowd today hasn't really grown much during the course of the afternoon. There's still a reasonable number down in front of the David Heath suite at the far end of the ground. There's Hannah Dolby in, and Cola Cadmore defends up to Barnard at mid-on, and there's no run. 156 without loss.
Yeah, I expect the Somerset contingent are sitting down below us. That's where they normally gather.
We had quite a lot of Somerset supporters in the museum at lunchtime.
Well, it's not a bad trip. I mean, it took me just over 2 hours from the depths of South Somerset.
If you can get around Bristol, then it's good.
Much. And from North Somerset, it's only an hour and a half, something like that.
Yeah. This next one is driven and very well stopped, one-handed at mid-wicket. Just looking to see Latham there, isn't it? Yeah, he's come out the slip cordon.
Yeah, just Rob Yates. And he's quite. There's a big gap between wicketkeeper and first slip, with Kai Smith standing up to the stumps and Rob Yates quite a long way back at first slip.
Kai Smith kept in the first three or four games for Warwickshire in the Championship, but then Alec Davis took over the gloves. This one is played out into the offside to short extra cover. There's no run. End of the over. 156 without loss. We've had 37 overs. Tom Kohler Cadmore is 92 not out. Josh Davey 51. Remember that this morning the toss was won by Somerset, who took about nanoseconds to decide.
Yes, it was a very good toss to win, was it not? I mean, the longer the day has gone on, the better that it seemed that was the toss to win. But, yeah, Josh Davey, it's his 6th 50 off his career and his 3rd for Somerset. So he scored 3, I think, for Middlesex, including 2 in his very first game.
And what's his top score?
75.
75, right.
That was against Leicestershire, I think, a few years ago.
Yeah, must have been.
It's Rocky Choli to Davey, who gets one down the leg side, and Kai Smith whips the bail off, or bails off. In fact, it was just a bail. The leg bail, but Davies' back foot firmly rooted in the crease.
Never moved, did he?
Rocchiccioli, this high stepping approach, making the most of his height. It's driven down the ground firmly by Josh Davey, but won't beat long on Alex Davies. Away in the distance, 157 without loss, 52 now to Josh Davey.
I think the ball was in the air when it went past the tumbling Rocchiccioli, but I don't think he was ever going to catch it. Just a little bit uppish, that one from David.
Rocchiccioli to Kohler Cadmore, drives, but it'll be cut off by Bethel, but not fielded cleanly. A bit sloppy there, which means that they can amble through for a comfortable single as the ball ricocheted 15 or 20 yards away, 158 without loss. Rocchiccioli to Davy. Down the pitch, turning this away through the onside, but Alan Dalby is out there, providing the cover. Single it is.
Both of the bats are quite happy to use their feet to the spinner, come down the wicket and take them on.
The change of ball doesn't seem to have made much difference
No.
to the balance between batting and bowling. This is just again turned wristily this time past the square leg umpire by Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
They didn't manage to change it to a Duke's ball, did they, whilst they
Kohler-Cadmore on to 94. I wonder if he'll go to his 100 with a 6. The last and only 100 he has scored for Somerset. He did indeed. That was against Northamptonshire. He went to his 100 with a straight 6. Rocchiccioli to Josh Davey. Gets a good ball, plays it defensively into the onside. It's the end of the 38th over. It's 160 without loss. Yes, if you're a Somerset supporter, you're not dreaming. It is actually 160 without loss from an opening partnership of Tom Kohler-Cadmore and Josh Davey. It is the sort of stuff of which dreams are made. Still no Ed Barnard. What do you make of the absence of Barnard?
I don't know, because I would have thought it was certainly worth Ed Barnard being used in this situation, but we're what, 38 overs in?
He's taken 19 wickets
he has.
so far this season, just under 30 runs a piece. And I mean, he is a genuine all-rounder. I think in his Worcestershire days, you'd probably have regarded him almost as a bowling all-rounder.
Well, he's going into this match. He'd scored 587 runs in the championship this season and taken 19 wickets. The only one ahead of him is Ethan Bamber with 23, but those two are way ahead of anybody else in terms of wicket taking. And I certainly would have thought, but there's obviously a plan which we're not party to.
3 men out now.
So Chase Simmons back into the attack. He's bowling from this pavilion end, and this one is wildly down the leg side. And I think
that's because Simmons saw
him moving, didn't he?
He saw Kohler-Cadmore advancing.
I think he might have been lucky to get away with that one.
Well, he bottled it a bit, I think, to Chase Simmons.
Yeah, I think that's possibly true.
I think Kohler-Cadmore has in mind backing away outside the off stump and whacking it over extra cover.
Yeah, it's tempting, isn't it? Here comes Simmons in, and again, Kohler-Cadmore gives himself space and fires it out to square leg. But Alex Davis out there. Davis gets around the field a bit, doesn't he? He's out at square leg now. Having been down at third man, he's back up. He was down there at long on. Then he came up to mid off on this side. Now he's out at square leg. He's looking at the wicket from every angle. Here's Simmons in, bowls. Again, Kohler-Cadmore gives it, and this one is fired again, short and down the leg side. I think he's been told that's probably it. Kohler-Cadmore ended up, as the ball went over his shoulders, he was on the return crease, and by the time he'd finished, he was probably about 5 sets of stumps wide of the leg side stump as he fell away. And a gentle warning, I think, there given to Simmons in the end, who comes in again and bowls, and again it's short. Kohler-Cadmore looks to have a go at it and then just follows it round, doesn't play any shot as it goes through to Kai Smith behind the stumps.
Well, obviously, I mean, the trap has been set, has it not? He's going to bowl short. He's going to invite Kohler-Cadmore to play the hook shot or the pull shot.
Do you think that's why there's 3 men out on that leg side boundary?
This is what it's fairly obvious trap, it has to be said, and if Kohler-Cadmore falls into it, he'll only have himself to blame.
Alex Davis has changed the plan.
Oh, he's changing the plan now.
He's come across to extra cover now, and he's brought one of the men in off the Tom Latham into mid wicket, And this one is driven in the air and away through the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on and down to the fence. Nice shot, controlled shot, threading it through. Kohler Cadmore goes on to 98 and the total onto 164 for no wicket. And that was a lovely shot, Anthony, to get that
yes,
away.
It
Picked
was a
his
bit of a
spot.
gift there, wasn't it?
Well, there's been one or two, hasn't there, in this over,
Yeah.
which he could have gone, but perhaps if he'd have not,
Leg stump half volley.
yeah, not the best ball that Simmons is going to deliver. Kohler Cadmore waits on 98 as Simmons is in, and this one is defended into the onside. That is the end of the over. Dermot coming back on here on the half hour. For me, I'll make way and let Dermot join you, Anthony. Okay.
Thank you, Phil. That's Phil Brett, who looks after the Cricket Museum and Archives here at Edgbaston. Very splendid cricket museum it is too. 164 without loss. Well, it's a long time since I've said that. But, we still can't. I'm still hoping that someone on Twitter can tell me when the last time Somerset opened the batting in the first innings with a partnership of more than 164. But I suspect it's a good many years ago. And they batted well, have they not, Dermot Reeve?
They have, and I can hear you're enjoying saying it.
Here's Ricky Choli. Just rehearse how I say Rockacholi.
Rockacholi.
Right.
Rockacholi.
He's got 4 C's in his surname. He's bowling to Josh Davey, who lofts this away into the onside. It's going to land safely and go for 4. Didn't get all of that, Josh Davey, but he found the gap nicely away to, well, cow corner really. 168 without loss, moves on to 57.
It's a good strike though. It's 1 bounce 4. That is
Yep.
quite still a long boundary because this pitch is right in the middle of the square here at Edgbaston, but nicely timed. Just drop kicked it to deep mid wicket.
Rockacholi in, bowls. This is up in the air and it's going to land safely. Didn't really get hold of that at all, Josh Davey. Rather over ambitious. It brings him 2 runs, but he was fortunate with 3 fielders converging on that ball, which was hanging in the air for a long time. But he gets away with it, moves on to 59.
Yeah, very lucky.
And Kohler Cadmore just come down the pitch just to have a word with him, just saying, now calm down, calm down. Don't give it away. Rockacholi bowls and Peel for LBW. Nothing from Michael Goff. No, going down. Definitely going down.
Well, it hit him in front, but there was a little bit of spin, so Goff judging the ball would have gone past the leg stump.
Which I'm fairly sure it would. This is turned round the corner and there'll be runs here for Josh Davey, probably 2 of them, as Ethan Bamber takes out a big divot in the outfield. Ground staff won't like that very much. 2 runs are taken. Davey into the 60s, 61 he has, 172 without loss in the 40th over.
Well, he's got a first class 100 here for the taking if he just keeps his head.
Yeah.
Doesn't do anything too extravagant.
Rockacholi bowls, and this again comes down towards fine leg. This is going to reach the boundary. It may be leg buys. No, it's just buys. Or is it a wide? I'm not sure what Michael Goff was signalling there. He seemed to spread his arms, or that may just have been to mark the end of the over. Anyway, it's 4 runs of some description, 176 without loss. See what the official scorecard.
Well, it won't be wides because it's the end of the over. There's not an extra ball, so
True.
it just looks like to me it's 4 buys.
4 byes. Here we are. Good old Steve Pittardi's come up trumps. He says the last Somerset opening partnership of 200 plus on the opening day in Championship cricket was 227, with Justin Langer and Neil Edwards against Surrey at Guildford in 2006. That was when Langer went on to score 334 odd. This is pulled down to the fine leg boundary by Tom Kohler-Cadmore for his century. 102 not out from 128 deliveries, with 2 sixes and a number of fours. The number of fours is 16 fours, 2 sixes and 16 fours. It's his first century for Somerset for 2 years, his second in all, and I think it is the 12th. It is indeed the 12th century of his career, and he's batted beautifully, has he not, Dermot Reeve?
Yeah, absolutely. Super innings. That was a short ball on his at his body from Simmons, and he got on top of it, hit it down, and split the gap there on the leg side.
Simmons in and bowls, and he pulls this again, and this is going out to deep mid-wicket, where Tom Latham fields. Another run is taken. 103 not out to Kohler-Cadmore. 181 without loss.
There's
Somerset.
sort of 3 fielders in a line. You've got
it's very
Sam
interesting.
Hain at short leg, but he's a bit deep, and then Alex Davies was at square leg, but deeper than the normal square leg, and then the man on the boundary just in front of square, and it went over Davies and bounced once before going to deep square leg.
Yes, Simmons with a 7-2 leg side to offside field, turns that away down to deep backward square leg for a single, moves on to 62, 182 without loss. Oh no, it's not a 7-2 because
6-3. There's a third man.
6-3
Yeah.
is the third man, which I failed to spot away in the distance. But definitely Simmons is being encouraged to bowl either straight or just to the leg side of straight, and encourage the batsman to try and hit him over the top with 1, 2, 3 out on the bank.
He'll bowl short until he gets warned for 2 balls over shoulder height. So he hasn't been warned yet this over.
And Kohler-Cadmore backs away outside leg stump, and that is signalled as a wide by umpire Graham Lloyd.
1 for the over. I think you can bowl 2 per batsman these days.
Yes, yeah.
2 per batsman per over. So the field doesn't change. It's still this leg side trap, wanting Kohler-Cadmore to play the pull shot or the hook shot.
Well, he likes a challenge. It's not a bad ploy, this, by Alex Davies. In and bowls, and he goes for the pull shot, doesn't get hold of it at all, comes off his body, it goes down to wicketkeeper Kai Smith, down the leg side.
Yeah, I think that was just a glove, actually. Didn't carry to the keeper. But, yeah, just the underside of the glove as he's going for a swivel pull shot.
Well, as I say, he likes a challenge, and this field would encourage him to try and smash it over the top of mid-wicket. Simmons in and bowls, another short ball, and Graham Lloyd signals presumably 2 for the over.
Yep, and we got 1 ball left, so the field, this is where the field changes now. So deep square leg comes up. Alex Davies hops across onto the offside, and now we have a mid-on and a mid-wicket. This is what happened. Last time this happened, Simmons pitched it up and it went for 4 between mid-on and mid-wicket. And he's got to basically pitch it up, otherwise it'll be a no ball.
He's in and bowls, and this time a textbook forward defensive shot from Tom Kohler-Cadmore. End of the over. And Simmons, none for 33 in 8 overs. There's really nothing in this pitch for him, and there's really no swing either. So Warwickshire having to resort to unconventional tactics to try and take wickets, because the the standard recipe of plugging away on a good length and waiting for something to happen isn't working.
Well, the Roccacioli, the Australian off spinner, he's bowled 8 overs for 38. He hasn't bowled badly, but it's all been in the batsman's favour. You know, he's come on to bowl, 2 batsmen are in on a very benign surface. First day of a 4-day game. I know this strip was used on Friday for 80 overs of T20 cricket. And it will be Roccacioli who continues, but I think we're getting to that time where, you know, Bethel's going to have to come on and at least bowling to 2 right-handers.
Yep, very good point. Very good point.
He will at least be attacking the outside edge.
Roccacioli to Davey, who punches this into the offside. There'll be a single. Yeah, 184 without loss. Simon White. Do you remember Simon White from your Somerset days? He broadcasted, he used to commentate. Originally he worked the scoreboard, and then he for a good many years he was the BBC Radio Bristol commentator. Anyway, he says, say hi to Durham for me.
All right, that's very nice.
Roccacioli in and bowls, and Kola Cadmore turns this into the onside. He also says that Lammonby and Renshaw made 172 for the first wicket at Bristol in 2022. Well, they've gone past that now, Simon. 184. So pushing up towards that 227 we were talking about. Not wishing to put the mockers on things from the Somerset perspective. That's slapped through the offside just for a single by Kola Cadmore. 185 for none.
Yeah, that's the off drive where these days I call it sort of the Kohli technique, Virat Kohli, where the batsmen crack their wrists on playing the shot. It's, you know, you see Josh Butler do it a lot.
I was going to say Josh Butler.
Yeah.
Tom Banton as well plays it. This is a defensive push by Josh Davey. Yes, it's sort of got its origins in either hockey or tennis, where it's very wristy offside shot. Not at all a classical extra cover drive. This is slog swept by Josh Davey. Timed it nicely, but it hits it straight to Ollie Hannon-Dalby all along the ground for a single. Moves on to 64, 186 for no wicket.
That's a shot that shows that he's seeing the ball really well, that he's really got his eye in, because it's a cross-bat shot, but he got it right out in the middle.
Roccacioli, this high stepping approach, and maybe a little bit of turn there as it's turned into the onside with the spin by Tom Kola Cadmore. Yeah, I think there was a little bit of turn there. I think Jack Leach may be encouraged by the way Roccacioli's bowled, although quite often you get a little bit of turn on the first day, and instead of becoming more pronounced as the game wears on, it becomes less. Such are modern pitches. They just don't crumble in the way that they used to. End of the over, 186 without loss, and Chase Simmons is going to get another over, none for 33 and 8.
I remember my early days at Sussex, the Ian Gould, who was captaining, told me, because we'd got some runs on the board, he said, I want you to bat in your bowling boots. You know, your long spikes, your bowling boots. I want you to run up and down, up and down the middle of the wicket. And my bowling boots had a hole cut out with my sock poking through for my big toe.
Here's Simmons in and bowl. Also, this is always in the air off the shoulder of Josh Davies' bat. It went to where leg gully would have been, but there was no leg gully. He gets away with it. Yeah. So you had your big toe sticking up out of the...
Yeah, but in those days, if it was like a senior player tells you to do something, you just have to do it.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm there batting thinking, I hope I don't get a Yorker and get hit on my toe. With absolutely no protection. But that's the closest Warwickshire have come to
I bet they targeted it, though, didn't
wicket.
Here's Simmons in and bowls, and this is caught. That is the end of Josh Davey, and the plan has worked. He's holed out to long leg Josh Davey for 64, But a wonderful opening partnership. They've given Somerset the perfect start, Josh Davey and Tom Kohler-Cadmore. It's Josh Davies. I'm guessing it's his second highest score for Somerset, and it's certainly the highest he has made opening the innings. Well batted, Josh Davey.
Yeah, it was a super innings, and a bit unfortunate they're getting out. I think he's actually been a bit early on the pull shot, tried to keep it down, and as a result, he's got the top edge, and it's flown all the way down to
Ed Barnard took the catch.
To Ed Barnard, deep fine leg, and woohoo! Warwickshire have a wicket, 186 for 1.
Yep, and well, this distinctly left field opening partnership has preempted any conceivable criticism by adding 186.
Well, the ball before, Davey tried to ride the bounce and just sort of spooned it up to where a leg gully would be. And there was a leg gully, but he was deep, too deep. So, you know, as a batsman, you got a few choices. You either just pull the ball, but don't pull hard. Just sort of help it on its way, and you just get a one. A very controlled, like a paddle pull shot. Or you get out the way, duck, and it goes through the keeper for none. But he was tempted, as Kohler-Cadmore has been doing, to pull, and it was Kohler-Cadmore bringing up his 100 with the same kind of shot that Davey played, but Davey got a top edge while Kohler-Cadmore actually got the middle of the bat on it and kept it down.
Still, Josh Davey has nothing with which to reproach himself. It was a fine innings. As Simmons is into Lammonby, bowls that one short. Tom Lammonby, who has been in very good form in the county championship, made 100 in the second innings to carry Somerset home against Durham last time out in the championship.
Well, I think it's the first time he's probably faced a ball, his first ball, coming in at number 3 in a first-class game without a slip in place, any slip at all, because we're sticking with this leg theory.
He usually comes in the sort of first 5 overs with a score on 10 for 1, as that's just helped around the corner down to long leg for his first run. Tom Lammonby's first run, 187 rather for 1.
Well, he's got off the mark there because there's no leg gully in place.
It was in the air though, wasn't it?
Yeah, and you know, you can have the short leg in, but if you're going to do this plan, also have a leg gully, so the batsman might get out if he just rides the short ball, and you can still have your 3 men back on the boundary. But here we've got, if you like, 1, 2, 3, 6 catches on the leg side, and they're all deep.
Simmons to Kohler-Cadmore moves away outside the leg stump and is followed by Chase Simmons. Good piece of bowling, and Kohler-Cadmore has to duck out of the way. Well,
looking to make room, Kohler-Cadmore.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
He knows it's going to be short, but he's looking to make room to cut the ball then, and he's rehearsing the shot now, and try and go through or over the offside, because there's 3 catches on the leg side boundary, and 3 others just spotted between.
Simmons bowls. Lammonby thinks there's a single there. There wasn't, and he has to retreat, but gets back safely enough. So an eventful over, including the wicket of Josh Davey, caught by Ed Barnard for 68. Well bowled Chase Simmons, and well batted Josh Davey. 187 for 1. Tom Lammonby has 438 runs to his name in the championship so far, at an average of 36.5, with 102 50s.
Yeah,
and I'll make way for Richard Wilford for the 20 minutes up to tea.
And he is a very good young cricketer. He learnt his cricket in his early days in Devon before joining the the Somerset Academy. It's always nice when a local West Country lad makes a name for himself in the game and takes his opportunity.
That's good. We've got some Brummies around the Warwickshire team these days as well, which is always good to sign. Not this man though. Corey Roccaccioli starting his 10th over and drawing Lammonby forward in defence, plays it back down the track. And picked up his follow through. Rob Yates will be opening the batting in this game. He's from just up the road. Dan Mosley not involved today, but another Brummie boy, Villa fan. Surely round the wicket to the left-hander, clips it behind square, straight towards Ed Barnard, who picks up. Yeah, I mean, whatever happens with the county structure in the coming years, and we know there's all sorts of debates going on, such an important place for producing cricketers as much as anything. Now that one does just grip a little bit. It was aimed towards leg stump and it's just held up against the outside edge of the bat and drops down in front of Lammonby.
Well, Roccaccioli's bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Lammonby, so that's from wide of the crease, in at middle and leg, and definitely turned.
And again, that one he drags down and pushes through a bit quicker. And again, forward in defence is Lammonby. It's like Roccaccioli has been waiting for a left-hander, Dermot. He seems to be a bit happier.
Yeah, he's a very expressive bowler, isn't he?
This one he floats up a bit more. It's driven up to Shay Simmons at mid-off, who cuts off any prospect of a run. Looks like he might have a fast bowler's mindset for a spinner. I kind of like that in a spinner. Can he get through his second maiden? One ball left. Lammonby is playing himself in. And this one does turn again. He defends it, but there's a bit of encouragement there for Corey Roccaccioli, and maybe the ball is doing a little bit more against the left-hander with that line. Well, 187 for one.
Lammonby's 2 balls in the over that have been very full, but he's played them off the back foot, and that's why Roccaccioli's throwing his arms up in the air and being expressive, if you like, because he feels that Lammonby should have come forward to defend them, but they both hit the middle of the bat. And, you know, part of the key to playing spin is to read the length of the ball and, you know, be able to play off front foot and back foot. A lot of good players, that in-between length for a spinner, a lot of good players will prefer to play it off the back foot.
Packed leg side field as Shay Simmons continues to bowl this short down the wicket, and he's helped behind and caught behind, and Kohler Cadmore has gone for 104. And the wisdom of that extra pace of Simmons and that short length has paid dividends again. He's just clothed it, maybe off a glove, and a second wicket in successive overs for Simmons. Brilliant innings from Kohler Cadmore is over, 187 for 2.
Well, what it shows is that shot, the hook shot, is a high risk shot. You know, it's a cross bat shot. If you're not in control of it, if you haven't got your head in line with the ball, and there Kohler Cadmore came across to the offside, was way inside the line, and was just trying to sort of hook it down to fine leg, and got a little tickle on it through to Kai Smith. And his fine innings of 104 comes to an end. But 2 wickets in quick succession for Shay Simmons. He's kept running in, he's kept banging it in, and the tactic, and it has been a definite plan by Warwickshire, has worked, and both openers are out now.
And, you know, as a captain, you like having somebody with that bit of extra pace up your sleeve. He's raw at the moment, Shay Simmons. He's not necessarily going to be trusted with a new ball, but when it looked like the day was going nowhere for Warwickshire, he's come in and bowled this spell of genuine hostility and has got a reward.
Yeah, it's lovely as a captain when, if you like, a plan comes together. So, you know, big tick and hats off to Shay Simmons for coming in and bowling to this plan. And I think they're going to continue this plan to the 2 left-handers now.
Yeah, we go from having had effectively 43 overs of 2 right-handers. About 8 balls later, we're now looking at 2 left-handers. That's the way that these things happen. James Rue, terrific young talent, member of the England Lions. Certainly kind of the next man in line, you think, as an England wicketkeeper batter. And he faces Shay Simmons here, back of a length, guides it out into the offside, and he's off the mark with a single. 188 for 2. The shorter of the two batters at the crease now, as he's in with Lammonby, who's a tall, elegant left-hander. But you're reaching a point where you wonder whether the Bears are going to go through a day without taking a wicket, and now they find themselves with 2. But Somerset have given themselves prime position in this match. What they want to do is waste it in the last 2.5 hours of play here. Tea is in, what, 15 minutes? And then potentially a long session, although the forecast suggests it might not be quite as long. Lammonby gets behind a full ball from Simmons. It's almost a second weapon now, that the orthodox seam up, full length, is his secret weapon, because the batters are expecting it to be short.
Well, Neil Wagner of New Zealand, he was the one in the test arena that just used to do this as a ploy all the time. He'd just come in and bang it in halfway down, and you know, the batsman has to make the decision, should I just get out of the way or play a risky hook shot?
This one's into the pads of Lammonby, short-legged coming. He's not the shortest short leg you've ever seen. He's going to be a good 10 yards from the bat, Sam Hain. I mean, Wagner in his county spells with Lancashire and particularly with Essex, he was very much a throwback overseas player in that he would willingly bowl a 10-over spell of that stuff. I mean, amazing workhorse. But it was all in the shoulder and the speed of the arm with Wagner, wasn't it?
He had a big heart, as they say.
Oh.
Running all day for you.
Yeah. This one just back of a length, defended off the back foot with a straight bat by Lammonby, and no run. There must have been times it was hard to get the ball out of Tim Munton's hand, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was the one who sprung to mind then when I was talking about a big heart and a bowler long spell. But you know, Alan Donaldwood as well, White Lightning. He would get through some overs for the Bears, and we're seeing today Simmons in his 10th over, and he's got 2 for 35.
This one's short, high up onto his toes is Lammonby to guide it out in the offside. Bamber scuttles in, but he won't be able to prevent a single. But that was another successful over from Shay Simmons. He's got 2 for 36 from his 10 overs, and has been the pick of the bowlers, bowling to a very specific plan. Looks to me like that may be the end of spell, because he's had a pat on the back from Kai Smith, another one from Ethan Bamber, and Ollie Hannon-Dolby is ordering the 12th man to get a drink to Shay Simmons, who is making his way somewhat wearily out towards the cover boundary.
I would love to try and get one more over out of him, and I would like to see a silly point in place.
Yeah.
Because when both left-handers were defending the ball, they were dropping it on the offside and actually getting through for a single.
Yeah.
But you could have an over with a short leg and a man close on the offside, and test them out that way. But I think he might have. We might have seen the last of him until later on today.
Rockacholi is the ball left arm round the wicket to Lammonby, who gets a good stride in and defends it out into the offside. Alex Davis is communicating with Shay Simmons at the moment. And I wonder whether, having taken the wicket in his 9th over, that one he's just bowled was his one more, and he took another wicket. Maybe they'll eke another one. Rockacholi in, no real step forward this time for Lammonby, who plays it right under his nose and defends it into the offside. You mentioned the drift of Rockacholi. It's more pronounced, as you'd expect, round the wicket when he's coming wider, and you can see he is getting lovely drift into the left-handers. And if the ball bites, that's going to be a very dangerous delivery. This one's flatter, though, and defended into the offside by Lammonby.
He's a very good control of line and length, and really when he's gone for runs, it's because the batsmen have said, well, I back myself, it's a good pitch, I'm going to hit you, I'll use my feet to do it.
Let's see if Lammonby will use his feet here. He's not going to, he's just going to push out into the offside. His frame is slightly broader, but with his height, there's a little bit of the Adrian Pearson about him for bit of a Bears throwback.
Yeah.
Adrian was a couple of inches taller and a little bit thinner. Rockacholi in again, and very watchful is Lammonby, just kills it. I think there is an element of playing for tea here from Lammonby. Less than 10 minutes left in this session. Wonder who will succeed Simmons if he doesn't bowl the next over, whether we might see Jacob Bethel again before the interval. He's just taking up a position at the moment at leg slip. Final ball of the over from Roccaccioli, and he was trying to play a cut shot initially, got into position, did Lammonby, at the end defends. That's another maiden for Roccaccioli. He's none for 41 from his 11, but getting increasing output. Simmons is disappearing deep into the outfield, so we can reasonably assume that he's not going to be bowling another over, and it is indeed going to be Jacob Bethel.
And he'll be bowling to two left-handers, Sir James Rue initially. And there will be a little bit of rough outside the left-handers off stump for Bethel to, if he wanted to, he could just bowl it wide of the off stump and full, and the batsman's not sure if it's going to bite, hit that and come in. He might just let the ball go for a few.
Poor young Shay Simmons has actually, what he's actually done is just done a 140-metre round trip to go and collect his water bottle. He's had to go collect. He's having a drink now on the boundary rope. He's had to fetch it himself.
So the Bears, the Warwickshire 12th man, is not doing his job properly. He should have been running around there with a new bottle for him.
It's his young mate Tazim Ali who's been doing the duties today. So here's Jacob Bethel, the left arm over the wicket, and it does get a bit of bite in that rough towards James Rue. It still misses off stump by a good 6 inches, but it did offer a little bit for Bethel, who was bowling in rather different circumstances than he was for his 4 overs this morning. He came on to bowl in the first hour of the match as first change. In now to Rue, and again that does turn a little bit, but into his pads, so he can guide it out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Simmons comes round, and they'll get a single, 190 for 2.
I just had short leg interested for a brief moment, but it just went wide of him to his left. But a decent start by Bethel.
Got a short figure, Bethel. Well, he's given that a nice bit of air, but again it sits up nicely for Lammonby to turn it into the leg side. Hasn't quite got his line right yet, Bethel.
Lammonby's keenness to play it off the back foot just means that anything on the touch short side, which that was, is meat and drink for him just to work into the leg side.
Rue on 2, that's better. Starts further outside off stump. With that bit of bite, it would have gone into off, but he's clipped it towards Yates, who's at the short mid-wicket position. That's much closer to what Bethel is after, and just that little bit of turn means that the arm ball can be a bit more effective, brings that into play. And that one probably was the arm ball, full enough. It's just drifted straight and defended back down the wicket.
Well, it's amazing what a couple of wickets can do,
Yeah.
isn't it? Suddenly it looks like Warwickshire have got a semblance of control. The fielders are all on their toes a bit more.
Well, the blameless surface, these two have got plenty of time to play themselves in, that's for sure, as Rue stabs at that ball, which again offered to grip for Bethel, and he's guided it down to short fine, where Hannah Dolby picks up. End of the over, a couple of runs off it, 191 for 2. Probably 2 more overs before tea. And Alex Davis will be demanding, as you would have done as captain, that they play as hard as they can in these 2 overs, because anything that you get now is, a huge lift before the interval. You always wanted to win every session, didn't you?
Well, yeah, you break it down. You want to win every ball.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't help but watch a match and captain in my head.
Yeah.
I'd like to see him attack both edges of the bat now and have a silly point as well as the short leg.
Roccaccioli, left arm round the wicket to Lammonby. Lammonby looking to force it off the back foot, does, out to Simmons on the cover boundary for a single. 192 for 2. If it's any consolation, when you're watching cricket, you're captaining in your head. When I watch cricket at home, I'm commentating in my head.
Oh, right.
So I think it goes with the territory. Roccacioli, tall man, past a very tall man in Michael Goff, the umpire now. He sent that one down around a leg stump line, and again it has straightened. And he's just played the spin very well there, Rue. Sort of started with his back outside of the line of the ball to dink it into the leg side. And just makes it interesting to think what this wicket might do in 4 days for the spinners. Oh, he's floated this one down the leg side. That's a really good stop from Kai Smith. I don't think Rue got anything on the ball, but Smith was quick to move his feet to get down the leg side so he could block the ball with his body and prevent it going through for any byes. Got to be nimble. Rue on 2. Roccacioli in his 12th over as a bet. Looking for his first wicket. Jabbed into the offside. Fielder Rob Yates moved round to his right quickly enough to stifle any thought of a single.
Yeah, it was good anticipation by Yates. He read the shot. He saw that it was defensive and just going to be a push, so he was already attacking.
This one's full towards leg stump, guided up into the onside. Bethel with the outer half of his left boot is able to flick it up into his hand. One ball left in this over, then you would fancy one over to come, and just like he did in the previous over for the final ball, Bethel makes his way from a short mid-wicket to leg slip. So there's an orthodox slip, a leg slip and a short leg for Roccacioli, bowling to Rue, who covers up his off stump. And it's the end of another decent over from Corey Roccacioli. None for 42 from his 12, but it's the spell has got better as it's gone on. And Jacob Bethel will take the last over before the belated tea interval, which means we will get to tea with still 37 overs left in the day, and that's having lost 10 to the weather, but with a bit of threat of bad weather later this afternoon. Looking, although the forecast is delaying that a little bit, but there are some rain showers due to come. In the Test match, England surrendered a first innings lead of 6 to India. 4-7-1 plays 4-6-5. Another 5-wicket haul in Test cricket for Jasprit Bumrah. Useful, that lad, I would say. Lammonby on 4, waits for Bethel to come in, and outside off stump, it's just pushed out towards point and fielded by Roccacioli, who'd moved round from the covers. Bumrah's an enigma for a batter because there's so much that's going on in that bizarre run-up of his, and it's hard to focus almost on the release point, and then it's quick for an innocuous run-up to a fast delivery. Turns this straight at Sam Hain, does Rue. Turn around the corner. It bounced halfway to Hain, who I think has fielded it with his right buttock, which is as good a place as any if you're fielding at short leg. Bethel approaches once more. Good flight on that outside off stump. Forward comes Rue. I think Jacob Bethel would wish that the tea interval wasn't coming here, because he's starting to find a nice line here, damn it. And that bit of rough he's aiming for. Outside, Rue's off stump. That's a bit too short. Rue can turn it into the leg side for a single. 194 for 2.
Yeah, Sam Hain should have stopped that at short leg, but he's also a little bit worried that if it is a bit short, that it's going to be pulled hard, and that can be very painful. So he's half taking evasive action, as he's also just trying to stop that little push into the square leg.
I thought again, and that turns into the pads of Lammonby, so another single out to Shea Simmons on the leg side boundary. 195 for 2. 1 ball left before tea.
You can definitely see, though, that Lammonby, and the difference in technique is Lammonby's far keener to play the ball off the back foot. Rue will push forward and defend, and pretty much the same ball. Lammonby's on the back foot, letting it either spin a little or not move, and then he'll just play it so late and under his eyes. So you've got to be that bit fuller to Lammonby.
Once again, for the final ball of the over, a leg slip goes in. This time it's Alex Davis there himself. And Bethel bowls to Rue, and hurried him slightly, but he defends it with the full face of the bat, and we reach the tea interval. And a day that has been dominated by Somerset. They have been pegged back by that 2-wicket in 2-over spell from Shea Simmons. The short ball theory working. Davey caught at deep fine leg by Barnard for 64. Kohler Cadmore caught behind, gloved one through to Kai Smith for 104. But at tea, Somerset 195 for 2 after 49 overs. And they'll still feel they've had the best of it, but the Bears at least have got some sort of strength, some sort of grip on the afternoon.
Absolutely, and they'll go into tea feeling a lot better about life. You know, they have got through 49 overs, and it did look very flat out there, and batter-friendly conditions without a shadow of a doubt. So they have gone at 4 and over, but I've enjoyed watching Roccacelli.
You're close enough.
I was close, but
yeah.
Roccacioli's spell, you know, you can see that he's a cricketer who lives every ball when he's bowling it. He's really in the moment, and judging by the groundsmen who are brushing up the pitch now at the tea interval, there's quite a bit of dust that's coming off it, which shows that there will be rough that's getting created by all the bowlers' footmarks when the fast bowlers bowl, and they run down the wicket, and they bowled a bit round the wicket to the left-handers. So Somerset will be thinking, bat once, bat big, and let's try and bowl Warwickshire out and make them follow on. That'll be their plan.
So, at tea on day one of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 match, Somerset 195 for 2. We'll be back courtesy of BBC Radio WM, BBC Somerset, and via the BBC Cricket homepage in around 15-16 minutes from now.
we. Not even Alex did a fair amount. Oh, feels like she's done some big statistical stuff like bribery and corruption and stuff. It's like that freakonomic and economic freakonomic. Like an economist, I think it's sort of random data about bribery and sumo. In a sumo, so I looked at sumo, you have like 15 rounds. Basically, if you have a winning round, you don't lose your ranking, nothing like that. You have a losing round. But there's a whole lot of statistics that show if someone's 7-7 and they're playing someone that's already got an 8-7, they're far more likely to win, and there's bribes and all sorts of stuff. There must be something. There's probably some analysis to sit here around the cricket. Probably isn't. I don't think there's probably enough money in it. Having an argument to show something to write back. It's been a really lovely day. And now I know what the boss is. I can look up and so much nicer up. Follow me. Do they have a security guard on the door? I didn't see the rest of the series well guarded. I feel like I'm walking away from them. You have to see that anyway. There's places to sit.
Welcome back to Edgbaston for what could be a rather lengthy final session of the day's play between Warwickshire and Somerset. The first day of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game with an informed Somerset side, 3 wins from the last 3 games, taking on a Warwickshire team who haven't yet won at home this season. And their optimism of their chances of winning at home in this game may have been rather diminished by an opening stand of 186 between Tom Kohler-Cadmore and Josh Davey. Davey 64 and Kohler-Cadmore 104, both perishing in the 20 minutes before tea, both caught off short deliveries from what was a fiery spell from Shay Simmons on an otherwise unresponsive wicket. The young fast bowler bowling a little bit of leg theory, a lot of short length stuff, and managed to get 1 catch in the deep. Ed Barnard with the grab to dispense with Davey, and one that appeared to take the glove as much as anything through to Kai Smith keeping wicket. Means that Tom Lammonby on 6 and James Rue on 3 will come out to continue the Somerset innings with fully 37 overs left in the day, and even with the help of the spinners that would tend to take us beyond 7:15, maybe 10:07 on this Sunday evening. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. We will be joined again in about half an hour by Phil Britt, who runs the museum at Warwickshire County Cricket Club, and around 5:30 by the former Bears skipper and Somerset coach Dermot Reeve. And alongside me right now from BBC Somerset is Anthony Gibson, who has enjoyed what has been a rare big partnership for the opening wicket for Somerset.
Dreamland.
And
Dreamland.
Power to add, as they say.
I kept having to pinch myself to make sure that I wasn't dreaming, that it really was Tom Kohler-Cadmore and Josh Davey opening the innings, and they really had scored 186 for the first wicket. But back to earth with a bump, because they both got themselves out. The trap was so obviously set, and they both fell into it, or didn't so much fall into it as jump into it. I knew that, I said on commentary that Tom Kohler-Cadmore, with that field and this style of bowling, he was going to take on the challenge. You know, he was going to show who was boss, and came unstuck doing it. And Josh Davey, again, you know, going for the pull shot, getting a top edge, and both were unnecessary dismissals, which hopefully won't prove too costly. But well batted, both of them as well.
Yep. And well bowled 21-year-old Shay Simmons, who has been given that job a couple of times this season. Corey Rocchiccioli, the Australian, is going to begin, the off-break bowler, and his first delivery from the Birmingham end of this session, round the wicket right-handed to one of the 2 left-handers at the crease. Lammonby is defended out into the offside to Rob Yates. 5-4 split field, most on the offside, and he is getting a bit of turn to the left-handers, and on the back foot Lammonby covers it up. His instinct is to want to play on the back foot, Lammonby. Short leg and slipper in position as the close infield, as mid-wicket is reasonably close. Bethel as well for the lifted on drive, as forward and with the outer half of the bat, this is defended out into the offside by Lammonby. Charlie wearing a sweatband to hold his hair down. That's exactly how Anthony Gibson turned up this morning. Lammonby pushes the bowler straight back down the wicket into his follow-through. I presumed you jogged from the car park at the time when you came in. Charlie once more. Lammonby not tempted there to hit across the spin. He's at the moment showing a little bit of deference to what Rocchiccioli is doing, and that full ball, he just kills it rather than trying to flick it through the leg side. 1 ball left, and what's been a steady over from Rocchiccioli, and this is pushed into the offside for a comfortable single. 7 of 28 deliveries for Lammonby, 196 for 2. Somerset at the end of 50 overs.
And that first wicket partnership of 186, the best for Somerset since September 2015, when Marcus Driscothick and Tom Abel added a record all-time highest opening partnership for Somerset of 272 against Hampshire. So just puts it in context. And at last, as you will gather from the ironic cheers of the crowd, Ed Barnard is coming into the attack. It's been a mystery to me as to why he hasn't been employed sooner. Very effective medium pacer, nips it around. If there's anything in this pitch, he'll get the ball to extract it.
I mean, the members aren't reluctant to give their opinion.
But they have a point, surely.
I am surprised that it has taken this long, Anthony. Yes.
I would have had him on first change. He's on now, though, and he's bowling to Tom Lammonby. He's in bowls on leg stump, and Lammonby plays that back up the onside off the pitch.
I would have also used him first change when there was a bit of cloud cover, and if there was going to be any nibble at the slightly less pace, Ed Barnard might have found it. Now, I don't think the ball was doing anything, but I think it would have been a very useful bit of exploratory captaincy to have a look and see if there was.
Yeah. Comes again. Nice smooth approach. He's there and bowls again. Just shaping a little bit from middle onto leg stump. He has taken 36 wickets at 16.9 in his games against Somerset, including 11 for 89 that he took for Worcestershire down at Taunton back in 2018. He's bowling to the left-handed Lammonby, who again gets one on his pads, this time with a turn of the wrists, sends it past the square leg umpire for a single.
To be fair, his career has changed significantly in those 7 years, in that at that point in his career he was very much a bowler who could make late order runs, whereas these days he's very much a batter who can also bowl some good seam up. He's bowled rather more than he's been accustomed to in T20 Blast this year. In fact, within 2 games he'd bowled as many overs as he had in 2 seasons. He's even bowled at the death, not always effectively.
He's in now to James Rue, who then turns that into the onside. Is that because his bowling has regressed, or has his batting significantly advanced?
His batting was always good, but it is undoubtedly significantly advanced, and he is probably this season in red ball cricket the most reliable batter that the Bears have got. Alex Davis makes some entertaining runs. Sam Hain has been a bit quiet by his own high standards. Barnard's been very consistent.
He's in now round the wicket to Lammonby. To Rue, I beg your pardon. Not hard to tell the two batsmen apart. Tom Lammonby, as is his wont, in shirt sleeves, and James Rue in a short-sleeved Somerset cable knit jumper. 2 slips, 3 saving, 1 on the offside, 2 on the onside, men out at deep backward point and long, and third man, in fact it's not deep backward point because he's a left-hander, it's long leg and third man, and that was an over that involved just 1 run, 197 for 2. Good accurate over from Ed Barnard.
It's a point that you can mull, but something we've discussed this year, we think of all the English players on the county circuit. There are very few who haven't played international cricket who are better than Ed Barnard.
Yeah,
I think he is one of the best county pros on the circuit. There are other great county pros who've played a bit of it. So if you took Lewis Gregory, for instance, who's got a little bit of England cricket in the white ball, clearly a brilliant county pro. And Ed Barnard, I think, is in that sort of category. Is coming forward in defence is Lammonby to the first ball of a new over from Rockacholi.
Yeah, I think that's very fair.
I mean, the last 2 years in the 50 over game, he's been pretty much the national MVP. Certainly was the 1 year. But he does everything. He does a little bit of everything, Ed Barnard. Ooh, that one turns past the outside edge of Lammonby. Jack Leach will be having a look at that with some wide-eyed interest on day 1, I think.
Not out of the bowler's footmarks either.
No. It's a peach of a delivery. That gripped and turned and went past the outside edge. Lovely line round the wicket to the left-hander as well. As he comes again and he's bowls a full toss that is hammered through a straight mid-wicket for 4.
Shouldn't laugh, but from the sublime to the ridiculous.
Yeah, 200 up, 201 for 2 in the 52nd over.
Yeah. Maybe he just got a bit carried away by the bounce and turn he got from the previous one. That was an absolute gift.
That was some sort of adrenaline buzz he just had there. Crikey. Yeah, that got absolutely carted. Well, that would be into double figures with 12. After that help yourself moment. And Rocacholi will compose himself again. He rather drags this down. It's cut, but he can't find a gap. Went behind square, and it's picked up by Bamber with a red towel hanging out of the back of his trousers like a small tail. 201 for 2. Rocacholi again. That turn, there's a stifled appeal, as I'm sure it would have missed leg stump.
Long way outside leg stump. He does, though, come across his stumps, Tom Lammonby, and he is a candidate for a LBW if he's coming across his stumps and trying to play it through the onside.
Charlie in once more, and this is defended on middle stump. Interesting over with one horrible ball in the middle of it. 201 for 2. Somerset, 52 overs gone. 34 more overs left in the day if the weather should hold.
Yeah, it was interesting what Dermot Reeve observed about Tom Lammonby, how late he does play the ball, and the fact that he is more comfortable, particularly against spin on the back foot, and playing it very, very late under his eyes, which was exactly what he did with those last couple of deliveries from Rocacholi. Presumably his nickname, Corey Rocacholi, is Rocky. Be surprising if it wasn't.
It's possible. You're inducing me to look it up now.
Might be Rockers.
Yeah.
This is a defensive shot from James Rue to a good length ball from Ed Barnard. A lot more animation now about the Warwickshire fielders than there was during that long opening partnership between Davy and Kohler Cadmore. But the facts of the matter, they have changed slightly in the sense that there does appear to be a little bit of turn, certainly for Rocacholi from the Birmingham end. This is down the leg side, turned away, and it's just a single. Both of the reason my hesitation is that both of these left-handed batsmen have a habit of turning the ball around the corner and hitting it in the air, and they've both been caught at long leg, and it's a fairly straight long leg down there. Oliver Hannon Dalby, as Barnard is in and bowls and gets a little bit of movement back into Tom Lammonby, who went for a drive, came off the inside part of his bat out to Chase Simmons at mid-wicket.
The floodlights have just been switched off, having been on since, what, about midday?
Yep. Yeah, yes, the light's as good as it's been all day. There's a few flecks of blue sky overhead. As Barnard bowls to Lammonby, who gets a good length ball off stump and plays it square of the wicket to Jacob Bethel.
I think, Barnard's late introduction into the attack also might be partly down to energy levels. He has played in all of the T20 games this season, which again is unusual. They had a very, very busy schedule going into this. The last 5 matches have come in very short order, and he's had heavy involvement in all of them.
He's in and bowls to Lammonby, who defends that. Yes, I made exactly that point in respect of Craig Overton, who was rested for the Somerset Blast game against Glamorgan on Friday night, and the former cricketers to whom I made the point were scornful because of course in the Blast you only bowl 4 overs. How can he need a rest when he's only been bowling 4 overs? But they're 4 intense overs. This is nicely played by Lammonby. Off the back foot punch through the offside. He kept it down well. Hesitation in my voice was he was in a position where it would be very easy to hit it in the air, but he didn't. He timed it beautifully away between cover and extra cover for 4 very stylish runs. 16 he moves on to 206 for 2.
And in T20, you're constantly on the move as well. You're very rarely in the same position for 2 or 3 balls in a row.
You could imagine
They
what
cover a
Fred
lot of
Truman
ground.
would have said, though, can't you?
I used to bowl 35 overs in a day, and
Yeah, and have a pint and a pipe afterwards. But cricketers are physically fitter than they were then. I think that's a fact. We only have to look at the pictures, don't we, to see the difference.
But Fred would also say that, all right, they may be fitter, but they break down. Particularly the fast bowlers break down with depressing regularity. Whereas in the old days,
no, that's true.
They'd bowl all day, every day for 6 or sometimes 7 days a week.
And there is something to be said for the mechanics of a bowling action being so unnatural that you kind of have to keep it going. You have to keep it. I think bowlers don't bowl enough overs these days. Here's Rockacholi in the 15th over of his spell bowling off breaks, and he's turned into the leg side by Root.
Yeah, in the days when I played cricket and I was a bowler, I used to dread the first game of the season because after it you were so stiff in muscles you didn't even know you had, because you don't use them for anything other than bowling.
Forward again is Root, just to kill any potential spin on this. That first bowling spell in April when your wrist and your hand seems to freeze as you send the ball down to the other end.
Yeah. When you can't let go.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just the cold air. Rockacholi skips in again. Oh, he plays and misses. It hits the lower part of Kai Smith's left pad, standing behind the stumps.
Loose shot from James Rue.
Don't think he got anything on it to Rue.
No, I don't think he did.
Rockacholi is certainly threatening from the Birmingham end now, but yet to take his first Bears wicket. And he comes to Rue, and that's a far more watchful shot. Of course it is. Learns his lesson and now defends.
He's bowling a good line, isn't he, Rockacholi?
Well, he's come into the game since the 2 left-handers came to the crease. He seems more comfortable, and you'd expect that from an off-break bowler. Round the wicket. And forcing shot off the back foot, well played by Rue. The chase is on for Jacob Bethel, but the outfield is going to carry the ball to the rope before he can get there. First boundary for Rue. He's to 8. Somerset 210 for 2.
Not much margin for error for the bowlers, is there? I mean, it was short, but it wasn't that short. It certainly wasn't a drag down.
No.
But James Rue had plenty of time just to get on the back foot and turn it away through the onside.
If you drop it slightly short, you might still get a bit of turn, but it'd be very slow turn.
Yeah.
210 for 2, 1 ball left in the 54th. Rockacholi to Rue. It's very full and it's defended with soft hands and back down the wicket, and there's no run. Talking to Alex Davis after one of the T20 games, he said earlier in the season they were in the field for 160 overs against Surrey, and he said he felt less weary after that than he does after one T20 game. And he says that there could be a couple of times this season when they've played Friday then Saturday, and the Friday game's been away and the Saturday game's been at home, and at the end of that he says you feel absolutely beaten up, and I can see how that's the case.
Yes, indeed.
I mean, 2 games in 2 venues isn't easy as a commentator sometimes, but
well, it's been a fairly packed schedule just recently. Right, Ed Barnard to bowl another over. It'll be his 3rd. He's conceded just 6 runs in his first 2. He's bowling to Tom Lammonby, who drives without timing. And my apologies to Somerset listeners, I ought to have known this. Ian Shepherd reminds me that I looked up the Somerset opening partnerships on Cricinfo, and they've got it wrong.
oh no.
The highest first wicket partnership for Somerset is as I know very, very well, is 346 between Lionel Pallaret and Herbert Hewitt against Yorkshire at Taunton in 1892, which was Somerset's second season in the county championship. Barnard in and bowls and Lamonby defence, and they actually came third in the county championship in that year, which is their best finish until they also came third. I think it was in 1961. So it was their best finish for nearly 70 years.
Very good.
And Lionel Pallaret, one of the greatest players ever to turn out for Somerset. This is on Midland leg, and it's a no ball. No ball signalled by Graham Lloyd, so 2 more runs on the total.
Ed Barnard's not thrilled with himself after that. Very disappointed as he comes back to his mark. Oh, earlier, during the rain delay, I mentioned to you off air, but Polly the scorer came in. And I commended her on the work with the flag, but I did promise that I'd do something, and I haven't done it yet.
All right. Barnard is in and bowls. It's another good length ball, and Tom Lamonby just uncertain as to whether to come forward or hang back. In the end, he decided to come half forward and played it defensively.
And it's the first time I've properly met Polly, so to let her down at this point would be to do her a disservice, and I don't think I'd ever recover from it in terms of her trust and faith. So after the next ball, I'm going to reveal what it was.
Barnard in bowls, driven by Lamonby, and very well stopped by Sam Hain. I think probably Ethan Bamber would have got across from mid-off to make the save, so it wouldn't have been 4, but it probably saved a single.
It was quite simple. She just wanted us to say hello to her daughter who'd be listening in Scarborough. It wasn't a matter of state, but hello, Polly's daughter. I hope it's a nice day in Scarborough. I hope you got fewer clouds than we have.
Well, Polly's flag is
Resplendent.
standing out. Yes, resplendent is a good word on the press box stand, as it used to be called, on the far side of the ground, with the Bear and Ragged Staff on the other flagpole, and they're both standing out in this quite fresh breeze blowing across the ground from the west. No run to that last delivery from Ed Barnard.
If I'm honest, and nobody here will be offended by this, I'm sure, the Warwickshire flag does look like it could do with a quick wash and spin cycle.
Yes, it's not
The white isn't very, is it?
No, it's not.
Whereas the white on the Somerset flag is standing out and embarrassing it, I think.
Yes, Barnard in bowls, and good ball defended by Tom Lamonby. End of the over, 212 for 2. Yes, Polly's had to repair this particular flag, which is the away flag, which she made a couple of winters ago, because at Durham, at Chesterton Street, it was torn off its flagpole.
Yes.
And was lying forlorn on top of the pavilion, and she rescued it, and it's now back to its best.
I mean, she has hinted that she fears there was some malice in what happened to it at Chesterton Street, but who knows? Who knows what the truth is? But it is repaired. She does do running repairs for some of the players' kit, including some of their plain trousers when they're not as tight as they'd like them. I honestly, the mind boggles. So yes, official scorer, unofficial seamstress. It's good to multitask. Rue on strike to a new over from Corey Roccaccioli. Oh, and he's trying to drive. He's reaching for a drive, a ball that's turned. Good hands from Kai Smith, who offers the ball towards the stumps.
He likes that shot, James Rue, but it does get him out.
Yeah, if the ball turns like that, you've got a problem. Tom Latham might be in play at slip here. Roccaccioli again, and that one a bit fuller, still offers to turn a little bit, but not so much, and it's dabbed out into the offside, and there's no run.
He might be better doing what Tom Lamonby does and just hang back a little bit, because there isn't any pace in this pitch, so it ought to be possible, unless the ball is pitched right up, to play it off the pitch.
Yeah, Roccaccioli, being so tall, just gets a little bit more bounce than some as he draws a forward defensive. He has got 2 nicknames.
All right.
Corey Roccaccioli.
Rocky and Rockers.
Neither of those are correct.
Oh no!
Rocky Sholey in, and he's guided down the backwards point. There's a misfield there by Bamba. I think the spin of the ball did for him. He got a hand on it. They'll get two, they'll think about one on the arm, and they'll decide against it. Probably wisely. Route of 10, 214 for two. One of them, and this fits with a bit of a modern thing, there's a modern actor of the same name, effectively same nickname, The Rock.
Oh, right.
A bit like Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you've got the DVD box set for his movies.
Regrettably not.
and his other nickname, and you were warm, is Rockets.
Oh, Rockets. That was quite good.
Yeah. He doesn't exactly bowl rockets, does he?
No.
He's an off-break bowler. Rockets in is defended by Rue, and there's no run. I'm trying to try both nicknames before the end of the over to see which one I think is better. So that was Rockets coming in. Let's see if we can change his fortune. Here we go. So The Rock goes back to his mark. Comes in to bowl to Rue, who just defends it, just kills it, goes back down the wicket, and The Rock picks it up. Unlike the other Rock, I don't think he's ever been seen standing next to Kevin Hart, but there we go. 214 for two, Somerset, Rue 10, Lammonby 16. They've dominated the day.
Well, from what I've seen of
The Rock.
Rocker Koshi. No, I can't.
Rockacholi.
Rockacholi. I don't think England have got too much to worry about if he gets called up by Australia. He's a nice, tidy off-break bowler, but there isn't a huge amount of devil about him. I dare say he'd be a handful because of his height on a pitch offering him a little bit more than this one is. But
it'll be interesting in a few weeks' time at Chelmsford, seeing him bowling in the same match as Simon Harmer.
Yeah.
As a bit of a compare. I mean, Harmer hasn't been as prolific
no, he's not
this
the
season
force.
at all.
He's not the force he was. He's definitely not the force he was. Barnard to Lammonby, drives without timing up to Bamba at mid-off.
I'm not going to suggest that Simon Harmer's skills have diminished on the grounds that if I do, he'll take 14 wickets in that match. So I'm just going to hedge. I'm going to sit very carefully and quietly here.
Well, he had the chance to bowl Somerset out in the fourth innings when Somerset played Essex at Taunton back in early May. As Barnard is in bowls, and this is run down to the gully or to fifth slip. And I thought for a moment it was in the air, and it might have been in the air for a time, but landed short of the fielder at gully, mercifully.
It's a good stop that from Jacob Bethel, though. He's had to make quite a bit of ground to his right, and I thought that was going to go for four. So he's really backed up Ed Barnard. Interested to see the two extra covers in short here, Hayne and Latham.
Barnard to Lammonby. Oh, and that's edged, but played with soft hands, so it landed well short of Rob Yates, who's fielding in a sort of second slip position.
For those of you listening to County Championship cricket today who are on Kookaburra Ball watch, I believe that's like the first ball that has taken the edge in the day, and that's come in the 57th over. In terms of, an authentic edge that's
off
gone behind towards the slip cord.
Off a defensive shot, I agree, yeah. Yes, two short extra covers. Barnard to Lammonby, who drives, but only as far as Alex Davies at mid-on. And Warwickshire bowlers reasserting a degree of control in this evening session after having been plundered by Tom Kohler-Cadmore in particular, but also Josh Davey earlier on in the day.
That is very much the appropriate verb, Anthony. Tom Kohler-Cadmore definitely plundered. I thought he played with really good control today.
Yeah. Barnard to Lammonby, who lets that go through outside the off stump. Well, he does take an off stump guard on the basis that if he takes the off stump guard, he knows where his off stump is, but that couldn't have missed the off stump by more than about 4 inches.
Wow. That was a leave that had very high potential for egg on face.
Yeah. Well, he has been out not playing a shot like that. Or LBW is the other possibility. Barnard in and oh goodness me, that was close to the off stump as well, and that one just nipped in towards the left-hander after it pitched, not by very much, but just enough. And but Lammonby knew where his off stump was, let it go through to the wicket-keeper and survives. 214 for 2.
I think the second of those two leaves was a better leave than the first. I think the first he misjudged slightly. The second, I think he got it absolutely spot on. But the first one was very close to going over the top of off stump, and to trust the bounce of this surface for that. I mean, and the bounce has been consistent, but it's not been that high. I think the first was a fortunate leave. But these two have added 27. They've done it quietly as they try to get towards the first batting point. Again this season, the first batting point doesn't come until the ridiculous figure of 250.
I know. I don't understand that at all.
So Rockacholi comes in, is pushed into the offside, and there's no run.
I suppose it's part of the ECB's mission to encourage batsmen to occupy the crease for long periods, and so that.
Well, no, it's a little bit more to score quickly, isn't it? Because Bazball means that they want you to try and get 450 in the 110 overs rather than 400.
True.
It's part of it. Rue waits and pushes defensively. There is another way they could achieve that, which is by giving 6 points for 450. So they start with 1 at 200 and give 6 points. If you want to do it, do that. Because sometimes there are surfaces and conditions in which getting to 200 is rather good. And you deserve something for it. I would have thought. Anyway. Rockacholi in, looking to force it off the back foot was Rue. I think he was going to play a horizontal bat shot and then adjusted it to a straight bat and defended it down the backward point to Ethan Bamber. 214 for 2. And again to bowl. That's a full toss, and that's put away without anything too extravagant. The pace of the outfield again will defy Jacob Bethel's chase. Rue didn't try and overhit it, didn't risk slapping it into a fielder's hands. He just pushed it nicely into the gap to move himself to 14. 218 for 2. The 2 full tosses in his last 3 overs from Corey Rockacholi suggest that he might benefit from a little 20-minute graze.
Yeah. Apart from those 2 full tosses, he's bowled very nicely.
Yeah. I'll maybe give Bethel a couple from that end. Just to. The Rockacholi's bowling his 17th over unchanged either side of tee, isn't he? He has looked increasingly likely to make a breakthrough. As he comes into Rue, and again it offers to turn, but he can drag it into the leg side. Picked up by Bethel. Yeah, I would be tempted just to give Jacob Bethel a couple from that end, just to have a look. And then he can always go back to Rockacholi. The new ball is 22 overs away. If we do get to it tonight, it's likely to be around 6:30. So, there's plenty more time for the spinners today. Rockacholi in, forward to kill the ball is Rue. None for 57 from his 17 is Corey Rockacholi. I am going to make way for Mr. Philip Britt. That's formal. After these words from Anthony Gibson.
Yeah, these 2 left-handers just rebuilding after the loss in rapid succession of the 2 openers, Josh Davey and Tom Kohler-Cadmore, and their arrival at the crease has coincided with some signs of turn for Rockacholi, the Western Australian off-spinner who's been recruited by Warwickshire and who's had a good bowl. He's bowled 11 overs so far, so Warwickshire getting their money's worth from their Australian signing.
I think it's bowled a bit more than that, Anthony, hasn't he?
Oh, I can't read. It's 17 overs.
Yeah.
You're quite right. 17 overs he's bowled, so they're certainly getting their money's worth. Ed Barnard to bowl another over to Tom Lammonby. It's there, bowls, and Lammonby gets this off the edge, and that's going to run away down to the 3rd man boundary for 4 runs. It was a thickish edge, played with soft hands so that the ball went down. And Jacob Bethel, who's a sort of deepish gully, flung himself down to his right but couldn't get a hand on it. So 4 runs to Lammonby, who moves on to 20. 2-2-2 for 2. 2-2-2 for 2. Double Nelson.
Took a long time to get Ed Barnard into the attack today.
Did far too long. He's in and bowls, and this is driven nicely by, well, I say nicely, he didn't actually time it particularly well. Tom Lammerby picks up a single out to Roccaccioli, who's patrolling the cover boundary. 2-2-3 for 2, 21 to Lammerby. The partnership now worth 36 for the third wicket. Somerset will be very anxious not to throw away the very powerful position that opening partnership of 186 has given them.
These two haven't looked to be in too much trouble there, have they?
James Rew's played and missed a couple of times to Roccaccioli, and he'll pick up a single here out into the offside. A little bit of width there from Barnard, and Rew just picking his spot. 2-2-4 for 2. But yeah, I mean, Ed Barnard, 4.3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 14. He's been absolutely on the spot.
Yeah.
There isn't much in the, isn't anything really in the pitch for him, but he's keeping the pressure on the batsman.
Just wait for them to make an error.
Exactly.
Really,
Yeah. He's in and bowls. This is outside the off stump and driven on the bounce to Sam Hain, who's one of those two short extra covers. But yeah, I mean, all the bowlers can do really is try to build pressure by bowling dry, as they say, dotting up, as they also say. Dotting up, and then batsmen get frustrated and go for a big shot to the wrong ball, and Bob's your uncle. Barnard in and bowls outside the off stump. Good lead this time from Tom Lammerby.
It's hard to maintain the optimism though when you look at the scoreboard at 224 for 2. The ball's not doing a great deal, and you know there's still quite a chunk over 3 days of this game still to go. You know you're going to be
I think
probably facing a 500 sort of total the way it's looking.
I think it all depends on how this pitch develops. As Barnard is in and bowls on leg stump turned into the onside. If it continues, if it offers more spin as the match wears on, then I think Somerset will have high hopes that Jack Leach could bowl them to a victory in the fourth innings.
Yeah.
If, on the other hand, it just gets flatter as the game goes on, which seems to be the pattern these days, then I'm afraid, you know, it will turn out to be a high-scoring draw. We're going to have a bowling change from the Birmingham end with... no, we're not. It's Roccaccioli.
No. Roccaccioli's going to
still
continue into his 18th over. So it's been economic, though. Just 57 coming from those 3 maidens as he comes in and bowls. Turns this burst ball down just behind to behind backward square straight to Ed Barnard, who does the fielding. There's no run. There's a short leg in as a shortish mid wicket, a deep mid off, a mid on, and extra cover backward point, and a man out on the cover boundary.
Single magpie has just flown across the ground.
Ah, where's
Unlucky
his
for
chum?
some.
Yes, I was going to say, where's his friend? Let's get him in quick.
Good morning, Mr. Magpie.
So, Alec Davis just finished his chat as Roccaccioli comes in again and bowls, and Rew is forward to that one, defending it cautiously, back to the bowler.
Very interesting contrast in styles, these two left-handers, in the way they play the spin bowler, with James Rew coming right forward to kill the spin, and Tom Lammerby hanging back to play it off the pitch.
Roccaccioli in, and that one was left, and that was a good leave. Knowing where his off stump is, in fact, just watching the replay, it wasn't quite as close to the off stump as the indication of wicket keeper and bowler were. It was a good leave, well judged leave by Rew. Through and taken by Kai Smith, standing up to him, obviously. Latham's at slip, waiting as in. Goes back and opens up and just fires it away down to deep backward point, where Simmons comes off the boundary edge and does the fielding. So another single to Rew. He moves on to 16.
It's
Lamberby's on 21.
quite a breeze blowing across the ground from west to east, which will be helping Roccacioli drift the ball into the left-handers.
I think it's picked up, you know, that breeze, as this one is wide, and Lamberby goes for a sort of a shot where it's wide ball. He doesn't move his feet one bit, and he swings at it, a ball which was probably only about a foot inside the return crease area, and he gets away with that one. Not a great shot. This next one, it goes back and across his stumps and fires it up to mid-on. It's the end of another over for Roccacioli, and 2.25 for 2, another good economic over.
Yeah, Tom Lamberby suffers from what his batting coach, Shane Berger, doesn't quite call brain fades. It's a different 5-letter word beginning with F. But that was a good example of it. You know, he's been batting watchfully, sensibly, moving his feet, leaving well, and then you get a flat-footed swish at a ball well outside his off stump.
And when you looked at the shot again on the replay, it was an awful shot.
Yes, it was.
It really was.
Yeah.
Just totally out of context for the way he's played.
I don't know what it is, but he's conscious of it. I know that.
Can't stop himself doing it, but he's conscious.
He's conscious of it. So he knows he ought not to do it. Barnard in and bowls, and Brew plays this defensively. But you can understand that, because in the heat of the moment, instinct will take over, won't it?
Yeah.
No matter how much you rationalise it.
Yeah. And it doesn't matter. You can be coached and schooled and schooled, and then you still think, whack. Got to put that one away.
2-2-5 for 2 as Barnard in his 6th over is into James Rue, and just bowling that on a full good length. And Rue comes quietly forward and plays it out into the covers. Quiet period of play. Somerset had been going along at 4.2 runs and over for most of the first 2 sessions. Their run rate's now back to 3.73. Still perfectly respectable. As Barnard is in bowls, and they will take a comfortable single, square of the wicket on the offside. 2-2-6 for 2.
Very a different approach from these two left-handers to the scoring runs to the opening pair.
I think that the Warwickshire bowling has tightened up, though, hasn't it?
A little bit, yeah.
I mean,
so.
I think Ed Barnard's
makes
advent has made a big difference. I mean, he's only gone for 15 runs in 6.5 overs.
Yeah.
And I think the only boundary he's conceded was a nick down to third man. So he's giving Alex Davis a degree of control. And Roccacioli, apart from a couple of full tosses, has bowled pretty well from the Birmingham end as well. So it's harder work for the batsman than it was earlier on. This is on-driven by Tom Lamberby, but not at full power. He's a much better batsman than he was a few years ago, Tom Lamberby, even though he had a golden season in the COVID year, 3 centuries in the Bob Willis. But when I spoke to him after his match-winning 100 up to Chester Street, I asked him if he felt he was getting better as a batsman. He said yes, he was. Barnard in bowls, and that wasn't a very good shot. It was a good ball, just floated up outside the off stump with the words "have a drive at this" written over it, and Tom Lamberby did indeed have a drive at it, and it beat the outside edge.
It's 2 or 3 that Barnard has managed to get through past the outside edge, but hasn't yet got a nick, forced a nick, but good delivery.
Be interesting to see how much Matt Henry gets out of this pitch with some genuine pace. Barnard to Lamberby, turned into the onside, but Simmons will field at mid-wicket, end of the over. 61 overs have been bowled, 226 runs have been scored for the loss of 2 wickets. We've got 25 overs left in the day, light permitting.
Yeah, and it's overcast. Some quite dark clouds across to our left. Floodlights are off again. They were on for quite a good chunk of the morning and early afternoon session, but at the moment they're not on. So at the moment they're perfectly playable. Whether it'll last for 25 overs, I suppose if it doesn't last in the virtually at midsummer, then it's never going to last, is it really?
Well, it's been a good summer so far.
It's been beautiful. Yeah, beautiful. I think wherever you are in the country has had decent weather. Rockachuly's going to continue from the Birmingham end. He's in and bowls, and James Rue is forward to that one. He's on 17, and he plays this first ball of the new over.
I fancy James Rue's taken a lot more of Rockachuly than Tom Lammonby.
Yes, I think so. Yeah. Rockachuly with the headband as Ian bowls, and this one is tucked away down to Chase Simmons out on the deep point boundary for a single, just a comfortable single. So it brings Lammonby onto strike. Tom Lammonby at 21, he's on. 227 for 2. Rockachuly in. Gives this one, Lammonby gives himself plenty of space, stepping back and across to be able to force it away again into the offside with no great power, but into the gap and easily picking up another single. So he moves to 22, 228 for 2 in the 62nd over. Rockachuly is in again and bowls, and this time it's a similar shot from James Rue, but not quite as square, and he forces it straight to deep backward point, and it's a dot ball. Just a change in the field. There's short extra cover being pushed around. There's Rockachuly in. Rue again gives himself plenty of space. This time he will get a single, forcing it away down to Simmons out on the cover point boundary. So milking the singles off this over just a little bit shorter and allowing them to cut that ball away and get into position to be able to cut it away through point area. So 229 for 2, and these two just alternating. As this one is swept, but swept straight round. Ed Barnard, who's round the corner as the backward square, does a very fine stop, diving down to his left, prevents what probably would have been 4 runs, because I think he would have beaten the fielder on this outfield. It would have run away.
Rockachuly's going off.
He's
he's wearing his headband, navy blue headband, carrying his Warwickshire cap. Maybe just going off for a call of nature. 229 for 2. The sub-fielder is
Zen Malik, I think that is.
Zen Malik. And he's going out to the cover boundary, which is where Corey Rockachuly was fielding. Alex Davis shakes Ed Barnard by the hand.
How do you do it? I think he didn't know where he was for a long time. He's probably just been introduced. Didn't put him into the attack till about 50 overs.
Barnard into Rue, turns that wristily down to deep backward square leg for a single, moves on to 20. James Rue, captain of the England Lions in their recent matches against India A. He's actually having a bit of a mixed season. 474 runs before today in 12 innings at 43, which is pretty useful. 2 centuries. He got 152 against Worcestershire As Barnard is in, bowls to Lammonby, who drives that, and it's a no ball, so 3 runs go on the score, 233 for 2 in that huge total against Worcestershire on a pitch where he said it was very hard to get out on that pitch. But a match-winning innings, though, a century against Essex, when Somerset chased down over 300 in the 4th innings to win. So he's, other than those 2 centuries, he has just the 150 to his name. And that was down at Hove. That's, I think, going to be a leg by as he went for the pull shot. May just have been a...
Did he get a... I think there was a...
Yeah, there was.
What sounded like a sort of edgy of the bat sound.
Bottom edge, probably.
Yeah. It's got something on it. Just in the test match, India are 60 for 1 in their 2nd innings. They lead
boiling up to be a good game, though.
Yes, they had just a 6-run first innings lead, so effectively 66 for 1.
234 for 2 here. Barnard to Lammonby down the leg side, and he just helps it on its way around the corner to Hannon Dolby and trots through for a comfortable single. 24 he has.
Nice easy pickings, that one, wasn't it? It was fairly gentle pace, and just able to deflect it away into what is a pretty large gap behind on the leg side. There's a man down at deep backward square leg, but acres of space. And
yes, 6-3 offside field as Rue comes forward, hits it hard into the ground, bounces over the top of Barnard in his follow through. No run is taken. Somerset making steady progress against some accurate Warwickshire bowling. They've bowled a lot better since tea than they did earlier in the day. There's Ed Barnard. Just seen a Facebook comment from County Cricket Matters. Annie Chaves outfit. Barnard in, bowls to Rue, edges this down to 3rd man for a single, which says, "A call to Warwickshire members. Your club is currently engineering a reduction in county cricket matches. Challenge them now." Ooh. Has your membership committee sought your opinion? If not, please contact them now. Well, there you are. Well, there's a great debate going on at the moment.
well, there's a meeting tomorrow. There's a members'
It's tomorrow,
open forum tomorrow lunchtime, which the chief exec will talk to the members. I think they've already had one meeting, and they're going to go through that.
Barnard to Lammonby, who plays this with an open face down to 3rd man for a single. 25, 237 for 2. What's the Warwickshire position on the future shape of the county championship?
I genuinely, Anthony, don't know. I think they are, little bits I've read, I think they're in favour of a change to the current structure. And I think something's got to happen, because T20s are not getting the crowds, and whether they can reduce down the number of those and perhaps give them more emphasis, I don't know, but something needs to be done before it goes into a terminal type of decline, I think.
See, that's a test match ground view, because you've got the 100. The Somerset view would be reduce the number of blast games over our dead bodies, because they're the big money spinners.
Absolutely, and I can fully understand that. I suppose the argument about which way you do with championship cricket is an interesting one as well. This first one is a full toss from Rockingham, which is thrashed away over mid-wicket for 4 by Lammonby, and well, that was just a gift, really.
It's the 3rd full toss he's bowled.
Yeah, but that was one.
That was the worst of them.
Yeah, it was here. Have a go at this one.
So, and I mean, for the county championship, I think everyone's resigned to number of county championship matches being reduced from 14 to 12. But it's the format that the championship then takes, which is up for grabs.
Jelly in again and bowls. This one is left outside off stump. It was it pitched and did a little bit, just bounced and just turned a fraction. No, I think it was more the bounce rather than anything else there, which Smith standing up had to take that one up at chest height. And he comes again. This one is again full and played up past the diving mid wicket. Get just a single. This ball's fielded up at mid on and restricted to a single. 242 for 2. Lammonby has moved on to 30. Ruse on 22. Yes, I think the county championship games it's only relatively recently come down from 16 to 14, which didn't enthrall many people, but it's looking more in the region of 12 or 13, isn't it? This one is turned mid-wicket.
It is. I think the argument is as to whether we continue with a 2-division system as we have at the moment, possibly with 8 teams in the first division and 10 in the second, which would make a lot more sense than the current situation, or some sort of conference system where the counties are divided into 3.
This one in, turned to Barnard, who's round the corner at
as per the Bob Willis.
Yeah,
and of course Somerset were in the same group as Warwickshire in the Bob Willis.
Yeah, something of that nature. It's difficult to see how you can long-term maintain the championship in its without doing something around it. This one is crashed away to backward point by Rue for a single. 243 for 2. End of another over.
A conference system, though, would at least mean that within the conferences, every county in that group would play the other counties twice, rather than this ridiculous situation where in the first division you play some counties twice and others only once.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier on at the off-air. That to me is a ludicrous situation where you can almost buy whoever you get lucky enough not to have to play twice. So, for instance, if you didn't have to play Surrey or say Essex or somebody like that twice, that gives other sides a distinct advantage that particular season against the lower teams. But
well, we're only playing Surrey once this season. We played them at the Oval, which is a shame. I mean, the game against Surrey at Taunton last September was an absolute classic, with Jack Leach bowling Somerset to a famous victory in the dying moments of the fourth day.
I have a real problem, though, that what you've got here today, we've got what we call elite sport being played in front of a non-league football crowd. How long can that carry on? You know, it's if we want to call it elite sport, it has to.
But there are a lot of people listening on the BBC Sport website and watching on the live stream. Bamber in and bowls on leg stump, turned into the onside, there won't be a run.
The problem is they're not physically.
They're not here, no, I know, and it doesn't do anything for the atmosphere, does it?
No.
Especially in these big stadium grounds. I mean, at Taunton, where we get I think it's the third best home crowds for the county championship after Surrey, who are miles ahead, and then Lords, the Oval Lords, and then Taunton. And you get 2,500 people at Taunton. It's a really, really good atmosphere. This is a good ball from Ethan Bamber, defended by James Rue. Whereas, I don't know how many people there are here, maybe 1,000.
Not that many.
But they're scattered so thinly across the ground. I mean, I know there are lots sitting down below us and seats that we can't see, but
I think they were expecting about 800 today.
Yeah. It's not great, is it?
No, it's not.
And Warwickshire is not the least supported by any means. This is just chopped down into the gully by Rue. Again, no run.
I think the location has a slight problem with it as well, that to get here to park, if you're not a member with a car parking space, which is very limited now, you've got to find somewhere to park. You've got to get into Birmingham. Taunton has is a relatively small centre, and people can get into it.
And there are plenty of car parks as well.
Yeah, that's right. And it's very, very handy to walk from the main high street straight to the grounds.
Bamber in and bowls. This is played nicely square of the wicket. Should just be the single. 244 4-2.
And yes, it has disadvantages because you're limited as to how much you can expand it. You know, I think Gloucestershire have got that problem when they're looking at Neville Road in terms of how much they can expand that and their expectations, but they're looking at a new site.
Have Warwickshire got any plans for an outground?
Well, they've got an outground at Portman Road, which used to be the old Mitchells and Butlers ground, and that one has been developed, and the second team play virtually all their cricket there now, and don't actually go around the county now.
Bamber bowls, Lammonby drives, but not at full power, no run.
Again, it's been a lot of people in the county and members have been against it because it meant in the old days that the second team at least used to go out to places like Coventry, North Warwick, Kenilworth, go up to Nuneaton and be around and be seen, whereas now it's all virtually played in Birmingham, just the other side of where you're staying on the on that side of the city, so both grounds are in the city.
Bamber bowls, and again defensive shot from Tom Lammonby. Good tidy over from Ethan Bamber, who has figures of none for 42 from 10 overs. It's 244 for 2, 24 to James Rue, 30 to Tom Lammonby. The partnership is now worth 57, and
we're going to have a bowling change.
We're going to have a commentary change. It's a double change.
Yep.
Double change with I'll make way for Richard Wilford, and Phil will make way for Dermot Reeve.
I'll just keep talking whilst Richard does the changeover, and we are going to see Rob Yates into the attack at the Birmingham end for the first time today.
Third spinner to be used today. In response to a couple of Anthony's questions there, to note that because the Bears do play 3 matches at Rugby School in the 50 over competition, so they do use an outground there. And I'm not sure that the reduction in the number of T20 games is something that's has openly been discussed. I think the Championship is, but I'm not sure we're going to see a reduction in T20 games. The crowds have not been as big here this season as they've been in previous years, and you know, the county have done a lot to promote it this year, but we will see. This partnership now is worth 57, and Rob Yates bowling for the first time. Rue defends it out into the offside towards the man coming on the cover boundary. Shay Simmons, Dermot Reeve alongside me. The bowling change is one off spinner for another.
Yeah, I mean, he's a decent bowler, Rob Yates, but it is a very benign, flat, excellent batting wicket.
Lamb will be forcing this out in the offside for another single. Yates did a lot of bowling in the second 11 game last week against Durham, with a view to the fact that we were coming into the Kookaburra phase of the season.
It's just that comfortable single out to deep cover if he's just a touch short.
This is Fuller, but again, Rue tries to guide it to cover, doesn't get it quite right this time though, and picks out Bamber.
At the moment, it's like the batsman, that's all they have to think about. Is just, if he just drops it a touch short, I'll just play it off the back foot, open the face, and I'll just get an easy single.
Seems a bit straightforward. This ball is pitching probably on around leg stump, and it might offer to turn a bit, but it's so close to the batsman that Rue just has to prop forward and defend. 246. So the wind has got up a little bit in the last 5 minutes. Down the wicket comes Rue, has to check his shot, pushes it out to the offside, but a bit of flight there from Yates, which got Rue's interest. I would not be shocked if we had more rain come in from the southwest before the end of proceedings here. So, once in, again, Yates in, defended back to the bowler. A couple of runs off the over, 246 for 2. And notionally 20 overs left in the day.
Yeah, it was a good first over from Yates. He's actually bowling into the breeze, which has definitely picked up a bit, and he's got mid-off and mid-on up on the 1. So Rue, you could see, was tempted to try and get to the pitch of the ball and hit him over his head. He advanced once, but Yates, I think, might have seen him coming and threw it wide of off, and Rue adjusted well enough and it was a dot ball, but that would be a plan for the batsman to be hitting with the breeze, take the spinner on downtown, as we say.
Bamber to continue with that deep pink towel behind him. Clipped through mid-wicket, and Simmons with the dive can't stop that. Alex Davis knows the chase is going to be forlorn, and there is a batting bonus point. Finally, 250 on the board, because it is that far you have to get for the point these days. 66.1 overs. Somerset have got there for the loss of just 2 wickets.
And that was the best shot Lammonby's played. It wasn't that short. A little bit short, just in on middle and leg, but he just punched it off the back foot, in between mid on and mid-wicket. Crisply, off the middle. Excellent batting. He looks very, very good.
35 he's got now. And he'll leave that ball alone outside off stump. Actually, if anything, the breeze is coming from due west today rather than southwest, and that is where the weather is coming from, over the Welsh borders, through Shropshire. And the next rain front, at the moment, looks like it might hit us in the next half hour. So we'll keep an eye on the movements of the ground staff. They always give the game away. And they're at least visible at the moment, sitting on the benches on either side of the vomitory that houses them. Away to our left. This is driven immaculately through extra cover for 4. A very floaty half volley. And the fielder in close, it was whistling past him. Latham couldn't get a hand on it. Second boundary over for Lammonby. He's 39, 254 for 2.
And that was just as good as the first one in the over. But through the offside this time, half volley. He pierced the gap between mid-off and extra cover. He drives the ball, he meets the ball very late, which is a very important quality to have as a batsman.
And quite early in this innings you were talking about the fact that Lammonby likes to play the ball late. It's pretty much under his nose, isn't it, when he strikes the ball. So he awaits this next one, forcing shot off the back foot out towards the substitute fielder. And in the deep there. Through for another single, 255 for 2. And Bamber has not enjoyed this combination of flat surface and kookaburra ball.
And this partnership's just been no risk batting.
What problems they've had have been some of the better deliveries from Corey Rocchiccioli. They've beaten the edge. So this is driven into the offside, and again around comes the 12th man, Zen Malik. 256 for 2. This has been an expensive over. And it means that more thought will have to go into this from Alex Davis. How can he find the next breakthrough? He got 2 in quick succession from Shay Simmons earlier. It may just be that Simmons' return may not be too far away. It's about an hour and a half, more than an hour and a half since he last bowled. This is Fuller, driven straight. Davis will try and cut it off, and he does. In a T20 game, they'd have run a single there. They probably could have done, but they didn't. Rue 26, Lammonby 40, 256 for 2.
Good work from the captain on that occasion. He could have been the man to pick up the first wicket in the field when he was at mid-on earlier, when he just didn't pick up the ball cleanly. When Josh Davey was running down the wicket, trying to take a quick single and being sent back by his partner. But sadly for the Warwickshire captain, he fumbled the ball, and it allowed Josh Davey to get nearly all the way down and all the way back.
Elsewhere in Division 1, a centurion for Sussex up at Chestnut Street against Durham. James Coles, 100 not out. The all-rounder, he bowls spin as well. 280 for 8 Sussex. Rob Yates is going to bowl the second over. Rue pushes forward, and low to his right, Rocchiccioli makes the stop in the cover, and there's no run. Charlie Allison closing in on 100 for Essex. He's 93 not out against Hampshire, with Essex 261 for 6. Beating him off the back foot there. Rue on the back foot, trying to force it, and the offside goes past the edge. Well taken by Kai Smith. Great delivery from Rob Yates. He is a dangerous bowler. He's taken quite a few championship wickets in the last 2 seasons. Just when he pushes through a bit more and Roux can help himself to a single out in the offside.
Yeah, the ball before was way too full. It was nearly a half volley that he was trying to play off the back foot and cut away to deep cover.
57 for 2. Lammonby now comes forward to Yates and there's no run. Phil Brick collecting his 207 keys in the background before he goes home. There you go, there they are again. So this is clipped towards mid-wicket by Lammonby and there's no run. He likes to make an exit, Dermot, does Phil. People know when he's off. Oh my. Here's the key to the museum. You can visit that at lunchtime tomorrow if you're around. Always well worth a visit. So coming down the wicket here is Lammonby, and Yates was able to adjust. Couldn't get the ball past the batsman though, but made a nuisance of himself so they couldn't come through for a single. End of the over. 257 for 2, and Yates has been quite bright with his first 2 overs.
Yeah, it wasn't the best footwork by Lammonby. He's advancing down to the spinner, but he's taking his back foot too far to the leg side. Instead of advancing straight, it was something that Marcus Trescothick did a little bit that I picked up when I went down and coached Somerset. You're better off advancing straight. If you do that shimmy, but you take your back foot too far outside leg, you're really only opening up the offside.
Up assist with Bamber, and coming down the wicket and driving him beautifully is Roux. He's met that so nicely, times it wonderfully, and Barnard didn't have a price at mid-on. 261 for 2.
Well, that was much better footwork. He came down at the right time, turned a length ball into a half volley, because if you come down at the right time, the bowler can't change. He's decided, right, I'm going to bowl a line and length. And what it's done is, as opposed to just getting the boundary, he's now forced the wicketkeeper, Kai Smith, to come up to the stumps, which he probably doesn't want to do ideally, but it was good footwork. A little shimmy at the right time.
Bamber once more to Roux, who pushes this one through the covers. There'll be at least 1. Malik's around, it'll be only 1. I can't imagine that Ethan Bamber has had a wicketkeeper stand up very often to him during his career. He's, a very capable Division 1 seam bowler. He can take a lot of wickets. But this surface is so true that batters are more than happy to take a couple of paces down the wicket and go straight. Bamber round the wicket to Lammonby. Comes forward, gets over the ball and defends out to Latham at extra cover. That's the thing, but all the batters can trust this surface, don't they, to put their hands through the ball.
Well, these two are just, as I say, playing no risk batting. They're just playing the ball on its merits. It's a defensive field. Neither of them are scoring at a strike rate of 50 runs per 100 balls, but they're both still there.
Lammonby stands tall and guides this down to third for a single. Is that Rocket Choley who finds himself down there now? I think it is. 263 for 2. Lammonby to 41. This duo have now added 76, and they're starting to up the tempo as well. Bamber's return hasn't produced any reward. A couple of balls left in his 12th over. They're going to have to surely give Shea Simmons another blast at some point. Both the wickets to fall have been his. Bamber driven this time, not with sufficient power or timing to get beyond Sam Hain, who is fielding without a hat at the moment. He's got his sun hat pushed into his back pocket. He's got the shin pads on from when he fields close in for the spinners. Don't very often see a player entirely hatless. So Bamber approaches back of a length and pulled to the mid-wicket boundary with almost contempt by James Roux. 36 for him, 267 for 2, And it's only 3 overs this spell from Ethan Bamber, but for my money, Dermot, that may be enough.
Yeah, it was just a touch short. It was a poor ball on this pitch and dispatched by Rue to mid-wicket. A pull off the front foot. No risk in the shot. Picked his gap. And for me, today, where Alex Davies has got it wrong for Warwickshire is the one man who might have swung it between, say, overs 10 and 20, for me, would be Ed Barnard. And he didn't come on until the 50th over. And straight away, he was testing the edge of the bat. He had control. But, you know, there's already 200 runs on the board.
Yeah. Rob Yates to continue from the Birmingham end in this strong breeze. And is lent on the ball from Yates by Lammonby. Rolls it towards mid-wicket, and Jacob Bethel. He's had a couple of short spells. Half a dozen overs in all from Bethel, and he's returned to the Bears side for the first time this season. Dabbed into the offside this time. There will be a single, as there's a bit of room for Rockacholi to move into before he can pick the ball up and gather. 42 to Lammonby, 268 for 2.
Yeah, it was nicely played and good understanding between the batsmen that there was an easy single square of the wicket on the offside.
Rue now looking to hammer this through the leg side. He gets plenty of it. Chase round the outfield for the substitute fielder. Should keep them down to 2. Does well. 270 for 2.
A tremendous amount of bat speed there from James Rue. It was short from Yates, and Rue was trying to pull it away. Didn't get the middle of the bat, or close to the middle of the bat, but it was a lot of bat speed in that shot.
Yates round the wicket again, just dabbed at by Rue. Drops down in front of him, no run.
Well, he's nearly caught up Lammonby. Rue's now gone on to 38, and Lammonby's on 42.
Of course, then he came in about 10 balls apart, didn't they, with the double breakthrough of Davey and Kohler Cadmore after their big opening partnership. This one down the leg side, reaching for it was Rue, and then it's fumbled by Kai Smith. Don't think there was anything on it, but there was a bit of an ooh and an ah. It goes safely through to Tom Latham, who moved around from slip to leg, slip to gather. As Rue pushes this into the offside as well. End of the over. Yates 3 overs for 6. He's been tidy enough. The wind continues to bustle the flags at the far end. What are we going to see happen now in terms of bowling? Looks like there's going to be a change of some sort. Certainly not Bamber. It's Alan Dolby, by the look of it.
Yeah, I think Ed Barnard was saying let's get some left arm spin on. Chase Simmons is stretching a little bit out there at D mid wicket, but it would be worth a couple of overs of him halfway down again, because it's the only thing that's got Warwickshire a wicket today. Is a short bowling theory with men back on the leg side boundary.
Hannah Dolby's introduction now is interesting because we're only 10 overs away from the new ball, but there will only be 6 overs left in the day when the new ball becomes available, so I've got a feeling they're not necessarily all that inclined to use it. So for Hannah Dolby to bowl now, he's not going to be available when the new ball's due. Tough day though. You've got to be creative, haven't you, as a captain sometimes on days like this?
Yeah, and Alex Davies was a bit creative with his field placements and the tactic of bowling, getting Simmons to bowl short. Now it just looks like let's try and bowl dots.
As Hannah Dolby is driven through extra cover for 4. Lammonby has walloped that. He's to 46, 274 for 2.
A big half volley, and Lammonby's not going to miss out on gifts like that. I know it's Hannah Dolby's first delivery, so you might excuse him a bit for being a bit stiff. But there's a saying I like in this game, which is every ball is an event. you know, and you really haven't got places for looseners and gifts like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure how early he knew he was coming back here, as this is nudged into the offside. It'll evade Simmons. Zen Malik comes in to do the fielding, so another single, 275 for 2. '71st over of the day. Getting a little bit darker overhead.
Who's off the field for Malik?
It's a good question. I shall now proceed to do the maths. Hannah Dolby is in, defended out into the offside, and there's no run.
Sam Hain, isn't it?
Hain has been out there in recent overs. So whether there's been a changeover, but Hain was out there during the last over.
So you got Bethel at backward point.
Yeah, I think it may be Hain now, but I don't think it was 5 minutes ago. Who's at slip? Yates is at slip. Barnard Latham. Who's down at third? Rockacholi. This one back of a length from Hannon Dolby. Does tuck Rue up a little bit, but he defends it out into the offside. Bamber is at deep backward square. So it must be, but that's a change from the last over, because Hain was out there. I was talking about the fact that he wasn't wearing any headgear. If you recall, a few minutes ago. And I was visualising, I didn't vocalise it, but I was visualising you with a floppy hat on, because that was your preference, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was a floppy hat.
The big white floppy.
Yeah. Rue on 38 awaits Hannon Dolby again. This is floaty outside off stump, and he's chipped it straight into the hands of Bethel at backward point. It was a slower ball, but it was very, very wide, and Rue has rather accommodatingly just lifted it into the hands of Jacob Bethel. It's not a dismissal that he will view with any great pride, but Hannon Dolby makes an unlikely sort of breakthrough, and it's 275 for 3.
Yeah, well, a bit of credit to the bowler for at least bowling something different, a slower ball off break, but it was so far wide of off stump that Rue would have been better served just to let that go. But he's tried to just, you know, drive it out to deep cover and popped it up off the outside edge to backward point. The easiest of catches. Rue looked very good, very composed. And made 38 and got himself in. And now he's on his way back to the pavilion. So Warwickshire have their third wicket. And this brings Tom Abel, very good player, to the crease with 15 overs remaining.
It's hard to disguise your surprise when a wicket falls. In the Test match, by the way, India 82 for 2, lead by 88. A wicket for Ben Stokes. Sudarshan has gone for 30. It just comes out of the blue, a wicket in this game. It's generally been fairly easy going. As the Somerset 12th man comes out to bring some refreshments and maybe some energy pills or something like that for Tom Lammonby, who's on 47.
I mean, you do occasionally get a bowler who bowls a slower ball. The batsman doesn't pick it up. He just thinks it's a normal pace ball, so he's early with the shot and the ball goes in the air. So I think we've got to give some credit to Hannon Dolby, who does have a nice slower ball off break. For me, I think he did pick it. Oh, that's a slower ball, but I'll still hit it through. I'll still hit it out to deep cover for a single.
So we've got a right-hander back in. Interestingly for Abel, they've put a leg slip in. As Hannon Dolby comes in, and it's straight around off stump, defended out into the offside. A successful over for Oliver Hannon Dolby, 275 for 3. Ollie will be back on the Bears Pod Blast. He's my co-host. You can hear it every Thursday live at the moment on BBC Radio WM at 6 o'clock. So that's Thursday 6 till 7. But at any other time, if you go to BBC Sounds and you search the word Pod Blast, you will find all 4 of this year's episodes and the ones that we used to do. It's been about 3 years since it was last done, but we have a podcast every week during the T20 Blast season. This week we had Richard Gleeson and Laura Harris on. Previous week, George Garton and Jake Lintop. Abby Freeborn's been on, as well as Ed Barnard. And some very interesting. Richard Gleeson talking about his experiences of the IPL was good this week. Because you get to the airport, you go through the passport desk and you show your passport, and it's, oh, you're coming to play for the Mumbai Indians, fantastic. Fast bowler, aren't you? Everybody knows you as soon as you arrive. Rob Yates to continue, Lammonby on strike, paddle round the corner. They set the field for it. Sam Hain with a diving stop and pick up, so he was only off the field for a short break. We can probably assume what it is that he took a break for, and Zen Malik is back off the field now. Yates again pushed into the offside by Lammonby. What would it take for it to end up being Warwickshire's day? They'd have to take probably another 3 wickets. It's a good surface to bat on. This is well outside off stump. Lammonby doesn't overhit it, lays it out towards Hannon Dolby on the deep cover boundary. 276 for 3. He's able on strike. Now, where's Rob Yates wanting Sam Hain to go?
Well, he should want him at short leg.
I think he's going to have him at leg slip.
You got Abel on naught, and he's got a deep square leg and a deep cover, a slip and a leg slip. And how often you see catchers going to leg slip are few and far between.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting.
When a batsman just comes in, you know, either have a silly point or a short leg.
Yeah. But they had a leg slip to him for the final ball of Hannon Dolby's over, so whether this is one of their plans for Abel, but it's a bit different when it's off an off spinner. I'd be more inclined to agree with you, as he pushes forward defensively and it rolls back to Yates. You want to catch a... I think the silly point in his sight line would be nice here. Just get into his line of vision a bit. Yates was held up there by the bails being blown off at the near end.
Well, it's when a batsman is at his most vulnerable, when he's, you know, facing his very first few balls.
Yates approaches again. Oh, and that turns and bounces. Where's he got the bounce from there? Taken just outside off stump by Kai Smith. Yates is, again, like Rocchiccioli, he's a tall man. And this turns into the path of Abel, so he can flick it off his pads for a single. 277 for 3.
Straight into short leg's hands, but it's a single instead.
Yeah. I mean, he'd play a different shot, but he'd still potentially be vulnerable to a back pad.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a catch straight off the face, which we've seen a bit if you've got a brave short leg in there. But without the short leg, it just means it's such an easy shot against the off spinner as a right-hander to work the ball to square leg. If there's no square leg fielder and no short leg, then, you know, you just got yourself a 1, which is what's happened, and Abel's now gone down to face Hannon Dolby.
During your time here, there used to be 2 players who did a lot of service at short leg, and I'm going to suggest one of them was a bit braver than the other in that position. But I thought Andy Moles was very brave at short leg.
Yeah.
And then Paul Smith was a little bit more reluctant, but did it quite a bit. Those are the 2 I remember going in short. Andy Moles was good at short leg. And you'd get some action from Donald and Munton there. Hannon Dolby left alone outside off stump from Abel. Between the pace of Donald and the height of Tim Munton, that position was in play, wasn't it?
Yeah, I did it at short. I did it against Worcester when Donald got Curtis LBW. I was at short leg in that famous semi-final that when Andy Lloyd was captain.
Andy Lloyd, a man of Shropshire, like Ed Barnard is, very proudly. And Dolby back of a length, guided down to point by Abel, and no run, 277 for 3. Cloud starting to fill in a little bit as well. Away to our left, the direction that the wind is bringing it. So the forecaster suggested that we may get curtailed today. With a bit of luck, we won't. Floodlights aren't on again. They were on for about 4 hours earlier. One of the things that's changed since Dermot's time here, that's for sure. Fuller ball from Hannon Dolby. Pushed into the offside by Abel. He's looking to take his time, isn't he, to have a good look at this.
Yeah, it's an interesting time to come in. You know, if you come in with only, say, half a dozen overs left in the day, you really feel you got nothing to gain, everything to lose if you get out. But yeah, there's still 13 overs remaining, so you know Abel could end up getting himself 25 not out.
Waits Hannon Dolby now, gets into position, full face of the bat to defend. And there's no run. How many more overs Yates? Yates has bowled 4 from the far end. I'm sure they'll want to bring Roccaccioli back into it. Simmons has only bowled the 10 overs today. There have been 30 overs of spin in all. And that would reflect a Kookaburra day, I think. And the floodlights are now coming back on here at Edgbaston as Hannon Dolby bowls back of a length, guided off his pad by Abel for a single to Simmons at deep mid-wicket. 278 for 3.
Yeah, it's interesting to know what Warwickshire will do when the new ball's available. Because you might take, you know, Hannon Dolby off now, bowl a couple of overs, say, of Bethel, or a couple of overs of Ed Barnard, and then take the new ball when it's available with Hannon Dolby and, say, Barnard.
Yeah. Hannon Dolby bowling his 14th over of the day, and that's another slower ball, really floated up outside off stump to see if Lammonby would play a similar shot to Roos, and he just watched it wisely outside off stump thinking, I don't want to get drawn into this.
Clever bowling, though. You know, he's bowling with a plan. He's keeping it tight. He's a very solid performer, isn't he, Hannon Dolby? He's always doing a little bit because of his height.
Yeah.
As a batsman, he's always getting that little bit more bounce than other bowlers. Bowls from a lovely high action.
He uses his experience very effectively. Yates is going to continue. 4 overs for 8 runs. He's given them reasonable control so far. Nobody's got after him. I don't know whether Somerset are batting for the weather a little bit here. I mean, Abel's trying to build innings as he pushes forward to the first ball, and it goes to backward point and Shea Simmons.
Well, Abel's had most of the strikes since he's come in, and that's softened the scoring.
Yeah, just 3 runs added in the last 3.5 overs. So he can only drag this along the ground towards mid-wicket, picked up there by Barnard. I think as long as the spinners are giving control from one end, it may be that Alex Davis chooses not to take the new ball until tomorrow morning. Yates in, quicker ball, flicked off his pads. Abel will go up to 3. Hannon Dolby fields at deep square leg. 279 for 3. Interesting to get the view from the two camps this evening about how good they think the surface is. It looks fairly blameless, doesn't it? Let's be honest. So, in again comes Yates, and that turns a lot from outside off stump. He's getting a few revs on it for it to turn that far.
Definite turn.
Yeah. Again, Jack Leach will be quite encouraged by what he's seeing there. This next delivery is clipped towards mid-wicket, picked up by Bethel. Archie Vaughan, of course, another very capable spinner in this Somerset lineup. They will feel they've got those 2 full-time spinners that can have an effect in this game later on. This is driven towards cover, bounces up into the hands of Ed Barnard. End of the over from Yates, just a single off it. 12 overs in theory left today, which get us through to about 6:45. Just a question of whether the light and the weather holds, as any rain shower now would probably put play to the rest of the day, as Hannon Dolby marches in to continue.
You can see it building, can't you, in the clouds?
Yeah.
They're getting darker and it seems to be filling in. And although there's a breeze blowing from the pavilion end, the clouds aren't moving very quickly.
Abel on 3 awaits Hannon Dolby, full face of the bat, defends it back down the track. I'm probably due to give Anthony another stab in a moment, so I'll get to the end of this over. He's sending messages on his phone. He's probably arranging for the first pint to be pulled for him later. I think he's going to open up with a pale ale this evening. I can see it. That's not a disagreeable reaction. I know he's got plans, so he's going to be fine. Hannon Dolby approaches, guided into the leg side by Sam Hain. 279 for 3.
And this is where your bowler needs you. He needs the fielders to get behind him and encourage him and support him and get, with that love and encouragement from the fielders, it gets your adrenaline going as a bowler.
And Dolby full outside off stump, trying to guide it down to third there, did Abel, but got it rather squarer than he intended. Picks out the fielder there, who is Bethel. Close of play at Headingley at the end of day 3. I suspect the weather has curtailed things slightly there. India 90 for 2 in their second innings, lead England by 96. 2 days to go, and as they say, all results possible. Anything could happen in that one. Nicely poised. And Dolby advances. Abel awaits off the inner half of the bat. He's able to move that through square leg out to Simmons for a single. And when he picks it up, sends dust everywhere from a used wicket end. It's one of the wickets that's been used a lot for pre-match bowling practice there. Really scarred surface. But the dust went everywhere. No movement from the ground staff yet, Dermot. I'm just looking for that. You never know, we could cling on for these last 12 overs. Could cling on. See the wind whistling through the legs of Ollie Hannon Dolby's trousers. This is a quick single up to Alex Davis, a direct hit, and there would have been trouble, but he's misfielded it. And he's had a couple of opportunities for a run out today. The one earlier in the day for Josh Davey was a far easier one than that, but he knew a pick-up and a direct hit was going to be trouble for Lammonby, and he didn't do the first part of the job right.
Well, would it be unfair in me saying he actually looks like he fields like a wicket-keeper? Because
and do you know what? Normally he doesn't. I mean, he's
normally good, is he?
Yeah, no, normally he does feel better than that. He's done a lot of fielding in his time. It's final ball over from Hannon Dolby. He's defending out into the offside. It's the first season he hasn't been. He's done much wicket keeping in the Championship since he joined Warwickshire, because Michael Burgess was doing the job for the last 2 years before his retirement. Anyway, Dermot, some thoughts from you, and then Anthony Gibson will rejoin you.
Well, it's 75 overs gone, and we're 281 for 3. Somerset batting. Tom Abel is 4 from 17 balls. Tom Lammonby has played very well for 49 off 97 balls. So he's 1 run away from a half century. And this is interesting because Davies is bringing on Chase Simmons, his fastest bowler. And he's bringing him on from the Birmingham end. So he's going to be running up into the breeze. And we wait and see what field gets set here, because it could be
They're
another.
going to try something funky, are they?
Well, I think so, because I can't see anybody going into slip.
It's not a bad idea against Tom Lammerby. He likes the pull shot, and he does hit it in the air. But he ought to be conscious of that, because he's been out at least twice so far this season. First innings up at Durham and down at Hove as well against Sussex. Just lifting the ball, keep down and being caught at long leg. They haven't actually got a long leg. Oh yes, well they've got a fine leg. Well, sort of cross between long leg and fine leg.
Well, you can only have 2 behind square on the leg side, so Davies himself is in a deep leg gully, and there is a man out at deep square who's just in front.
Well, this tactic has borne fruit already with the wickets of Josh Davey and Tom Kohler-Cadmore. So you can't blame Alex Davies for trying it again against Tom Lammonby. This is short and it's pulled in the air. I told you we like to play the pull shot, and he doesn't keep it down. He does get 4 runs though, and it does mean that he reaches 50 from 98 deliveries with 8 fours, 53 to Tom Lammonby, which is his 3rd 50 of the county championship season, to go with that century up at Durham. Well batted.
Yeah, very well played, and I guess we got to give him the benefit of the doubt that he got it away for 4. It was in space.
Simmons in and bowls short, and that sails over the top of Tom Lammonby's head, and slightly belatedly Michael Goff signals what was, in all honesty, a pretty obvious wide.
Yeah, and that ends up as a waste, because it's too high for the batsman to have a pull at or hook at. But it's also now a warning. Well, not a warning, but you're told it's 1 for the over.
Yeah.
So you've wasted it with a wide.
286 then for 3. As Simmons is in from the Birmingham end, and Lammonby makes room for himself by going outside the leg stump, a la Tom Kohler-Cadmore. And that's a no ball. So 2 more runs, 288 for 3. So we've had a wide and a no ball from Chase Simmons in this over. But he nearly picked up the wicket of Tom Lammonby with the first delivery of the new spell. Bowling short on leg stump, inviting Lammonby to play the pull shot, which he did. It was in the air, but didn't go to hand. Simmons bowls. This is a much better pull shot by Tom Lammonby. Kept that one down, and it's well stopped by Jacob Bethert in the end. It was travelling, so he had to get everything behind it. Single is taken, 289 for 3. Lammonby on to 54. Clouds gathering all the time. The floodlights are on. The light's pretty good, I would have thought.
Right, well, we've got a slip in play now, so it's a more orthodox field for a fast bowler.
Yeah, 3 saving 1 on the offside, 2 on the onside. Men out at deep mid wicket and 3rd man, as Abel comes half forward and plays a defensive shot as Sam Hain tosses the helmet to Kai Smith. So there are 2 helmets now behind Kai Smith. Sam Hain at a short mid-wicket position for the clip off the pads that Abel doesn't keep down. Simmons bowls and Abel drives. A nice shot, but straight to Tom Latham at short extra cover. Warwickshire have seen a lot of Tom Abel over the years, so they'll know his strengths and weaknesses. He's having a mixed season. 383 runs at 34.8. Yet to score a century, though. He got 96 down at Hove. That's his best return so far. Simmons in and bowls, and he reaches outside the off stump for this one, and did get his left foot across towards the pitch of the ball. Shot a ball he didn't really need to play out. It was quite wide. He's not been in great form in the blast either, Tom Abel. Unlike Tom Lammonby, who only played 2 innings in the blast, but opening the batting when Tom Banton was with England, and did pretty well. Looked in good touch. Simmons to Abel, who pulls this away through the onside, but there's a fielder out patrolling the mid-wicket boundary, so it's just a single. 290 for 3. Abel on to 5 from 21 deliveries, so he's biding his time. End of the over. How many have we got left? 10 to go. In theory, I think we might get all 10 in. What do you think, Dermot?
Yeah, I'll be thinking we do. Yeah, I think if there isn't rain in the clouds now, then it's probably just going to stay gloomy.
Yeah.
Gloomy and overcast. It wasn't this gloomy. It wasn't this gloomy earlier when it was raining.
No.
So.
What's happening elsewhere? Let's make sure this is up to date.
I think the Kookaburras are getting a few wickets in other parts of the country.
They are. Sussex 322 for 9 against Durham. Who's got the wickets there? Delayder's got 4 for 83. 2 for Ben Rain and 2 for Connors. So wickets being shared around. We've got Rob Yates changing ends. Bowled his first 5 overs from the Birmingham end. He's coming from the Pavilion end. This is just short of a length, turned into the onside by Tom Abel. Essex 292 for 8 against Hampshire. Notts 295 for 6 against Yorkshire. Yates bowls a full toss, no full toss, which Abel just plays up to Ed Barnard. And Worcestershire all out for 209, and Surrey looking ominous, 47 without loss. Yates bowls again. It's just a little bit short of a length. Abel could go back on his stumps, play it defensively into the offside. The second innings, Gloucester has bowled out for 187 on a very sad day for Gloucestershire County Cricket Club, with the sad death of David Sid Lawrence. This is turned away through the onside for a single out to Chase Simmons. 291 for 3. Kent going pretty well against Lancashire. 213 for 3. Glamorgan 305 for 5 against Leicestershire, with Asa Tribe, relatively new name, making a maiden first-class century. At least I think it is. 107 he got. Looked very good in the 20-over game against Somerset on Friday evening. Yates bowls. Lammonby punches this through the offside. It might be, no, there will just be the single. Simmons is quickly onto it. 292 for 3. What have you made of Tom Lammonby?
I like him. I think he's a really good player. The feature is how late he meets the ball. And I'll ask you a question. Is Tom Lammonby a dominant right-handed person? Does he throw right-handed?
No, he's a natural left-hander.
He's a natural lefty.
Yeah. He
who bats left.
Yeah, he bats left, bowls left, and fields left.
With his left. So
Yates in and bowls to Abel, who pick up a single out to deep mid-wicket. 293 for 3. He I think he's batting better this year than he ever has done before. He had a very good year back in 2020 in the Bob Willis when he got 300s, but that was when he was. I think he was 20 or 20, I think then, and his development hasn't been sort of linear. You know, it's been a bit like that. You know, up and down. But this year he's been batting, I think, better than ever. But he does just suffer from these sort of brain fades when he's been batting beautifully for over after over after over, and he'll suddenly chase one outside the off stump or go for a big pull shot and hold out. But he's not been guilty of that so far today. 293 for 3 as Abel reaches for this outside the off stump and actually gets the middle of the bat on it. It was a very good shot. It brings in 4 runs through extra cover. 297 for 3.
Yeah, the reason I say that is there are a lot of left-handed batsmen who are actually dominant right-handed people who bat left, so they got the power in the top hand, and they tend to be very elegant with their driving. But a dominant left-hander who bats left-handed, you know, they're normally good on the cut shot because they've got that.
Simmons to Abel, pick up more runs here. Just one of them as Bamber is around from long leg to do the fielding. 298 for 3. Yes, he is a very elegant batsman, is Tom Lammonby.
For me, it's how late he plays the ball. He lets the ball come to him. I haven't seen him go out reaching for it. He'll let it come to him and work it into the gaps. And he's been working it out to deep cover, off the faster bowls and off the spinners, pretty much at will when the ball's just been in the right place to do so, and doing it very safely.
Some short stuff coming up, one would imagine. Yep, and this is pulled down to Bethel at long leg, just for a single. Well controlled pull shot that time from Tom Lammonby, kept it down. 299 for 3 in the 78th over.
I mean, in theory, he should be a good puller of the ball, because your bottom hand comes into play on that shot, and if he is a dominant left-hander, he's got that power in his bottom hand, so he should be strong at cutting and pulling.
Simmons in bowls, driven nicely by Tom Abel, over-pitched and moved his weight beautifully into that off drive. Brings in 4 runs, brings up 300 for Somerset. 303 for 3, a second batting point.
Yeah, fantastic shot by Tom Abel. It wasn't the drive where the batsmen, break their wrists through the shot.
Proper off drive, wouldn't it?
It was an orthodox one where he's made contact and it's a full face that he's showing, not the square drive, not the Josh Butler style.
Simmons to Abel, gets a good ball and plays it defensively into the offside. Tom Latham comes in quickly to do the fielding. Abel on to 16 with that boundary through the covers. Yes, he's classically trained, is Tom Abel.
I actually always thought Tom Abel should be bowling a lot more. Well, I think he swings it. He's got good control, and he's only medium pace, but I think he's very underrated with the ball.
He's almost given up bowling after he got a side strain. Spring before last, when he was selected for the England white ball sides to play Sri Lanka, and he got a side strain, and he hasn't bowled competitively since. Simmons is in bowls, and Abel is behind a defensive shot. But I absolutely agree with you. I mean, he's actually quite lively pace that he bowls at, sort of lively fast medium, and a bit of a golden arm as well. And I saw him get a hat-trick at Trent Bridge back in 2018. So and as a schoolboy, he was Wisden schoolboy of the year, schoolboy cricketer of the year back in 2012, and he opened the bowling as well as the batting. He was the complete deal. But we haven't seen Tom Abel as a bowler at all this season, and not at all last season, which is a shame. So, still 8 overs to go, weather permitting, and the weather isn't looking too bad. Robbie Yates to bowl his 7th over. 2 overs to go to the new ball, but I don't think they're going to take it. Lammonby drives smoothly up to Barnard at mid-off. And there is no run. Floodlights shining out quite brightly. Still this breeze, quite stiff breeze blowing across the ground from west to east. Lammonby comes right forward.
Well, I absolutely would take the new ball if I was the captain.
Would you?
Oh yeah, because you could have two of your bowlers charge in for 3 overs each, your faster bowlers, pitch it up and try and swing it.
Full toss, pulled away for
4 runs.
4 runs. Well, it's another gift, and the Warwickshire spinners have been guilty of bowling too many full tosses. And that was a high full toss as well.
And I think Lammonby's pretty much faced most of them, and he's just dispatched them nicely over.
He hasn't tried to hit them too hard, has
No,
he?
he just thought, oh, that's a full toss, knee height, a deep mid wicket. There's no one there. There's a deep square leg, but I'll just get it to mid wicket. He hasn't tried to overhit it. Just find the middle and find the boundary.
307 for 3. Yates bowls to Lammonby, who drives that. Not at full power, out into the covers where Bethel Fields.
Yeah, he's looking very much in control, isn't he, Lammonby? There's hardly been a false shot throughout these 106 balls he's faced.
Yates bowls, and a little bit of turn there, but too wide of the off stump for Lammonby to need to play a shot. And welcome to listeners on Sports Extra 2. Welcome to Edgbaston, where Somerset are going well on 307 for 3. That's after an opening partnership of 186 between Tom Kohler-Cadmore and Josh Davey. And we've got Rob Yates bowling to Tom Lammonby at the moment, who's on 60. The other end, Tom Abel on 16. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset, and with me is Dermot Reeve, former captain of Warwickshire, of course, carrying them to 2 county championships, and former, what were you, head coach at player coach
No,
initially at Somerset?
Director of cricket.
Director of cricket.
Yeah. I wasn't too sure about the title, but that's what they decided to call me.
You didn't play in the championship for Somerset, did you?
No,
but you played in the one day.
I wasn't going to play at all, and then Peter Bowler, the captain, just, he just really wanted me to. So in my second year of being down there as coach, I tried to play a few one-day games, which was, that I was 35 by then, I think. And I kept getting this recurrent groin strain from bowling, but
I remember.
But happy days. It was a good time down at Taunton.
Yeah, it's a nice club. Here comes Chase Simmons into bowl to Tom Abel, who's on 16, 307 for 3. Those were the days when Peter Anderson was
absolutely
chief executive.
He was my captain
from Hong Kong.
From Hong Kong, he captained Hong Kong when I played for Hong Kong, and I was quite proud of getting Somerset to their first final in 20 years, but we lost that.
That was to Gloucestershire, wasn't it?
Yeah, but then we won it the year after.
Absolutely, I was there for both of those. This is tucked away down to long leg for a single. That first final, that was won by Jack Russell, wasn't it? He was. Got under Somerset's skin, more than somewhat.
Yeah, I remember Rob Turner. I know he had a good partnership with Parsons at one point, but I remember Rob playing a premeditated paddle off a fast bowler with spine leg was up in the circle, and he got it away for 4, and I thought, great, I taught him that shot. So it's like you have those occasional moments as a coach where.
Is Simmons to Lammonby, pulls this and keeps it down. It's fielded at just in front of square by Tom Latham.
It's so interesting. They've got 3 men in a line. Short leg, who's about 10 yards away, and then you've got an orthodox square leg, and then you've got a deep square leg.
What do you do if you're Tom Lammonby out there? What do you do against this? Do you carry on playing the pull shot and try and keep it down, or do you duck out of the way?
it's very hard if you are a compulsive puller and hooker not to go for it. But
Simmons in and bowls, and he does go for it, and he gets it well in front of square for 4 runs. Well, that's one way of doing it.
Yeah.
Where he play it, get it away in front of the wicket, rather where most of the peril is either square of the wicket or behind square. 4 runs, 312 for 3, 64 to Lammonby.
I'm probably not the best to ask in that situation, because
What would you do?
couldn't. I would hit 1 for 4, and then the next one to go straight up in the air and get caught at mid-on, and think, why did you do that? You should have left it.
Here's Simmons to Lammonby. Doesn't get hold of this at all, but brings him a single.
And there's 2 balls that he's played that have actually gone to that leg gully position.
Yeah, where there was
where Alex Davies was. But he's moved himself to a sort of deeper catcher behind square. And it's one of those things you can only have 2 men behind square, so he's got the deep fine leg. The deep square is just in front. So Alex Davies, it's do I stick, do I twist, where do I go? Some days you get lucky, and the batsman might just glove it through to the keeper, or get a little tickle on it, playing a cross-bat shot.
Well, it looks like they're going to adopt similar tactics for the right-handed Tom Abel, with 2 men out on the leg side, and a not very short forward short leg. That sails over Abel's head. I don't think we'll see Tom Abel succumbing to the temptation of playing too many pull shots. 3:13 for 3, 6 overs remain in the day's play.
And a new ball available, and it is being taken.
Oh well, there you are. So got 2 bites of the cherry, haven't they? I mean, they've got at least 6, a maximum of 6 overs this evening, and then they'll have a pretty new ball.
Absolutely have a pretty new ball first thing in the morning, but it can change totally how you feel about your dinner tonight and your night's sleep as a bowler. If there's a chance here Warwickshire have got the new ball, 6 overs, and they might just pick a couple up.
They might,
and that's what the plan has to be. It's about Bamber here, who's coming on, getting the ball in the right area, pitching it up, make it swing. You might get hit for 4, but you've got a bowl attacking because you've got a new ball in your hand. Don't waste it.
Well, let's see if it swings a bit. He's bowling to Lammonby, who is on 65, and this is turned square of the wicket as Bamber just strays onto leg stump, and a bit of a gift there. Comfortable single for Lammonby, moves on to 66, 3:14 for 3. It will have been a truncated day's play. We will have lost 10 overs, so 8 of those will be made up tomorrow, which means we've got a 104 over day in prospect. Bamber to Abel. Again, it's on leg stump, and Abel this time can pick up a comfortable single into the onside. 3:15 for 3. These 2 Toms will be desperate to get through to the close. Somerset with 4 Toms in today's team. First time they've fielded 4 Toms this year. We've had 3 Toms previously, but Tom Kohler-Cadmore playing his first championship game of the season. Bamber's in and bowls outside the off stump, and Lammonby has nothing to do with it. 2 slips in place. Tom Latham at first and Rob Yates at second. And Somerset have got another Thomas in fact, and he isn't abbreviated to Tom, but James Roo's younger brother, Thomas Roo, hugely talented youngster,
coming through as well,
captaining England under 19s. He's only 17. Bamber into Lammonby, who might have had a go at that, but decides not to. Just swinging away from the left-hander.
Yeah, sensible batting. I mean, he could have hit it for 4, probably would have got it away for 4 had he decided I'm going to play a cut shot, but just because the ball's new, it sometimes skips through a bit quicker.
Yep.
It's a harder ball, so he's just been a bit watchful there, which is very sensible, particularly at this stage of the day's proceedings.
Bamber in and bowls again, very similar delivery. That one a little bit closer to the off stump and a little bit fuller in length, so a little bit less tempting. He does like to play the cut shot and the off drive, Tom Lammonby. He's a 360-degree batsman, though. You can say he's got any particular preferred areas or any areas where he's weaker than others. Bamber in bowls, and this one bounces on Lammonby, and he keeps it down well, plays it with soft hands, runs it out through the gully for a single, moves on to 67, 316 for 3, end of the over. And just a little bit of bounce there for Ethan Bamber. Fancy Matt Henry might bowl well on this, even with a kookaburra, and of course he'll be much more used to bowling with a kookaburra than most of the players in either side.
Yeah, he's a very fine performer.
He is.
Matt Henry, very good signing.
Very good team man as well. Really good influence in the dressing room by all accounts, and certainly when I've interviewed him, he's come across really well. So it's going to be Ollie Hannon-Dolby from the Birmingham end, with the Birmingham skyline behind him, with I think Richard Wilford counted 14 cranes.
Yeah, I'd bring third man up at this stage. 5 overs left in the day. Either have another slip or have a gully.
Yeah, Warwickshire need a wicket, don't they?
Yeah, and he's got a new ball in his hand.
Hannon-Dolby to Lammonby, who whips this away into the onside. They're going to come back for the second as the throw comes in from Simmons. It's not a particularly accurate throw, and Lammonby comfortably home. Moves on to 69, 318 for 3. Well, Somerset will be very pleased with their day's work. The improvised opening partnership with Tom Kohler-Cadmore and Josh Davey, roaring success, adding 186, and Somerset have racked up 2 batting points so far to add to the disappointing total of 8 which they had coming into this game. And Dolby bowls, and Lammonby reaches rather for this, but gets the middle of the bat onto it and brings in 4 runs through the covers. 73 he has, 322 for 3.
And that's what can happen with the new ball. Just comes onto the bat that bit better than an older ball which is soft. So if you don't get it right, a batsman can just lean on it and it'll fly off the middle of the bat, as that did. Lammonby, he hardly stroked it, it just was a little push through the offside, but it raced to the boundary. Fantastic shot from a very high class batsman.
Hannon-Dolby going around the wicket to the left-hander, and this is another elegant front foot drive this time, but it's cut off in its prime.
And he's got a very simple technique. He you know, there's certain batting coaches that think you should have your bat down on the ground, and you got to time the swing up and down, and you just make batting more difficult for yourself. So if you take someone like Harry Brook, you know, he's just holding the bat up. It's there, it's ready. And Lammonby's the same. He just holds the bat up. There's hardly a lift further up after the ball's bowled. It's just a tiny little one, but it just gives him so much time, because all he's got to do is just come forward at the ball.
Well, he had plenty of time there just to turn that into the onside and go through for a single. Takes him on to 74, 323 for 3. Did you stand in your stance, but did you have the bat raised?
Yeah. And if I ever coach someone who needs more time to face fast bowlers, that's what I'll do. I'll get them to stand there with the bat already up, and then after the ball's bowled, just come down. And, you know, there's less to do. And for my mind, it really makes batting a heck of a lot easier. You might not have the flair that you see occasionally with, say, a Mark Waugh, who the bat's down and they go up down and it's sweet timing, but Tom Abel's the same here.
Down the leg side and tumbling take by Kai Smith. I suppose it was Graham Gooch who first sort of popularised the stance with the bat raised.
I'm not sure if he did.
I don't think he was the first to do it, but he was he scored so many runs doing it that
he scored runs. He scored runs with the bat down. I think he was getting a bit of back pain, so he decided, right, I'm just going to stand up more.
I'm sure you're
I'm
right.
going to stand upright, and I'm going to hold the bat up, and and then he gets 3-3-3 against India.
And Dolby to Abel, who gets a good ball on off stump and plays it back to the bowler. End of the 82nd over. 4 overs remain in the day, 4 overs in which Warwickshire will be straining every sinew to take a wicket, and Messrs Abel and Lammonby will be doing their level best to see it through to the close. And the first of those overs is going to be bowled by Ethan Bamber.
Ethan Bamber again. Yeah, I just keep scratching my head at why
Ed Barnard isn't bowling.
Absolutely. And why he's only bowled, I think, 6 or 7 in the whole day.
Don't understand it either. It's Bamber to Lammonby, who turns this up to Alex Davis at mid-on. Phil Britt was wondering whether he might be tired after his efforts in the blast, but I find that when you're only bowling 4 overs, it's not that intense, is it? I mean, it's easy for us to sit up here and criticise. Bamber to Lammonby, and that's a good ball. And Lammonby comes half forward and plays it slightly uncertainly into the offside. 323 for 3. 104 earlier on to Tom Kohler-Cadmore, 64 to Josh Davey.
You don't get that with the Kookaburra. You don't get that lacquer like you do with the Duke ball.
Here's Bamber to Lammonby, takes him on the pad, and they'll run a leg by. 324 for 3. So you won't get the change in the ball's behaviour when the lacquer comes off, which very often happens with the Duke.
With the Duke, say after 6 overs or 5 overs, that lacquer, it's a sort of a plasticky coating that sort of comes off, and then you start working the shine, and that's when you tend
that's when it starts to move around.
Starts
a bit more.
to yeah.
Well,
the Kookaburra will swing straight away from ball 1, but not for long.
Yeah.
So you've got to make use of it when it's new and pitch it up and swing it.
Here's Bamber in a bowls, and Abel defends. Something I ought to know in 20 over cricket in the blast. Are they Kookaburras that they're using, or are they white Dukes?
I believe they're white Kookaburras.
They're white Kookaburras, right?
I'm not sure. I don't.
No, I don't. I don't know either. I ought to know really, but presumably Dukes make white balls. But anyway, 324 for 3. Somebody will no doubt tell me on Twitter. And Abel comes solidly forward, defending that up the onside. Because the white balls they use in the blast, I mean, they will swing for about 2 or 3 overs, something like that, and then nothing.
Nah.
Bamber over the wicket to Abel, who's back on his stumps, playing this defensively. Another over ticks by. 3 remain. 324 for 374 to Lammonby and 18 to Tom Abel. These two have now added 49 for the 4th wicket. And the light is just deteriorating as we speak. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset. With me, Dermot Reeve. And It's been Somerset's day, hasn't it, Dermot?
Oh, absolutely. 324 for 3. They should, from this position, they should go on and make 600.
Well, they back
At
quite
least.
They back quite long with Archie Vaughan coming in at 7. Hannah Dolby to Lammonby. Drives, not completely convincingly. Bring him a single out to deep cover, and that is the 50 partnership from 75 deliveries. So they've been going along at a nice pace. 18 of those runs to Tom Abel and 28 to Tom Lammonby. But they've shown a determination to consolidate, to build on a good start, not to chuck it away. There's a particularly menacing looking cloud just coming across the ground, and Abel defends. Not a good ball from Oliver Hannon-Dalby. Must be quite a thankless task to be a seam bowler with this ball on this pitch, mustn't it?
Well, you've got to mentally, you just got to fight every ball. So, you know, there's no use complaining about the Kookaburra. We've seen in other matches, sides have been bowled out today
absolutely.
with the Kookaburra.
Yeah.
But there isn't much grass on this pitch. It has been used before.
And Dalby in and bowls to Abel, who comes across his stumps and plays it.
But I would say, if you were a batsman, this is the kind of pitch that if you could, you would want to roll up and play on it every.
Wouldn't you like a little bit more pace in it if you're batting on it?
No,
so the ball's just coming on a little bit quicker?
No, I'd like it this pace, because then the short ball,
you've got all the time in the
whizzing
world.
past your nose, and you can get the pull shot out, and you just got to go, I'm just going to defend the good one.
I do like to see fast wickets, but they're so rare. Hannon Dalby to Abel, who gets on top of this, and a slight hint of a thick edge there. If there'd been a gully, it would have been a catch, but there never is a gully these days. No, or very rarely.
Down to third man for a single.
Yeah. And
it was definitely a false shot. He's meant to get over the top of it and hit it down sort of through backward point on the ground.
He's just rehearsing it now, yeah.
And that's what can happen with the new ball. It can just bounce a little bit more. But that's... you're unlikely to get him caught down at third man. But you could have had him caught gully there.
And Dalby to Lammonby, who waits for that ball to arrive. Prepared to play the defensive shot, which he does.
It's a good slow ball. The arm speed's pretty much the same, but he then just releases it like an off break. So his fingers aren't behind the ball at release; they're at the side, and the ball comes out slowly. So he has got a good slower ball, Hannon Dalby. He got a wicket with it earlier. James Ray caught it backward point.
Hannon Dalby in bowls outside the off stump, goes through at a comfortable height to Kai Smith. End of the 84th over. 2 overs remain in the day's play. 3:26.
And that was really good cricket. That last ball there was really good cricket. He's round the wicket. He's still running in, even though it's late in the day. But he's got it to bounce just outside off stump. But beautifully left by Lammonby. Watched it all the way. Said, no, I'm not interested in that. And it did bounce and go through to the keeper. So it was a good delivery, well played. And that's come right at the end of the 84th over of the day. So Lammonby is showing that he's got, definitely got the intelligence to.
Well, he'll be desperate still to be there tomorrow morning to build on the 75 runs he's scored so far. We're going to have some spin. Rocky Choli from the pavilion end, presumably Dermot to take advantage of the extra bounce he'll get from the new ball.
Yeah, and he'll be hoping here to get Tom Abel to come forward and get some spin and get him caught at short leg off the inside edge.
He's bowling to Tom Abel, short and turned into the onside. He's a tall young man, well, not that young, Rocchicioli, is he 26, 27, something like that. Tall, got a headband on, good head of hair. He's in bowls, nice high action, and this is turned just past Sam Hain at forward short leg for a single out to mid-wicket. 327 for 3 means that Tom Lammerby will be on strike, with Rocchicioli turning the ball away from the left-hander. He's got a slip and a forward short leg, shortish extra cover, and cover out on the offside boundary. If he drops one a little bit short, he's in and bowls. This is pitched up and driven nicely by Lammerby, but cut off by Jacob Bethel at short extra cover. What have you made of Rocchicioli? Impressed or not?
Yeah, I think he's bowled well, but you know, it is a batsman-friendly conditions.
He's bowling now.
I think he's bowled 3 full tosses.
Yeah.
You know, 20 overs for 68.
He's got a nice high action, nice high release point.
Yeah, for the most part, he's you know, you'd say he's pretty much dropped it on a spot. You know, with some flight, but the wicket's been so good that the batsmen have just been able to just sit on it and wait for it to be a bit short, and then they get a single.
Oh, that Tom Lammerby lets that one go through to Kai Smith. I think they're going to go off. I think that's it for the day.
It's a bit of
It's
drizzle.
just started to rain. I saw the umpires looking at each other, and I'm fairly sure that will be it for the day. So Somerset finished the day on 327 for 3. Tom Abel on 20, Tom Lammerby on 75. Earlier, a 186-run opening partnership between Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who finished with 104, his second first-class century for Somerset, and Josh Davey. Unlikely opening partnership, Davey finishing with 64. Then James Rew weighing in with 38. He was looking really good until he played a slightly absent-minded looking shot at a slower ball from Oliver Hannon-Dolby, and he was caught by Jacob Bethel for 38. But since then, the two Toms, Abel and Lammerby, have seen Somerset safely through to the close with a partnership of 52. And, well, Dermot Reeve, quite obviously, Somerset's day.
Yes, totally. 327 for 3. You'd absolutely take that at the moment when you win the toss and say, yep, we'll have a bat. They've done everything right, got themselves